Chapter 767. You're talking about the first princess, right? Du Xiaoman shook her head. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, she hasn't been here before. There are some things that I don't know if I should tell you. What is it? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. His elder sister wasn't a fussy person. This matter should be special. Du Xiaoman sighed. Then, she told Du Xiaofu about the national celebration. Du Xiaoman frowned and continued. This time the national celebration didn't mention you, the brave God King, nor did they mention the World Society or the Heavenly Beast Hall. However, the imperial capital sent people to Chaos Demon City. They said that they were here to thank you on behalf of the Imperial Palace and the Empire. They brought many gifts. The Stone Dragon Empire's little scheme is obviously because they are afraid of you overshadowing them. After all, the Du family of the Du residents has a lot of roots in the military. They are also afraid that you will steal the limelight from the Great Will sect. If I'm not wrong, the Stone Dragon Empire intends to rely on the Great Wheel sect in addition to the Divine Light Court. Zhen Qingchun looked at him with disdain. He said, "It's just a small empire." "Why would they be afraid of you?" Sigh. Before he finished speaking, Zhen Qingchun sighed again. He looked at Du Xiaofu and couldn't help but worry. If it was in the past, this kid wouldn't even care about a small empire. However, this kid didn't even care about it now. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and said softly to Zhen Qingchun and his elder sister, Du Xiaoman, "I'd better make a trip to the imperial capital. There's not much time left. If I can go somewhere, I'll go somewhere." "No. With your current situation, you can only go to the Ancient Sky sect first. Although I can't do anything, I hope the Ancient Sky sect can. I hope that a miracle will happen." Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu seriously. Zhen Qingchun knew that Du Xiaofu had a special relationship with the Ancient Sky sect. If there was a way, the Ancient Sky sect would definitely do their best. That kind of large sect had a huge foundation and might have a way. "Let's go to Dragon City first while we still have some time," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. He insisted on making a trip to the imperial capital. He hoped to be able to settle some matters in the remaining time. A moment later, Du Xiaofu arrived outside the courtyard. At this moment, outside the courtyard, Du Zhixiong, Du Jinwu, and the other Du family clansmen stood together with Yuanli, the mysterious Dragon King, the Flame Carp King, the Golden Condor King, and the Solitary Sword King. Seeing Du Xiaofu walk out, the worry in everyone's eyes eased a little, and they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. "I'm fine. Don't worry, everyone. Go and rest." Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a smile appeared on his pale face. Being able to see his clansmen in the end was already a blessing from the heavens. A moment later, Yu Wanli, the mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King, and the Solitary Sword King gathered in the room. They all looked at Du Xiaofu with a solemn, worried, frightened, and shocked expression. "How can one live without a heart? Who did this? My Ancient Sky sect will never let him go." Yu Wanli shouted angrily, and his eyes were filled with worry. He said to Du Xiaofu, "Junior brother, let's go back to the Ancient Sky sect and think of a way. We can't delay any longer." "Third senior brother, I'll go to the imperial capital first, and then return to the Manchu." After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he said to the mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King, and the Solitary Sword King, "I didn't hide my situation from you. I can die at any time. Go to the chaotic demon city to get the antidote for the goo poison pill. You'll be free in the future, and you won't be restricted by me anymore." The mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King, and the Solitary Sword King looked at each other, and their eyes changed. "Master, I'm a demonic beast. I didn't take the goo poison pill, but since I've already submitted to you, I'll submit to you as long as you're alive. Even if you leave, I'll still be Du Hao's master." The mysterious Dragon King stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. The mysterious Dragon King was a demonic beast, a Xianyun scarlet dragon. He had a proud bloodline, but since he had already submitted, he wouldn't change his mind. Third young master, I, the solitary Sword King, am not talented, but as long as you're alive, you're my master. The solitary Sword King nodded and bowed. The Golden Condor King will continue to follow you. The Golden Condor King stepped forward. Will continue to follow you. Chanyu Xiao, the Flame Carp King, and the others all bowed. In the beginning, they were forced to follow him. But after this period of time, they knew that the young man in front of them was an overlord in martial arts, and he could conquer countries. From the fact that he didn't hesitate to build the entire stone city, they could see how skilled he was in both civil and military matters. If he was able to come out unscathed, he wouldn't even need 30 years to achieve his grand ambitions, and his might would shake Central State. It was a pity that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Such a young overlord had met with such misfortune, and it was a pity. But in their hearts, they were already convinced. Moreover, they knew very well how many benefits they had obtained. Following by his side for a period of time was enough to be a great opportunity. Looking at the people in front of him, Du Xiaofu nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Compared to his mother's clan, the mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King, and Chanyu Xiao, who had once tried to kill him, were undoubtedly more heartwarming to him. The next morning, outside the gate of the Du family, Du Jixiong, Du Jinwu, and many other aunties brought many spiritual medicines and elixirs to Du Xiaofu. Xiaofu, you're too pale and your breath is weak. You brought all these spiritual medicines and elixirs back. See if any of them are useful. Take them quickly. Child, take all these elixirs and spiritual medicines. You look so weak. I'm worried. Why did you go out now? Father, second uncle, auntie, take them back. These spiritual medicines and elixirs won't be able to cure third brother's injuries. We'll think of something. Don't worry too much. Du Xiaoman stood in front of Du Xiaofu and said, although she spoke casually, her eyes were serious. She didn't want Du Xiaofu to talk too much. She was afraid that it would affect his body and drain his vitality. This was what Zhen Qingchen had told her. Xiaofu, what's wrong with you? Why are you like this after going out for a few days? Du Jinwu was worried. It wasn't difficult for him to see Du Xiaofu's serious condition. His daughter, Du Xiaoman's serious expression, couldn't escape his prying eyes as her father. Uncle, don't worry. Don't worry about me. Du Xiaofu forced a smile on his pale face. Looking at the clansmen around him, he was very happy. Father, don't let Xiaofu talk anymore. He needs to rest. Du Xiaoman stopped the clansmen and signaled the mysterious Dragon King to take Du Xiaofu away. Roar! The mysterious Dragon King transformed into a Xianyun scarlet dragon and hovered in the air. His aura rumbled and resounded throughout the stone city. Then, everyone left for the imperial capital of the Stone Dragon Empire. Dragon City was still the same as before. It was bustling with activity and noise. The brave God King is back. Suddenly, Dragon City was in an uproar. Someone saw the brave God King's figure appear in the imperial capital. According to the people in Enlightenment City and many generals, the brave God King led many experts in the Battle of Enlightenment City and slaughtered many experts from the 3 empires. That was how we managed to fend off the 3 empires. I heard about it too. If it wasn't for the brave God King leading experts to rescue us, we would have been defeated before the Great Luin sect arrived. I heard that the battle lasted for several months. If it wasn't for the World Union and Sky Beast Hall under the brave God King, we wouldn't have been able to fend them off for so long. The national celebration, the brave God King, World Union, and Sky Beast Hall didn't even mention him. It's disappointing. I heard that the North vanquishing monarch went to the palace to speak for the brave God King. I don't know why, but there was no news in the end. Did the brave Divine King come to Dragon City to ask for an explanation? I heard that the first princess and the brave God King have been together for a long time. Why do I see the first princess and the saint of the Great Luin sect together? The brave God King is the protector of the Stone Dragon Empire. Although the Du royal residence is no longer around, the brave God King is still from the Du family. They have protected our empire for thousands of years. Perhaps this is what the palace is afraid of. Lower your voice. There are some things that we can't talk about. We don't want to invite trouble. The brave God King's arrival in Dragon City had stirred up the entire imperial capital. Marquis of the Dragon City Armored Army leads the Dragon City Armored Army to pay our respects to the brave God King. Marquis of Dapu City's 3 Union is here to pay our respects to the brave God King. Marquis of the Stone Dragon Empire's 4th Army, Marquis of Qiming and Marquis of Sky Spirit are here to pay our respects to the brave God King. Marquis of the Stone Dragon Empire's 5th Army, Marquis of Heavenly Sun is here to pay our respects to the brave God King. We welcome the brave God King back to the imperial capital. Outside the brave God King's mansion, a dense crowd of figures stood in an orderly manner. Many forces and generals in the imperial capital's army came to pay their respects when they heard that the brave God King had returned to the imperial capital. In Enlightenment City, these people had witnessed what the brave God King had done with their own eyes. The brave God King wasn't famous during the celebration, so they felt it was unfair for him. Now that the brave God King had returned to the imperial capital, they couldn't help but pay their respects. They knew that they couldn't let the brave God King suffer. Generals and dukes, my 3rd brother is injured and can't meet all of you. He sent me here to thank all of you for your kind intentions. Thank you. I would like to thank all of you on behalf of my 3rd brother. Thank you. Du Xiaoman spoke with a sweet voice. The young lady of the Du family came out personally to explain. It seems like the brave God King is injured and can't meet us. The brave God King's injuries shouldn't be light. Not long ago, I saw the brave God King from afar. His face was pale and bloodless. Everyone was worried and didn't force the issue. They expressed their understanding. After the generals and dukes asked about the brave God King's injuries, they bade farewell and left. There were also some who couldn't bear to leave and hoped that they could meet him. Why are you so foolish? You will die if you do this. You idiot, you are so stupid. In the brave God King's residence, Ouyang Shuang heard the news and came over. After hearing about Du Xiaofu's situation from Du Xiaoman, her eyes were instantly filled with tears. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she scolded Du Xiaofu while hammering his shoulders. Chapter 768. Seeing Emperor Cheng, Shuang. Let's deal with him in the future. He can. Du Xiaoman pulled Ouyang Shuang back. Her eyes were red with worry. She also wanted to beat up her 3rd brother. However, Du Xiaoman knew that her 3rd brother was in danger, and he still wanted to come to the imperial capital. You bastard! I know you came to the Dragon City for Princess Cheng Shengnan. However, she left with Dongli Chihuang 3 days ago. Why didn't you go to the Ancient Heaven sect to think of a solution? Instead, you came to the Dragon City. Do you not want to live anymore? Ouyang Shuang was pulled back by Du Xiaoman. She couldn't help but curse. She didn't care about her image as tears fell from her eyes. A few days ago, because Du Xiaofu had left Shi City, Ouyang Shuang returned to the imperial capital by herself. She also learned that the eldest princess, Qing Shengnan, and the holy son of the Great Wheel sect had left. Everyone was silent when they heard Ouyang Shuang's curse. They also wanted to curse, but they didn't dare to. Only Ouyang Shuang dared to curse like this. She left, hearing Ouyang Shuang's words. Du Xiaofu was slightly taken aback. His ashen face then revealed a bitter smile that did not leave a trace. Shuang, Xiaofu's injuries are serious. Don't bully Xiaofu anymore. Yuan Shanshan also went up and pulled Ouyang Shuang back. She was as worried as Ouyang Shuang. Xiaofu, you're a disciple of the Ancient Heaven sect. Go back to the Ancient Heaven sect and see if there's a solution. Ouyang Ling stayed in the imperial capital for the past few days. When he heard that Du Xiaofu was seriously injured, he naturally came over. After arriving, he understood the situation. It was more serious than he imagined. Ouyang Ling was even more worried. His handsome face was grave. "Uncle Ling, I'll return to the Ancient Heaven sect as soon as possible." Du Xiaofu nodded and then said to the mysterious Dragon King, "Send me to the palace. Since they're here, I have to go. Then I'll go to Prince Xia's mansion to see Grandpa Xia." "Do you really want to go to the palace?" "That palace." Du Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang, and the others looked at Du Xiaofu, clearly dissatisfied with the royal family. "I know what you want to say. Since I'm here, there's no harm in going." "I won't have the chance to go in the future," Du Xiaofu said softly. He knew what Ouyang Shuang and Big Sister wanted to say. "All right, Golden Condor King, Absolute Sword King, Flame Carp King, Stone Turtle King, Ice Python King, you guys come with me. If this palace dares to cause any trouble, I will destroy it today," Yuanli said in a deep voice. He had heard a little about the imperial palace's attitude towards his junior brother from Du Xiaoman and the others. In addition, he was in a bad mood recently and wanted to vent his anger. "All right, Golden Condor King, Stone Turtle King, Absolute Sword King, Flame Carp King," and the others immediately stood up. At this moment, as long as Yuanli gave the order, they would immediately attack and destroy the palace. Yuan Shanshan and Ouyang Ling looked at each other and sighed helplessly in their hearts. If these people really wanted to destroy the palace, with Yuanli around, no one would be able to stop them today. "Third senior brother, you can't." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He was really afraid that his third senior brother would really destroy the palace. According to Du Xiaofu's understanding of his third senior brother, destroying the Stone Dragon Empire was nothing to him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In short, from now on, I'll follow you closely." Yuanli's expression was stern. He was already extremely regretful. He shouldn't have let his junior brother leave alone a few days ago. That was why such a big thing happened now. He had no way to explain it to his master when he returned, and he was even more worried about his junior brother. As for the Stone Dragon Empire, Yuanli had been cultivating in the Ancient Heaven sect for dozens of years. It wasn't easy for him to come out and destroy a small empire to vent his anger for his junior brother. It really wasn't a big deal. The imperial palace was dazzling with gold and jade. It was still heavily guarded as usual. "The brave God King is here." "Greetings, brave God King." Outside the imperial palace, the guards were excited to see Du Xiaofu. They had long heard of the Courage God King's deeds in Enlightenment City from the army. Back in the imperial capital, the Courage God King had severely injured the human king, Lu Kuan, and displayed the might of the Stone Dragon Empire. They immediately stepped forward and saluted. Inside the palace, there happened to be a young man who looked very beautiful. He had distinct eyebrows, a straight nose, and a slightly plump body. He was escorted by many people. This young man was the third prince, Qing Chao. When he saw Du Xiaofu at the entrance of the imperial palace, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a complicated expression. "Greetings, third prince." Seeing Qing Chao, the surrounding guards immediately saluted him respectfully. Bringing so many strangers to the imperial palace, Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? Are you rebelling? Qing Chao looked at Du Xiaofu with a hint of arrogance. In the past, Qing Chao was more and more afraid of Du Xiaofu. However, it was different now. Recently, he had the support of the Great Luan Sect Saint. The Great Luan Sect Saint even promised him in private that he would let him cultivate in the Great Luan Sect. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about Du Xiaofu anymore. Slap, however, as soon as Qing Chao finished speaking, a crisp slap landed on his face. Buffed! The slap landed directly on Qing Chao's face, causing him to fall from his demonic beast mount. His face was swollen and red, and his mouth was dripping with blood. He couldn't say a word for a long time. "How dare you speak the third young master's name so bluntly? Rebellion." So what if I destroy this tiny stone dragon empire? The Flame Carp King shouted loudly. He had a bad temper. The Flame Carp King knew that the third young master was accompanied by the ancient Heaven Sect's third senior brother. He was worried that he couldn't find a reason to destroy the stone dragon empire. The surrounding people were already stunned. Behind Cheng Chao, the crowd couldn't help but step back. They didn't dare to say a word. Let's go. I'm going to see the emperor. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything, nor did he look at Cheng Chao. He directly entered the imperial palace. Naturally, no one dared to stop him. Cheng Chao subconsciously retreated to the side. Bullshit, Prince. Do you believe that I can destroy you at any time? Next time you see the third young master, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't spare you. The mysterious Dragon King stood beside Cheng Chao and pretended to stomp on Cheng Chao. Cheng Chao was so scared that he stepped back with a pale face. Senior brother Du, father sent me to pick you up. At the same time, a girl about the same age as Cheng Chao hurried over. The girl was delicate and beautiful. Under her slender eyelashes, her eyes were big and sparkling like black gems. She was the second Princess Cheng Yan. Her originally round and cute figure was extremely hot now. Her short braids had grown into long hair. They were black and shiny, hanging down to her slim waist. Girls changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Cheng Yan had grown into a slender and elegant woman. She was extremely attractive. Looking at the miserable Cheng Chao not far away, Cheng Yan sighed inwardly. She didn't say anything else. The Golden Dragon Palace was grand and magnificent. It had cornices, green tiles, a group of beasts, and painted pillars. It looked mysterious and quiet. From afar, it looked like a golden palace. Third senior brother, please wait outside. I'll go in alone. In front of the Golden Dragon Palace, Du Xiaofu gestured to Yu Wanli and the mysterious Dragon King. He then entered the Golden Dragon Palace alone. Inside the Golden Dragon Palace, the Imperial Palace's dragon qi was dense. The cornices and coiling dragons, golden scales and golden armor, were vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to soar into the sky. Inside the palace, the lights were shining brightly. The Imperial Palace's dragon qi was everywhere, making it difficult for people to breathe. Their qi almost stagnated. In the center of the palace, Emperor Cheng was wearing a dragon robe. He stood with his hands behind his back. He was rather fat and not very tall, but he had an absolute majesty. Du Xiaofu walked into the palace and looked at Emperor Cheng. He didn't bow first, but just looked at him quietly. That majesty was not worth mentioning to Du Xiaofu at the moment. Nephew, I received news that you were seriously injured. I can't leave the Imperial Palace to visit you due to some special reasons. It seems that your injuries are really serious. Emperor Cheng was greatly astonished when he saw Du Xiaofu's ghastly pale face and weak aura. Emperor Cheng, you're so considerate. Greetings to Emperor Cheng. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. By the way, nephew, thank you for the help of the World Society and the Celestial Beast Hall during this national crisis. Emperor Cheng looked at Du Xiaofu with an awkward expression. He looked at Du Xiaofu's expression and said, "The national celebration, Emperor Cheng, you don't have to say too much. I understand your intentions. The stability of the empire is the best." Du Xiaofu said, "Nephew, I'm sorry. I'm ashamed." Emperor Cheng looked ashamed and didn't put on the airs of an emperor. "Emperor Cheng, you're too polite." Du Xiaofu smiled and then asked, "Has the first princess gone back?" Emperor Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. He said, "Shengnan has returned to the Divine Light Court. It's said that there will be a grand event in the Central Plain soon. The Divine Light Court hopes that she can go back to prepare." "Oh." Du Xiaofu nodded with a calm expression. He was seriously injured and then left. Emperor Cheng walked him to the Golden Dragon Palace. Seeing Yu Wanli, The mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King, and the others were slightly moved. After leaving the imperial palace, Du Xiaofu was about to go to Lord Xie's residence when he found that the North Vanquishing Prince and Xie Fei were already waiting outside. You don't even have a heart anymore. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Chapter 769. On the wrinkled face of the North Vanquishing King, his heart ached for the purple-robed young man. He said seriously, I'll let you use my heart. I'm old and I've lived long enough. Let's not talk about the fact that it's impossible for other people's hearts to be suitable. How many people in this world can do such a thing? It's really hard to do. Yu Wanli said to the North Vanquishing King. He knew the problem behind this. Maybe other bodies could be reattached, but the heart was the most important part of the 5 organs. No, I have to think of a way. There must be a way. The North Vanquishing King left. He had to find a way to save his cheap grandson. He couldn't let him die. Du Xiaofu was helpless. He couldn't stop the North Vanquishing King, so he could only let him leave. All right, I'll go back to the Ancient Heaven sect to see my master tomorrow. Dusk, Courage God Manor. Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Dark Wolf and Phantom, There's no need to leave anyone in the Courage God Manor. You guys can go to the Chaos Demon City. Yes. Dark Wolf and Phantom looked at Du Xiaofu, who was on the verge of death. Both of them looked extremely serious. Was the Courage God King really going to die this time? Night fell. Du Xiaofu was locked in the room by Ouyang Shuang and big sister Du Xiaoman. He couldn't move at all. However, the second Princess Cheng Yan came to visit. She brought a lot of medicine and pills from the palace and said that she wanted to see the Courage God King alone. Du Xiaofu met with the second Princess Cheng Yan alone. She had grown into a slender and elegant woman and was no less beautiful than her elder sister. Senior Du, how's your injury? Cheng Yan asked. Her eyes were filled with worry, but her expression was sincere. It's quite serious. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. His injury wasn't as simple as it seemed. You have to recuperate well. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm here to apologize to Senior Du on behalf of the Cheng family. Cheng Yan looked at Du Xiaofu with some ripples in her eyes. After she finished speaking, she walked to the side of the door. Suddenly, she turned around and said, Senior Du, if something happens in the future, don't blame my eldest sister. As a member of the royal family, sometimes she can't help herself. There are too many responsibilities on her shoulders. She is the most tired person in the Cheng family. Also, at that time in the Imperial Hot Spring, I already knew that you were there. After saying that, Cheng Yan's cheeks turned red and she left the room shyly. Du Xiaofu paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly. At night, Dragon City was still very lively and noisy. The North Vanquishing Prince, the East Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, and many other nobles and major forces sent countless elixirs and pills overnight. The entire Dragon City knew that the brave God King was severely injured and was on the verge of death. Countless people came to the brave God King's manor to wait. Many old people sent various healing methods to the brave God King's manor, hoping that he could recover soon. Oh no, something big has happened. Late at night, Du Xiaoman ran into Du Xiaofu's room. She looked serious and said to Du Xiaofu, The North Vanquishing Prince, the East Vanquishing Prince, and the South Vanquishing Prince have brought many marquises and generals to kneel outside the Imperial Palace. They want the Imperial Palace to use the Imperial Palace's dragon energy to heal you. After pausing for a moment, Du Xiaoman continued, However, the Imperial Palace didn't allow it. They said that the Imperial Palace's dragon energy is the fortune of the entire empire and needs to suppress the entire empire. They are still in a stalemate. The 3 old kings are very influential, and more people are joining them. I heard that the Guam Manor, Ghost King Manor, and Gu Manor are already on their way. I'm afraid there will be a big change soon. Grandpa Xie, and the others are kneeling outside the imperial palace. Du Xiaofu stood up. His blood was fluctuating, and he was coughing. The North Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, and the East Vanquishing Prince were already so old, but they were kneeling outside the imperial palace for him. This moved Du Xiaofu, and he wanted to stop them. The imperial palace's dragon energy has been around for thousands of years. It is definitely a rare treasure. If you can absorb it, it will be beneficial to you. However, it won't solve the root of the problem. Zhen Qingchen said. The imperial palace's dragon energy had been around for thousands of years. It had gathered the fortune of an entire empire. Such a treasure was enough to tempt countless super experts. Third brother, Brother Qingchen, said that the imperial palace's dragon energy is useful to you. Why don't you absorb it? With the North Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, and the East Vanquishing Prince, perhaps the Chung family will be forced to agree. Du Xiaoman said to Du Xiaofu. The imperial palace will definitely not agree. The imperial palace's dragon energy is a precious treasure. The Chung family will never leave the Golden Dragon Palace because they are guarding the imperial palace's dragon energy. As long as the imperial palace's dragon energy is there, even super experts who want to forcibly seize it will end up in a life and death struggle. Most likely, they will return empty-handed. Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu, once the imperial palace's dragon energy leaks out, the entire empire will lose its final barrier. It will indeed greatly damage the empire's fortune. They won't use the imperial palace's dragon energy until the empire is facing a true calamity. Sighing softly, Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu in a serious tone, if you were more important than the entire empire, perhaps they would have used the imperial palace's draconic aura. However, it seems that the Chung family doesn't think that you are more important than the entire empire. Moreover, your life is hanging by a thread. I suggest that we directly seize the imperial palace's draconic aura. A wry smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. After pondering for a moment, he said to his eldest sister, Du Xiaoman, Eldest sister, please inform my third senior brother. I have to rush back to the ancient heaven sect tonight. If you are going to the ancient heaven sect now, then what about the North Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, and the East Vanquishing Prince? They're still kneeling outside the imperial palace. Du Xiaoman asked doubtfully. I can't go. If I go, Grandpa Xie, old Prince Ouyang, and old Prince Jiang will definitely not leave. In the future, their relationship with the imperial palace will become more and more serious. Only when I leave can this matter be resolved. Du Xiaofu said. He couldn't go to the imperial palace. He knew the North Vanquishing Prince's temper. Once all the princes arrived, the Chung family would be in trouble. The consequences could be imagined. Du Xiaofu didn't want to make things difficult for the North Vanquishing Prince. If he died immediately, who would be able to protect them in the future? No, this time I must go to the ancient heaven sect. I have to take care of you. After a while in the main hall, Ouyang Shuang's attitude was firm. She pleaded to Wan Li, Senior Brother Yu, can you take me to the ancient heaven sect? All right, let's go together. After all, it's just the few of you. I can still make this decision. Yu Wanli nodded. There were not many people going to the ancient heaven sect this time, other than Du Yu and Du Shui, who had been bringing along. There were also not many people, including Du Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang, and the mysterious Dragon King. Du Xiaofu couldn't persuade Ouyang Shuang. Seeing that his third senior brother had nodded, he had nothing to say. After that, Du Xiaofu asked the Solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, Flame Carp King, and the others to wait in the chaotic Demon City or the Stone City's Du family. Hence, Du Xiaofu and the others went to the ancient heaven sect that very night. The most ruthless imperial family. After knowing that Du Xiaofu had left that very night, the North Vanquishing Prince stood up and looked at the imperial palace. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and left. I heard that the brave God King was severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. I heard that many kings and dukes knelt and begged the emperor to use the imperial chi to save the brave God King. In the end, they were rejected. The North Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, and the East Vanquishing Prince are searching for a cure for the brave God King. The news of the brave God King being severely injured spread across the entire Stone Dragon Empire. In just a few days, almost the entire empire knew about it. Everyone was talking about the brave God King. During the previous national celebration, the brave God King's name was not mentioned. However, in private, the brave God King's reputation was extremely high. This time, when the news of the brave God King being severely injured and hanging by a thread spread, everyone was shocked and felt pity. Some people heard that the brave God King was about to die. This shocked everyone. Who would have thought that such a ferocious young king would be so severely injured? God, please protect the brave God King. We are sincerely begging you. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to prolong the brave God King's life. In Enlightenment City, everyone prayed. They were grateful for the brave God King's kindness. Some old people cried and were willing to sacrifice their lives to prolong the brave God King's life. If the brave God King had not stopped the three empires, the Enlightenment City would have been razed to the ground. What? The Vice City Lord is severely injured and hanging by a thread? I heard that the Vice City Lord's life is hanging by a thread. The citizens of the Stone City also heard the news. They were all shocked and speechless. We can't let the Vice City Lord go. The citizens of the Stone City were worried and regretful. They went to the Du family to ask about the situation. The entire city was grateful for the Vice City Lord's kindness. He had blessed the entire city and was reluctant to leave. The Vice City Lord is a young hero with great talent. He is a dragon among men. Could it be that the heavens are jealous of his talent? Everyone felt that it was a pity and they all sighed. Countless recipes and elixirs were sent to the Du family, hoping that they could pass them to the Vice City Lord. Yuanli, I asked you to look after your junior brother, but you made such a huge mistake. I will settle the score with you later. A few days later, Elder Gu Qingyang's voice echoed in the ancient heaven sect. The news of Du Xiaofu's martial uncle being severely injured and hanging by a thread spread throughout the ancient heaven sect, causing countless discussions. Some people said that Du Xiaofu had encountered a super expert outside and suffered heavy injuries. His life was hanging by a thread. Some said that Du Xiaofu had explored a secret place and encountered danger. Now his life was hanging by a thread. Chapter 770. As for the real reason, not many people knew. Sai, this is too serious. Too serious, there's nothing we can do. One by one, the ancient heaven sect elders left the Heaven Eye Peak regretfully. They couldn't find a way. Elder Gu Qingyang scolded them for being useless and kicked them out. Inside the ancient heaven sect's main hall, Sima Ta-Xing's glassy eyes turned serious. He then made a decision and ordered everyone, inform the supreme elders to come out of seclusion and help. We must use the entire sect's power to save Xiaofu. Send people to the Spirit Heaven Valley, the Immeasurable Sect, the Great Will Sect, the Sky Snake Sect, the Profound Underworld Sect, the Celestial Capital Sect, the Hui Sword Sect, and the Profound Talisman Sect. See if they have any methods. Yes. Many disciples nodded and left the ancient heaven sect. They were going to find a way to save Du Xiaofu. Could it be that the heavens are jealous of geniuses? Many supreme elders have said that if that brat can stay in the ancient sky sect, they will even promise him the position of the next sect master of the ancient sky sect. Sima Taxing Star's eyes were solemn and filled with regret. In his room on the Tianmu Peak, Du Xiaofu's body was covered in blood. His chest was cracked and blood was coming out of his mouth. Every time he moved, blood would come out of his mouth. They had been in the ancient heaven sect for a few days, and many elders had come to check on Du Xiaofu. Even the Grand Elder had come to check on Du Xiaofu, and he had taken a lot of spirit medicines. However, nothing had worked. Du Xiaofu peeked into his body. The heart formed by the mysterious leaf treasure had already started to wither. The energy of the vitality pill he had taken back then was also starting to fade. I'm afraid I can't make it. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He had reached the end. Everything in his body was starting to wither. There was no more vitality. The problem was extremely serious. You'll be fine. Your senior brother has already sent people to look for a solution. He will definitely find a solution for you. Gu Qingyang no longer had the appearance of a peerless expert. His eyes were filled with tears, and his face was filled with worry. His face, which had always been red, was now covered with a pale white color. Don't think too much. There will definitely be a solution. This is the ancient heaven sect. Ouyang Shuang and Du Xiaoman said to Du Xiaofu. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu would give up, but they couldn't hide the worry in their eyes. I'm satisfied. Du Xiaofu smiled. His senior brother, third senior brother, big Ouyang Shuang and senior brother who was trying to find a solution for him. This kind of warmth was also a great source of support for a dying person. It's just that I have some regrets. I hope that little sister can be safe and sound. Du Xiaofu secretly wiped away some regret. These regrets were buried deep in his heart. There was no time to change them. What's there to be satisfied about? Don't say such discouraging words. You were lucky to have lost you last time. I'm still waiting to get back at you in the future. You can't die like this. A crisp voice rang out. A girl walked into the room. The accessories on her wrist made a crisp sound. Under her long brocade dress, her figure was enchanting. She was cute and charming. This girl made Ouyang Shuang and Du Xiaoman look at each other in astonishment. She was the young miss of the ancient heaven sect, Sima Muhan. You've come out? Seeing Sima Muhan, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then he smiled. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. They had come out from their seclusion after half a year. They could feel that Sima Muhan's aura seemed to have improved a lot. Don't talk. Let me heal you. Sima Muhan looked at Du Xiaofu, who was also dripping with blood as she spoke. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as ripples appeared in her eyes. She said to Elder Gu Qingyang beside her, Martial uncle, help me protect him. I'll heal him. All right. Gu Qingyang nodded and stood guard for the two. I'm already powerless. Don't waste your energy. In the room, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and said to Sima Muhan with a bitter smile. Du Xiaofu was naturally the clearest about his situation. Don't waste your energy talking. I'm afraid it won't be easy to die in front of me. My father has told me about your situation. I'll help you replenish your vitality and buy you some time. Sima Muhan raised her pretty face. Her lively eyes were filled with a faint purple color. Her small mouth was slightly pouting. Her small cherry lips seemed to be smeared with honey. They were filled with a faint pink color, as if she wanted to attract people to kiss her. As his voice fell, Sima Muhan also sat down cross-legged. The silky black hair behind her head casually drifted around her slender waist. Her hand seals condensed, and a suppressive aura that was full of vitality spread out from her delicate body. At this moment, a vast and mighty aura spread out, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. The mysterious runes on the talisman surged, and an unparalleled pressure descended on the Heaven Eye Peak, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Rumble. At this moment, the wind and clouds surged in the sky above the Heaven Eye Peak, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Little girl Muhan has the green wood martial vein and the undying grass vein spirit. She can at least protect her master Xiaofu. She will definitely find a way. On the Heaven Eye Peak, Elder Gu Qingyang's face was solemn. His clear eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. Walala! In the room, Sima Muhan's hand seals were still forming. The green wood martial vein spirit covered it, and the mysterious runes on the talisman flickered. She continued to draw in the artery spirit. As the mysterious runes on the talisman erupted, A huge grass-shaped object condensed in front of her. That was the undying grass-veined spirit. Its entire body was crystal clear, and the shape of the grass was like a mushroom. A terrifying pressure descended. When the undying grass-veined spirit appeared, it enveloped Du Xiaofu, enveloping him and injecting life force into him. Sima Muhan sat cross-legged, revealing her charming and seductive figure wrapped in a long brocade dress. Her eyes were covered with runes, and a terrifying pressure spread out from the grass-shaped veined spirit in front of her, wrapping around Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu felt that his body was being injected with life force once again, and there was a surging life force surging into his body. The upgrade enveloped Du Xiaofu's internal organs, tendons, bones, and muscles. His deathly pale face also became a little rosy. 3 days later, on the Tianmu Peak, the amazing movement calmed down. In the room, Sima Muhan's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Du Xiaofu felt much better, and his body was much more comfortable. Looking at Sima Muhan's pale face, he said, "Thank you. Remember, I'm going to my grandmother to help you find a way. You can't die without my permission. Otherwise, even if you die, I won't let you go." Sima Muhan glared at Du Xiaofu fiercely and stuffed several elixirs into Du Xiaofu's mouth. Then Sima Muhan gently wiped the dried blood at the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth. For some reason, her face suddenly flushed, and she hurriedly left the room. "Xiaofu, how are you feeling?" After a while, Gu Qingyang, Yuanli, Ouyang Shuang, and Du Xiaoman rushed in anxiously. Everyone became excited when they saw that Du Xiaofu's face had turned slightly rosy. It was as if they had seen some kind of hope. Mountain ranges overlapped each other, and huge cities stretched on endlessly. It was as if a black ancient dragon was winding its way across the horizon. On the peak of the Twilight Peak, Cheng Shengnan stood quietly. Under her orange clothes, her slender legs and slim waist formed an enchanting arc. "Are you really dying, or has our fate come to an end? I think you have so many beauties by your side. You won't miss me." Cheng Shengnan frowned, looking at the sunset and muttering, "No matter what, I hope you can be safe. Maybe I'm tired and want a shoulder. We're not wrong, but we're not suitable for each other." Time passed slowly. On the Heaven Eye Peak, Du Xiaofu saw Qiao Yingming, Hao Bian, Xu Yang, Mo, Wan, Mu Jiejie, and the others who had come out of the secret plane. He also saw Ge Zong and the others. Du Xiaofu handed the ancient Heaven Sect's World Society and World Pavilion to everyone. However, he didn't see Gu Zhangyu. It was said that Gu Zhangyu had been in seclusion for a long time and had been wasting refining materials. During this period, Du Xiaofu also saw Yin Machin come to visit. After chatting for a while, Yin Machin was driven away by Yuanli. He couldn't disturb Du Xiaofu's rest. The disciples of the ancient Heaven Sect, who had been sent out to find a way, had sent back messages one after another, but they couldn't find a way to cure the heartless disease. The news made Sima Taxing and Elder Gu Qingyang extremely worried. Du Xiaofu's situation had become serious again. The vitality injected by Sima Muhan was dissipating faster than expected. Du Xiaofu felt that he really couldn't take it anymore. He was afraid that it would be more serious than last time. This time, he had a feeling that his body was collapsing. In the last moment, Du Xiaofu thought for a long time and decided to return to the Stone City. Even if he had to die, he would die in the Stone City. "No, you must stay in the ancient Heaven Sect." Gu Qingyang objected. He absolutely couldn't rest assured. Now that his disciple's life was hanging by a thread, how could he leave the ancient Heaven Sect? "Master, I know your intentions. There's no banquet in the world that doesn't end. Even if I die, it's my fate. Thank you, Master, for teaching me. In the last moment, I want to go back to the Stone City. Maybe my drunkard father will come back in the end." Du Xiaofu knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, thanking his master for everything he had done for him. "You child." Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes were red as he secretly wiped his tears. He didn't say anything more and said, "Then you go back first. I'll wait for news in the Manchu. Once there's a way to cure you, I'll immediately go to the Stone City to find you." Thus, Du Xiaofu returned to the Stone City and set off the next day. The disciples of the Ancient Heavens sect spontaneously lined up to see him off. In the hearts of all the disciples, the purple-robed youth was a legend in the Manchu. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of such a genius and were sad to see him go. Tomorrow, Little You will have a small explosion. If the flowers can reach 350 by noon tomorrow, Little You will work hard to write a few more chapters. Tomorrow's plot will also take a turn for the better. Once again, I want to thank all the brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 771. Boss, nothing will happen to you. How Guan was reluctant to part with Su Mo and his eyes were filled with tears. Xiaofu, this is the Manchu's treasure, vitality powder. Consume it quickly. Before leaving, Sima Taxing passed a jade bottle to Du Xiaofu. The vitality powder was the Ancient Heaven sect's treasure. It was rumored that it could even save 4 people. Its value was immeasurable. It was rumored that there were people who were willing to exchange a few saint artifacts for the vitality powder, but the Ancient Heaven sect didn't agree. This showed how precious and valuable the vitality powder was. However, Du Xiaofu had lost his heart. Even if the dead could be revived, how could a heartless person live? Thank you, senior brother, sect master. Du Xiaofu kept the vitality powder and looked at the Ancient Heaven sect's gate with trembling eyes. Other than the Du clan and Tianwu Academy, this was the 3rd place where he felt a sense of belonging. Thus, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to leave. However, Du Xiaofu still left on the mysterious Jiao king's body. Yu Wanli accompanied him, but Du Yu and Du Shui were left in the Ancient Heavens sect to cultivate. Du Xiaofu told them to work hard and protect the Du family in the future. Brother Xiaofu, looking at Du Xiaofu's departure, Du Yu and Du Shui's eyes were filled with tears. Dark Forest, Tianwu Academy's ruins. Du Xiaofu stopped in front of the huge tombstone to pay his respects. Vice Principal Zhuge, Grand Elder, and the heroic spirits of the Academy, I didn't rebuild the Academy well. I hope that the General, Ghost Child, and the others can come back one day and rebuild Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu paid his respects. After a long time, he left under the urging of Ouyang Shuang and Du Xiaoman. After reaching the Dark Forest, Du Xiaofu didn't go to the chaotic Demon City. Instead, he returned to the Stone City. Du Xiaofu was afraid that he didn't have much time left and didn't have much time to waste. Du Xiaofu had already taken the vitality powder, but the effect would not last for long. Du Xiaofu's condition was getting worse. Vice City Lord in Stone City, Du Xiaofu returned. The entire city was welcoming him, but it was quiet without any noise. Vice City Lord, you will definitely be fine. Definitely. Heaven will protect the Vice City Lord. Wherever he passed by, there were many trembling and comforting voices from the residents. There were old people who were grateful to the Vice City Lord for everything he had done for Stone City, and they trembled with tears in their eyes. Du Xiaofu slowly walked through the Stone City, wanting to feel the Stone City again. Behind Du Xiaofu, the major clans, the mysterious Flood Dragon King, Yu Wanli, Ouyang Shuang, and the others kept silent as they accompanied Du Xiaofu. The entire Stone City was silent and solemn. Every day, the aunts and elders of the Du family would try out various recipes that they had collected, hoping for a miracle. However, it was useless. Du Xiaofu's condition was getting worse, and he was on the verge of death. North Vanquishing Prince, South Vanquishing Prince, East Vanquishing Prince has arrived. Marquis Chiyu has arrived to visit Courage God King. Stone Dragon Empire's 3rd Army Commander, Marquis Baiyu has arrived to visit Courage God King. In Stone City, there were people who came to visit Du Xiaofu. Gradually, they gathered in Stone City. Du Xiaofu only saw North Vanquishing Prince, South Vanquishing Prince, East Vanquishing Prince, Xiafei, and the others. He could not meet them one by one, so he thanked them and asked them to leave. After that, Du Yunlong, the silver-winged demonic condor, Li Shui, Murong Yurua, and the others arrived in Stone City. The Medicine King also came out of seclusion and arrived in Stone City. Congratulations, Medicine King, for breaking through to a 7-star talisman master. In the room, Du Xiaofu saw the Medicine King and was overjoyed. From now on, the Medicine King was the Medicine Emperor. He had broken through to a 7-star talisman master. You promised me that you would give me 10 empires. Now you have none. You can't go back on your words. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu with a complicated expression. I owe you 10 empires. After 18 years, I'll return you 20. Du Xiaofu smiled. He could not give the Medicine King another 10 empires. It's my fault. I'm called the Medicine King, but I can't save you. The Medicine King blamed himself. He was powerless to the extreme and was deeply frustrated. Old Medicine, I'll leave the World Alliance to you. Du Xiaofu said to Medicine King, Yiwuming seriously. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I'll definitely think of a way. Yiwuming said seriously. In the morning, Stone City was gently shrouded by a thin mist. It was like a shy girl wearing a white veil. As the sun rose, the white birds in the mountain forest chirped happily and chased after each other. It feels good to be alive. Du Xiaofu stretched. His face was rosy. It seemed like he had miraculously gotten better in the past 2 days. Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and the others had tears in their eyes. The Medicine King, Yu Wanli, and the others were silent. Everyone knew that Du Xiaofu had reached the end of his life. This was the final radiance of the setting sun. After I die, I'll be buried there. Du Xiaofu pointed at a barren mountain to the side of the Du family's gate. That barren mountain was barren all year round. Birds did not fly, and snakes, insects, rats, and ants did not come near. It was like a land of death. Even now, the people of the Du family thought that the place was ominous and avoided it. Originally, the Du family's gate was near the barren mountain. But because of the ominous place, the Du family moved the gate to the front more than 10 years ago. As for Du Xiaofu, he would naturally not forget that place, because that was the origin of the mysterious move. The mysterious move came from a stone tablet on the barren mountain. But now, the stone tablet had turned into rubble. But that barren land was still like a land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew. It was dry and covered with sand and stones. Xiaofu, that place is said to be ominous. Do you want to change to another place? Du Jinwu asked. Although he could not accept this fact, he still hoped that Du Xiaofu could change to another place. That place was a land of death. The stone tablet on the barren mountain used to be 3 zhang tall, but now it had collapsed. It was very ominous. Uncle, let's go there. I've made up my mind. Du Xiaofu smiled. He had started there, and now he would end there. It could be said that there was a beginning and an end. Okay. Du Jinwu did not say anything else and nodded in agreement. In the following time, everyone followed Du Xiaofu closely. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu would collapse at any time. They were afraid that no one would be by his side in the end. So it's so good to be alive. Under the sunset, Du Xiaofu sighed. The sunset was incomparably beautiful. It was just that dusk was approaching. Only when one was about to die would they know the beauty of living. Only when one loses something would they know the value of having it. This was Du Xiaofu's sigh. Unfortunately, he did not have much time left. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with sorrow. Looking at the faces of the people around him, he was really reluctant to leave. I don't want to die. After sighing, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with determination. These days he had not been idle. He had tried all the methods he knew with his big brother, Zhen Qingchen. He had even tried the Saint Physique art left behind by his master, revered weapon. But the result was the same. The heart was missing. Zhen Qingchen was helpless. The medicine king, Iwuming, was also helpless. Even a change of heart was difficult to achieve. According to Zhen Qingchen and the medicine sovereign, if they could win the heart of Du Xiaofu's twin sister, they might have a chance. But this was obviously contradictory. The former's heart was given to her by Du Xiaofu. I'm unwilling. Although he could feel the warmth from all sides when he left, Du Xiaofu was still unwilling in his heart. He still had too many things to do. Unfortunately, he had no more time. He didn't even have the strength to move or struggle. This feeling was too uncomfortable. How did you end up like this? If Xingyu comes back and asks about you, what should I say? Murong Yurua's eyes were moist. Xingyu should have grown up. Du Xiaofu thought of the little girl's appearance in his mind. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. But looking at the smile on Du Xiaofu's face, the surrounding people's noses were sour. They couldn't smile and were full of solemnity. At night, in the room, Du Xiaofu's originally rosy face was completely pale. His eyes had also lost their color. Du Xiaofu's chest began to bleed again. His vitality was withering. He was about to reach the end of his life. Xiaofu! Third young master. Looking at Du Xiaofu, many people's eyes were moist. You have to be good in the future. Listen to Aunt Shan and Uncle Ling. After Du Xiaofu said to Ouyang Shuang, he immediately said to Murong Yurua, Thank you for believing in me and being willing to stay in the world society. If you leave, I can't be good. Who can I find to quarrel with in the future? Ouyang Shuang choked with sobs as tears fell from her beautiful eyes. Murong Yurua didn't say anything, but her eyes were moist. Don't cry. You will become ugly. Du Xiaofu raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears beside Ouyang Shuang's beautiful eyes. Don't die, okay? At worst, I will marry you and Yurua. How about that? Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu with her beautiful eyes and said, At worst, there is still sister Xia Fei. We will marry you together as long as you don't die. Hearing this, Murong Yurua and Xia Fei immediately blushed, but they didn't refuse. Then their eyes focused on Du Xiaofu. The next chapter of the new volume will be coming soon. I just want to say, brothers, your flowers haven't been so awesome for several months. When I saw them this morning, I almost peed my pants. Just a little more, and I will be able to explode another divine chrysanthemum. Do you want to explode directly? I'm smiling evilly. Chapter 772. Du Xiaofu was stunned and almost choked. He smiled bitterly and looked at Ouyang Shuang. Don't even think about it. Don't get me into trouble. You bastard, what did you say? Ouyang Shuang started scolding. She didn't care about her image anymore. Xiaofu, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Ouyang Shuang's expression changed. Before she could finish scolding, she saw Du Xiaofu's body go limp and his eyes close. She immediately went forward and hugged Du Xiaofu. No, Xiaofu, don't close your eyes. Don't leave. Third young master. Everyone in the room rushed forward and cried out. Outside the room, everyone also rushed in. They were all trembling and their faces were pale. Their eyes were filled with tears. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's chest. Then, under many shocked gazes, the small tower appeared in Du Xiaofu's chest. Zhen Qingchuan's primordial spirit was exposed to everyone for the first time. Many people were shocked. Yu Wanli, the North Vanquishing King, the South Vanquishing King, the Mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King, and the others were no exception. Zhen Qingchuan's figure appeared. He stood beside Ouyang Shuang and carefully checked Du Xiaofu. Brother Qingchen, how is Xiaofu? Du Xiaoman asked. His life force has been used up. He can't sustain it anymore. He's gone. Zhen Qingchen stood up. On his illusory figure, his eyes were moist and filled with the radiance of runes. He shook his head slightly and then raised his head. His voice was filled with coldness as he said, That clan, just you wait. I don't care who you are. In this life, I will never let you off. Hearing this, Everyone in the room staggered and trembled. Some of them even fell to the ground. Xiaofu, third brother, Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoman all had tears in their eyes. Xiaofu, my child, why are you leaving? The Du family's elders and aunts were in pain. Tears blurred their eyes, and their hearts felt as if they were being stabbed by knives. Are you really going to leave just like that? Do you really have the heart to leave everyone? Wake up! Ouyang Shuang hugged Du Xiaofu and leaned against the ground. Her delicate body trembled, and her large eyes were already blurred by tears. President, Hall Master. Inside the Du family, the members of the World Society and the Heavenly Beast Hall, who had come along, knelt on one knee as they respectfully sent the Hall Master off. Vice City Lord. A moment later, the entire Stone City wailed. There were women and children crying in indescribable grief. There were old people who shed tears, and there were young people who were sad. Cries, sorrowful cries, shouts, all sorts of sounds intertwined together, converging and weaving into an indescribably sorrowful lament. For the entire night, the Du family and the entire Stone City were drowned in boundless grief. Many aunts cried until they fainted, but in the end, they didn't leave Du Xiaofu behind. He had already exhausted his life force and left peacefully. The next day, when the sun rose, a new grave appeared on the barren mountain beside the Du family's gate. On the tombstone was the World Alliance's Alliance Master, Du Xiaofu. The tombstone was facing the direction of the moon. That was what Du Xiaofu had requested when he was alive, because that was the direction his drunkard father used to look at every night. Vice City Lord. Everyone in the Stone City came to pay their respects. All of them had hot tears in their eyes, and some couldn't stop crying. If third brother could obtain the dragon chi from the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace, he might be able to hold on for a while longer until Miss Muhan finds a way to return. Unfortunately, Du Xiaoman cried bitterly. His body was weak from the grief. The Stone Dragon Empire has gone too far. I can't tolerate it. Du Yunlong stepped forward and stood in front of Du Xiaofu's grave. He looked at the Medicine King Yi Wuming, the Eagle King Gong Dao, the Mu family's Fort Master Mu Mingqing, the Thousand Cloud Pavilion's Pavilion Master Wan Sanpeng, the Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, the Ba-Ao, the Mysterious Dragon King, the Golden Condor King, the Flame Carp King, and the Extinction Sword King. He said, "Everyone, as the Vice President of the World Alliance, I propose that from now on, the Dark Forest will have nothing to do with the Stone Dragon Empire. Support the establishment of the country. Let's establish the country." Hearing that, everyone was silent for a moment. Then Mu Mingqing, Wan Sanpang, the Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Hua Fan Kong, and the Golden Condor King all raised their hands to signal that they wanted to establish the country. If you want to establish the country, then so be it. He will be the first emperor of the country. At that moment, an old and gentle voice quietly sounded from the sky. At the same time the aged voice was heard, a light that resembled a bright moon descended from the sky without a sound. That dazzling ball of light was like a bright moon floating in the sky. The dazzling light illuminated the entire Stone City. Peak of the martial royal realm, Yuanli, Medicine King Yi Wuming, North Vanquishing Prince, South Vanquishing Prince, East Vanquishing Prince, Wan Sanpang, Mu Mingqing, and the others who had arrived earlier looked at the sky. As the aura spread out, they could feel how terrifying it was. It's Grandma Silverflower. Grandma Silverflower is here. Yi Wuming, Mu Mingqing, and Wan Sanpang recognized that it was Grandma Silverflower, the expert who guarded the Dark Forest. She also agreed to establish the country in the Dark Forest. Sigh. Heaven is jealous of the talents. The moonlight light floated in the air, and an old figure could be vaguely seen within the moonlike light. After muttering to himself for a while, he left. The light around him disappeared, and everything returned to normal. On behalf of Stone City, I am willing to support the establishment of the country. From now on, Stone City and the Stone Dragon Empire will have nothing to do with each other. Yi Baolin stepped forward. He represented Stone City and wanted the Du family to establish the country. Establish the country. Establish the country. Establish the country. The voices of establishing the country resounded in the surroundings, and the sound waves shot up to the sky. Ilao, say something. Du Yunlong asked the Medicine King Yi Wuming. With the relationship between the Medicine King Yi Wuming and his third brother, as well as his current strength and status in the Dark Forest, Du Yunlong hoped to obtain the support of the Medicine King Yi Wuming. The Medicine King Yi Wuming's expression changed slightly. He looked at the North Vanquishing King, the South Vanquishing King, and the East Vanquishing King. They were the old kings of the Stone Dragon Empire. We came here to visit Xiaofu. Although we are the kings of the Stone Dragon Empire, we are also Xiaofu's relatives. You don't have to worry about us. When the time comes, the Chung family won't be able to find trouble with us. North Vanquishing Prince said. His face, which was already old, seemed to have aged another 20 years in this short period of time. Let's establish the country in Stone City of the Dark Forest. The Medicine King Yi Wuming pondered for a while and nodded to Du Yunlong. Stone City of the Dark Forest is located in the depths of the Savage Beast Mountain Range. Today, we establish a country called the Barren Country. The capital is Stone City, and the auxiliary capital is Chaos Demon City. The founding emperor is Du Xiaofu. My third brother has comprehended the golden-winged rock's beast energy and is called the founding rock emperor. Du Yunlong's voice swept across the sky and resounded through the clouds. He held the battle blade in his hand and carved the words Barren Country, founding rock emperor on the tombstone. Barren Country, rock emperor, rock emperor. Waves of cheers resounded in the surroundings. Stone City was in an uproar. It wasn't easy for this child. He lost his mother when he was young and carried the name of a fool. He left Stone City alone and went to Tianwu Academy. He went to Dragon City of the Stone Dragon Empire and went through countless dangers along the way. Later, he became the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire and the leader of the World Alliance. He left Zhongzhou and joined the Ancient Heaven sect. He was only 18 years old, but he was already able to fight against a martial emperor. He was truly a genius. An old man sighed and cried at the scene. He was extremely sad. What? The brave God King really died? Stone City, Dark Forest founding country? The brave God King is the founding rock emperor? The news of Du Xiaofu's death spread throughout the Stone Dragon Empire. Many people were shocked and mourned for the barren country. Marquis Jiming is here to pay his respects. Marquis Chiyu is here to pay his respects. Many marquises heard the news and came to pay their respects. The second princess of the Stone Dragon Empire is here. The second princess of the Stone Dragon Empire, Chengyan, came and paid her respects to Du Xiaofu personally. Her eyes were filled with sadness. It was obvious that she was very sincere. However, Chengyan didn't stay for long. After apologizing and comforting the Du family, she left Stone City. Chengyan could feel that the second princess of the Stone Dragon Empire wasn't very popular in Stone City. She didn't want to affect everyone and had to leave first. Rumble, suddenly, a terrifying aura swept across the sky above Stone City. A huge object appeared in the sky, and its aura made the entire Stone City tremble. The North Protector King, the South Protector King, the Mysterious Dragon King, and the others were also frightened. It was a huge treasure ship. The mysterious runes on the ship flickered, and it could travel in the sky. It was extremely fast, and its aura was terrifying. It was like a huge, ferocious beast had arrived in Stone City. It's the Earth Talisman treasure ship. Why are they here too? Yuanli looked up at the sky, his pale and lifeless face carrying some doubt. Swoosh, swoosh. Everyone raised their heads and looked. Many figures appeared on the giant ship. Waves of extremely powerful auras spread out, but in the end, only two figures directly leaped down. It was a man and a woman who jumped down. They were both very young. The man's figure was tall and straight. He wore a blue and purple robe and had an extraordinary aura. The woman's figure was slender and she wore a long dress. She was in her 20s. She was delicate and her eyes were bright. Following her appearance, the surrounding space began to tremble slightly. An aura that caused one's heart to tremble began to spread out. The young man and the woman stared at the tombstone. Looking at the name on the tombstone, the woman's body trembled and tears welled up in her bright eyes. "Why are you like this? I should have come to find you earlier. Then I would have seen you one last time." Chapter 773. The lady's eyebrows were curved and her face was as white as jade. She was extremely beautiful. She walked to the tombstone with trembling hands. The beautiful woman's bright and spirited eyes were overflowing with tears, streaking across the slight dimples on her cheeks. "Brother Xiaofu, it's all my fault. I should have brought you back by force last time. Maybe you wouldn't be in this situation." The young man was also crying and blaming himself. He clenched his fists. Looking at the lady and the young man, no one knew who they were. However, it was not difficult for everyone to guess that the origins of these two young people were definitely not simple. They could not be ordinary people. After a while, the woman wiped the tears from her eyes. She looked at the people of the Du clan, Yuanli, Ouyang Shuang, Morong Yurua, North Vanquishing Prince, Mysterious Dragon King, and others on both sides of the tombstone. She bowed and nodded. She asked softly, "May I ask who injured him?" "We don't know." He refused to say anything. Morong Yurua replied to the lady, "If you know in the future, please tell me." "Thank you," the lady said to the crowd. Her eyes were wet again. "May I know who you are? Where are you from? What's your relationship with my third brother?" Du Xiaoman asked. She was confused. "My name is Zhu Shui. I'm Xiaofu's friend," the lady said softly to Du Xiaoman. "We're friends of Brother Xiaofu. We're disciples of the Profound Talisman sect," the man in the blue and purple robe said. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed the lady onto the treasure ship and left. Gosh! They're from the Profound Talisman sect. Even their disciples came personally. The people present were surprised. The Profound Talisman sect was a huge force. It was not inferior to the Great Luan sect and the Ancient Heaven sect. It was a terrifying force that stood above the Central Continent. Now, the disciples of the Profound Talisman sect came to the funeral. It was enough to show that Du Xiaofu had a good relationship with the disciples of the Profound Talisman sect. The lightning racing king of the Central Continents, Dai, family arrives. The soul-breaking king of the He family arrives. The Bright Sun Empire's king arrives. The Night Star king of the Daybreak sect arrives. It didn't take long for more experts to arrive. They were all kings of the Central Continent and had graduated from Tianwu Academy. This time the North Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, the East Vanquishing Prince, and the others were all trying to find the prescription. They had also been notified, and now they had come in person. Tuliang Empire's Duke Xiaoming has arrived. An expert, shrouded in multicolored light, descended. He was one of the top experts in Tuliang Empire, and his name had shaken the empire for close to 100 years. He was also a student of Tianwu Academy. "Child, I've heard of your plight. We elders are powerless to save you, and we are powerless to rebuild Tianwu Academy as well. We were still waiting for you to rebuild Tianwu Academy. So how can you leave on your own?" Xiaoming King arrived with a sorrowful expression. His heart was filled with grief. Then he stood together with South Vanquishing King, East Vanquishing King, and the others. So many experts. The residents of Stone City were both shocked and sorrowful. So many experts had come to Stone City to mourn. They were all experts who had been famous for decades, or even 100 years. They were all kings of their own countries or lords of their own regions. Their names had spread far and wide. Even if the emperor of a country had passed away, there would not be such a lineup. So, without a sound, two figures suddenly landed on the new grave on the barren mountain without making a sound. However, as soon as these two figures appeared, the space around them seemed to have frozen. They were an old man and a young man, a man and a woman. The old man looked to be in his 70s. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a slender figure. He wore a greenish-white robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. A few strands of white hair and a white beard fluttered in the wind. He exuded an otherworldly aura, as though an immortal had descended upon the mortal world. The woman looked to be in her late teens, and her appearance was captivating. "Master, your disciple is useless. Junior brother has left." Upon seeing the old man, Yuanli immediately knelt down. His eyes were red, and he blamed himself deeply. "Du Xiaofu, you bastard! How could you not wait for me? I told you you are not allowed to die." The woman shouted. She stomped her feet on her shoes, which were embroidered with patterns and sewn with soft fox fur. Her delicate body immediately landed on top of the grave. On her jade-like wrists, two bracelets sparkled with white light as they collided with each other, emitting a pleasant sound. "I won't allow you to die. Come back to life. I brought back the undying grass, so you will have a chance to live. How could you not wait for me to come back? I haven't defeated you yet, and I haven't taken my revenge. You are not allowed to die." The woman shouted. She formed a seal with her hands, and a slender leaf appeared in her hand. The mysterious runes on the leaf flickered and erupted, transforming into an illusory grass-shaped object. The illusory grass-shaped object was sparkling and translucent. The shape of the grass was like a mushroom, and it carried a terrifying pressure as it descended upon Stone City. Boom! With the appearance of this object, all eyes in Stone City trembled. Even the meridian souls of many kings were trembling in fear. "I don't want you to die. Don't." Sima Muhan waved her hand, and the leaf directly swept into the grave along with the mysterious runes. This part of the world trembled. Then there was a billowing vitality in the space that surrounded the grave. The undying grass. Did she just say the undying grass? That is an absolute treasure. Shocked exclamations erupted from all around. However, the final result did not give them any hope. The undying grass entered the new grave, bringing vitality with it. However, after a short while, the vitality was unable to be absorbed and began to slowly dissipate. Sima Muhan continued for 3 days. Her face was pale, and blood seeped out of her pink lips. However, there was still no movement on the new grave. "He has already left. A heartless person has no vitality left. Even if there is a heavenly treasure, it will be useless." Iwuming was in pain. During this period of time, he seemed to have aged 10 years, just like North Vanquishing Prince. One by one, the experts who came to Stone City began to leave. No one was willing to believe that the fierce young man had already left. However, in their hearts, they all knew that he was gone. There was nothing they could do to change the situation. The heavens were jealous of heroes. Such a fierce young man had died young. The heavens were unfair. For 5 whole days, Elder Gu Qingyang stood silently on the tombstone of the new grave. He did not move or shake. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and did not say a word. "Xiaofu, your master is useless. I can't save you." 5 days later, Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes were filled with tears. He cried like a child. Elder Gu Qingyang cried so hard that his immortal temperament was completely gone. In particular, his 2 front teeth protruded out of his mouth like rabbit's teeth. As he cried, he spat out saliva from time to time. It was difficult for people to hold back their laughter. However, everyone was able to sense the grief that Elder Gu Qingyang was feeling right now. It was a pain that penetrated his heart. On the 6th day, Elder Gu Qingyang Sima Muhan, and Yu Wanli also left for the ancient heaven sect. Most of the experts who came from all directions had also left. Time passed slowly. The dark forest and stone city had established a country called the Barren Country. Du Xiaofu was the founding rock emperor. This news had spread throughout the Stone Dragon Empire. Stone Dragon Empire, Imperial Palace, Golden Dragon Palace. The Barren Country, the founding rock emperor, they are dissatisfied. Sigh. A voice came from the Golden Dragon Palace. The dragon chi in the palace fluctuated. Profound Talisman Sect, Ancient Heaven Sect, Grandma Silverflower, and the kings of the Central Continent. If he didn't die, how terrifying would it be? Fortunately, the mountain ranges overlapped, and the huge cities stretched on endlessly. It was as if a black ancient dragon was winding its way across the land. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was as red as blood. At the peak of the mountain, a woman dressed in an orange-red outfit stood quietly. Her figure was tall and slender, and her appearance was moving. Some things can only be buried deep in the heart. This is also good. It can let me completely calm down. This is the will of the heavens. We are not fated to be together. The woman frowned as she stared at the setting sun. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wiped away the tears on her cheeks. She murmured, "As long as I have the chance, I will avenge you." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman tapped her feet lightly. Her graceful figure drew a beautiful arc in the air and then disappeared from the peak. The fall of the brave king, Du Xiaofu, and the founding of the Barren Country had caused a lot of commotion and discussions. However, such discussions would always have a quiet time. Du Xiaofu had left for half a month. There were still people waiting for a miracle to happen. However, a miracle never happened. Silly child, did he really leave just like that? Outside the Du family, many elders and aunts looked at the barren mountain on the left side of the Du family. Back then, there was a silly young master who often stood in front of the stone tablet on the barren mountain. He would stand there for 3 days and 3 nights, or even longer. They hoped that they could suddenly see that silly child appear again. But now there was a new grave, and they were separated by life and death. It wasn't easy for our Du clan to produce a peerless genius. How can you die so young? Child, you gave us a miracle back then. Give us another miracle. Some elders were tearing up, hoping for another miracle. Another day, the sun set in the west, gradually bringing the curtain of night. Stars were scattered all over the sky like stars on a chessboard. Bits of hazy light poured down, and the stars were bright and the moon was dim. In the dead of the night, on the left side of the Du family's tomb, under the swaying tombstone, a beautiful figure silently appeared like a ghost. It was a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. 2 strands of black hair by her cheeks were gently blown by the wind, adding to her allure. Wrapped in a light green dress, her slim waist was outlined in a graceful arc. Even if other beautiful girls were to stand in front of her, they would be overshadowed. This girl was like a real fairy who had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. The girl looked at the bright starry sky. Her eyebrows were curved and her face was otherworldly. Her eyes shone brightly. Then, looking at the tombstone, the girl murmured, "This can't be. This guy won't die so easily." Xiao Yu continued to write. The next time will be around 7 in the evening. Today, Pig Trotter will make a comeback. Brothers, let's do it. Xiao Yu continues to write. Chapter 774. Walala! As the hand seal was formed, a glow spread out from the girl's body. Then the glow enveloped the grave. Her light green dress danced in the wind, accentuating her tall and slender figure. She was like a green lotus flower, pure and untainted by dust. Yet she was still young and seductive. The aura of the grass of immortality, muscle revitalization powder, vitality pill, and another treasure. It shouldn't be any weaker than the grass of immortality. What did this guy eat? Luckily, he was able to protect the last bit of life force in his body. the girl muttered softly as she inspected the grave. Her cherry lips were red. Suddenly, the girl seemed to have felt something. The glow in her body retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Her expression changed. Martial vein, spiritual seal. There is indeed a martial vein, spiritual seal. He won't die so easily. After her shocking words, the girl turned around and looked at the night sky. She said, "Stop hiding. I knew you were here. Come out." Chi. As the girl's voice fell, the air in the night sky fluctuated. A smoke-like fluctuation spread out from the void. Finally, it condensed into a transparent figure of a young man. This transparent figure looked like he was in his 20s. His figure was illusory, and his body was very skinny. He was extremely skinny. It was as if he was just skin and bones. The young man's cheeks were chubby. His eyebrows were inverted, and his eyes were triangular. He even had a wretched gaze. To a stranger, the only word that could describe and interpret this transparent young man's silhouette was extremely wretched. Primordial spirit body. Who are you? You look so wretched. The girl looked at the illusory youth and said impolitely. His wretched temperament made her curious. She couldn't help but size him up. "I am that kid's elder brother. My name is Zhen Qingchen." Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure appeared. He looked at the girl with a puzzled smile and said, "You seem to have an extraordinary background. Are you here to save my brother?" It was just that it would have been better if Zhen Qingchen didn't smile. Once he smiled, his wretched face was simply uglier than crying. Looking at Zhen Qingchuan's smile, the young girl was also stunned. She involuntarily took 2 steps back, as if she had seen a bad uncle. Frowning slightly, the young girl raised her eyes to look at Zhen Qingchen and suspiciously said, "Zhen Qingchen, you're the one who's not pure. You look so wretched. Although that fellow doesn't look any better, he's much better looking than you. Although you look young, the aura on your body isn't young either. How can you be his big brother?" "I'm his sworn brother." "Who exactly are you? How do you know that he has a martial vein spirit seal in his body?" Zhen Qingchen looked at the young girl helplessly and added, "Actually, after I recover, I'll look pretty good too." "Me?" The young girl pouted and her eyes shone like stars. She looked at the full moon in the sky and said to Zhen Qingchen, "My name is Ying. Everyone calls me Sage Nun. You can call me Sage Nun too." "Sage Nun?" Zhen Qingchen frowned and felt that he was taken advantage of. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the young girl and ask tentatively, "Then what's your surname?" "I can have any surname. Any surname. You can call me Ren Ying too." The young girl who called herself Ying said. She seemed to know a lot of things and said to Zhen Qingchen, "I just checked. The martial vein spirit seal in his body has taken effect. He has lost his heart. This is very troublesome. Even if he has a strange martial vein spirit seal in his body, it can only protect his vitality. It will be very difficult for him to recover completely." "Who exactly are you?" Zhen Qingchen was puzzled. He knew that the young girl in front of him had a great background, but he didn't know who she was. "I just said that my name is Sage Nun. If you don't want to, you can call me Ren Ying." The young girl smiled and then looked at Zhen Qingchen and said seriously, "I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. I want to help this guy. You protect me and don't let anyone near. I also don't want anyone to know about my existence. Is that okay?" Zhen Qingchen looked at the young girl in front of him and sized her up for a while. He nodded and said, "I promise that no one will disturb you. I'll leave my brother to you. The martial vein spirit seal in his body is very unstable. You have to be careful." Ren Ying nodded and said, "Okay, I know." Not long after Zhen Qingchen left, the surrounding barren mountains suddenly trembled, causing the entire stone city to tremble violently. A huge talisman array enveloped the barren mountains. "People of Stone City don't need to be nervous. The Rock Emperor has fallen. We will keep vigil for the Rock Emperor for 100 days." In the dark night, a voice sounded and calmed the shock of the people in Stone City. Rock Emperor, rest in peace. In the dark night, many people's hearts were once again filled with sorrow. Keep vigil. The mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, Extinction Sword King, Flame Carp King, and Stone Turtle King leaped out and appeared around the barren mountains to keep vigil for the Rock Emperor. The talisman array covered everything, and no one could see what was happening inside. In front of the tombstone, the young girl Rin Yingying raised her head slightly, gazing at the night sky and the resplendent starry sky. She muttered, "Smelly old man, you won't blame me for wanting to save this fellow, right? This fellow has no elegance, is rude and barbaric, and is even foolish in that clan. However, I feel that he shouldn't have died in the end." As she finished speaking, the young girl's slender fingers gently stroked her lips. Her cheeks were red, and her dimples were faintly discernible on her cheeks, adding to her cuteness. She muttered softly, "Moreover, this guy took advantage of me. I have to have a chance to get back at him, right?" As she finished speaking, the aura around Rin Yingying's body began to change. Her dress fluttered, and mysterious talisman lights began to spread out from her slender and graceful body. They carried an otherworldly holiness that caused ripples in people's hearts. "I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate," Yingying muttered softly. On her delicate face, her eyes were bright. Her pupils began to emit a mysterious splendor that was as dazzling as the starry sky. Whoosh! As the light surged, Rin Yingying raised her wrist. Her hand seals condensed and changed. Talisman runes surged out, and a vast aura soared into the sky with her head held high. Boom! At this moment, the surrounding space trembled. Waves of mystical aura shot out from Yingying's body, connecting with heaven and earth as it swept across the sky. Waves of mysterious light runes surged and enveloped the barren mountains, as if they were drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire stone city was trembling. In the dazzling light, Rin Yingying stood in front of the tombstone. Her body was surrounded by light that was like stars revolving and fluctuating. The otherworldly, holy radiance fluctuated like a goddess. Her dress fluttered, and she was noble and proud. "With my blood essence, activate the power of the stars!" Rin Yingying shouted. Talisman runes surged out from her eyes. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood essence into her palm. The bright red essence blood was like the stars in the night sky, emitting light. It was wrapped in mysterious runes and was finally condensed by his hand seal. It carried a vast aura that covered the sky and spread out. It turned into a starlight arrow that shot into the 9 heavens. Rumble! At this moment, the sky above the stone city was filled with thunderous rumbles. Thunder suddenly resounded in the night sky. Then the stars in the sky rotated as if they were about to fall from the sky. The vast aura fluctuation seemed to be about to crush the entire stone city. In a short period of time, vast stars appeared in the sky and were within reach of the mountaintop. That kind of shock stunned everyone and made them stop breathing. What's going on? It's the movement from the Rock Emperor's tomb. Could it be that the Rock Emperor is about to come back from the dead? The entire stone city was shocked. Everyone rushed out with faces full of shock. That terrifying fluctuation came from the Rock Emperor's tomb. "Oh my God, are those the stars in the sky falling?" Shocked voices were incessant. Some people saw stars falling from the sky. Countless stars appeared in the sky above the Rock Emperor's tomb. Rin Yingying's hand seals were still condensing. Her delicate body fluctuated. Talisman runes lingered on the surface of her body outside her dress. It was like the stars in the sky were twinkling. It was vast and boundless. At this moment, Rin Yingying and the stars that appeared in the sky were pulling each other. It was as if there was an invisible connection between them. It was indescribably mysterious. 7 stars heart-condensing seal. Rin Yingying shouted, accompanied by an extremely vast and ancient aura. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out from her body like a storm. Whoosh! Talisman runes bloomed in the sky from Ren Yingying's delicate body. It was as if countless stars were rotating in the sky. The surrounding energy storm was monstrous and spread out like raging waves. The terrifying aura swept across the sky. Everyone in the Stone City was watching from afar. Their celestial chi froze, and their souls trembled. They felt as if they were about to be crushed. They were unable to resist at all. I can't resist it. I want to crawl on the ground. I can't resist it. I don't dare to look straight at it. What a powerful pressure. I want to crawl. Within the Stone City, astonished voices were incessant. The entire city was crawling on the ground. The terrifying pressure of the stars was something that no one could resist. The mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, Chan Yuxiu, and the others had no choice but to crawl. Even they were unable to resist it. Rumble! There were 7 consecutive, thunder-like energy fluctuations. 7 huge stars floated in the sky. They were faintly connected and were exceptionally dazzling. Chapter 775. In the end, the 7 stars turned into 7 rays of dazzling morning light that shrouded the barren mountain. The dazzling morning light shone on the barren mountain, making it look like a miracle. After doing all this, Ren Yingying spat out 7 mouthfuls of blood. They shot into the tomb like blood arrows. At this moment, Ren Yingying's moving face suddenly turned as pale as ash. As Ren Yingying spat out 7 mouthfuls of blood into the tomb, the starry light entered the tomb continuously. The entire barren mountain shook violently and released a wave of vitality. She retracted her hand seal and took a few steps back. Her face was pale and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her breathing was weak, and she immediately stuffed many pills into her mouth. So you came from a legend. I think I know some of your background. I didn't expect some of the rumors in this world to be true. Zhen Qingquan's primordial spirit appeared silently. He looked at the girl who called herself Ren Yingying with shock in his eyes. He naturally didn't believe that this girl called Ren Yingying away. However, since she didn't want to say, he didn't need to ask. As the dazzling starlight gathered around him, Zhen Qingquan recalled some legends of this world. Those legends actually existed. Even though Zhen Qingquan didn't doubt them, he was still shocked when he saw them with his own eyes. Ren Yingying smiled. She looked at Zhen Qingquan and said, "What I can do, I've already done my best. I hope it will be useful to him. The key is still up to him. Everything I've done, I hope it will give him an opportunity. I hope the legends of my clan are true. Fortunately, he has many treasures in his body, especially the leaves of the grass of immortality. His martial vein spirit seal is also protecting his last chance of survival. You used your blood to guide him. This has a huge impact on you. What's your relationship with him? Why are you helping him?" Zhen Qingquan was puzzled, but when he looked at Yingying, his inverted triangular eyes were filled with gratitude. "I'm just a little silly." Ren Yingying smiled, then turned back to look at the name on the tombstone and said softly, "But I'm not as stupid as this guy. To be willing to dig out his heart to save his twin sister, whom he has never met before. He can die without regrets. He's really stupid, so I'll be stupid for once. I hope it won't bring trouble to my family in the future. No matter who you are, I thank you on his behalf." Zhen Qingquan bowed respectfully to Ren Yingying, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Don't disturb me. I still need to rest. During this period of time, I will stay here. Don't let anyone come near and disturb me." Ren Yingying looked at Zhen Qingquan. Her eyebrows on her pale face relaxed slightly. She said to Zhen Qingquan, "Actually, after looking at you for a long time, you don't seem so wretched anymore." "I'm not wretched to begin with." Zhen Qingquan helplessly rolled his eyes at Ren Yingying. Then his illusory figure disappeared from the barren mountain. His voice slowly sounded, "Don't worry and recover. No one will come and disturb you." Ren Yingying looked at the tombstone. A smile appeared on her pale face. She was still as otherworldly as before. She muttered, "If you're really alive, I'm afraid many people find it interesting. I'm really afraid that I'll get into trouble because of you. However, I'm afraid that that clan will be in even bigger trouble. Also, we'll settle the matter of you taking advantage of me in the future. This time you owe me again. You have to pay me back in the future." Poochie! After muttering those words, Ren-Inging coughed. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth again. Ren-Inging sat down cross-legged and formed a seal. Under the moonlight, her delicate body seemed to be able to absorb the power of the stars. She began to adjust her breathing. Countless stars appeared in the sky above the stone city. It was as if countless stars were falling from the Milky Way. The light was dazzling as if it was daytime. However, far away from the stone city, it was dark. It was as if the stars in the sky had all gathered above the stone city. All of this was extremely mysterious and strange. It caused the stone city to be filled with discussions and exclaimed that it was a miracle. In the barren mountain, in a new tomb. In the dark tomb, there was a wooden coffin. This was a 1,000-year-old willow. It was said to be the best material for coffins. It would not rot for 1,000 years. Even the corpses of mortals in the wooden coffin would not rot for 100 years. It was vivid and lifelike. Buzz! Around the wooden coffin, in the darkness, it was unknown when, but lightning had begun to flicker. The lightning overflowed from the wooden coffin. It flickered faintly, but no one could see it. Suddenly, in the darkness, 7 blood arrows fell. They were wrapped in starlight and connected with each other. Then they fell into the coffin. In the coffin, there was a purple-robed youth lying quietly. Mysterious light bloomed on the surface of his body. The mysterious light jumped out from the purple-robed youth's body. It was tightly connected to his meridians and blood vessels. The mysterious light intertwined and condensed. It was accompanied by a terrifying wave of power. It was like a net of light that covered the youth's body. It was extremely mysterious. The youth in the coffin was naturally Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body seemed to be lifeless. However, in the hollow area of his chest, where his heart was, there was a piece of breastbone that had started to emit a dazzling golden light. Dense golden blood seeped out from the broken bone. It directly flowed into Du Xiaofu's blood vessels, meridians, skin, flesh, and muscles. It was also connected to all the bones in his body. It was as if it was trying to awaken the last bit of life in Du Xiaofu's body. Walala! There was an extremely strange purple flame that rose from Du Xiaofu's chest along with the golden light. Although the purple flame seemed to be incompatible with the golden light, it was miraculously able to increase the life force in Du Xiaofu's body. The purple flame became denser and denser. It gradually surged into Du Xiaofu's empty chest. Within Du Xiaofu's empty chest, there was a trace of fluorescent light. It was 2 leaves. One was the leaf of the grass of immortality. The other was the leaf that Elder Ming had given to Du Xiaofu. The light on the 2 leaves was dim. They were pale yellow with a hint of green. It was as if they would completely wither at any moment. The purple flame surged out mysteriously from Du Xiaofu's body. It landed in Du Xiaofu's empty chest and poured onto the grass of immortality and the other mysterious leaf. The rolling purple flame was originally an extremely hot object. It was as if it could burn everything. However, at this moment, the purple flame wrapped around the 2 leaves of the grass of immortality. It was as if it could give them a new life force. Under the blazing destruction, it contained a life force that could nourish the grass of immortality and the other mysterious treasure leaf. Suddenly, 7 rays of blood essence, wrapped in the light of dawn, seeped out of the wooden coffin. They began to spiral and intertwine. Finally, drop by drop, they dripped from the coffin lid onto Du Xiaofu's chest. The blood essence fell along with the light of dawn and dripped into Du Xiaofu's chest from the crack in his chest. Drops of blood essence fell into Du Xiaofu's chest along with the light of dawn. Immediately, star-like radiance spread out from his chest. Chi! The blood essence and dawn also landed on the purple flame, causing it to fluctuate. It was as if it had caused a chain reaction. In an instant, the heat and fluctuations became even more intense. Walala! The purple flame fluctuated along with the golden light and dawn light, covering Du Xiaofu's bones, muscles, 5 viscera, and 6 bowels. It flowed through his blood vessels and meridians, nourishing his bones. Especially the blood essence and dawn light, which contained an ancient aura as vast as the starry sky, spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. It attracted countless rays of dawn light from the coffin lid and flowed into Du Xiaofu's limbs and bones. At this moment, the mysterious martial vein spirit seal in Du Xiaofu's body, under the influence and stimulation of the vast starry sky, became brighter and brighter. It was as if it had been given life. Something in his body began to awaken at an accelerated rate. There was a will that wanted to awaken. This awakening was accelerating. Under the guidance and stimulation of the dawn light and blood essence, it began to accelerate. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. In Du Xiaofu's chest, the blood essence and dawn light fluctuated. It gathered the golden blood, the purple flame, and the mysterious lightning in his body. Everything began to condense. After an unknown period of time, it actually faintly formed the shape of a heart in his chest. This heart was nourished from Du Xiaofu's body. It was completely natural, accompanied by the golden light, dawn light, lightning, purple flames, and talisman runes early in the morning. Even though the sun rose from the east, the sky above the stone city was still rather dim. In the sky above the stone city, it was as if the sky was covered by a curtain. There were stars that flickered without falling, enveloping the stone city and illuminating the barren mountain in front of the Du family's gate. 7 of the stars were shining brightly, and the rays of dawn light shone down, covering the barren mountain. Do you guys feel it? It seems like our martial veins have started to improve, and the profound qi is also full. The spirit altar is clear, and cultivation can advance 1,000 miles in a day. There are many unexpected benefits. In the stone city, everyone was shocked. Some people discovered that under this strange change, everyone's cultivation had unexpected benefits, as if they could advance 1,000 miles in a day. Chapter 776. Many people who were stuck in bottlenecks started to show signs of breaking through. It was unbelievable. Is that the Rock Emperor's spirit? This is a miracle. The elders exclaimed when they saw the strange changes in the stone city. They had never seen such a strange scene before. In an instant, the phenomenon continued. At night, the stars gathered in the stone city, and the river of stars shone brightly. During the day, the stars in the stone city did not scatter. They stayed in the sky above the stone city. Half a month later, dark clouds gathered in the sky above the stone city, regardless of whether it was day or night. Strange lightning flashed in the dark clouds, causing people's hearts to tremble. Under the lightning, everyone from the Du family felt their hearts tremble. It was as if their blood was boiling and their minds were trembling. Suddenly, the people of the Du family prostrated themselves on the ground. It was as if something in their bodies was awakening and was about to come out. Roar! In the vast savage beast mountain range beside the stone city, the roars of beasts could be heard continuously. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the roars became more and more intense. Roar! The roars came from the depths of the savage beast mountain range, causing the entire stone city to tremble. The shocking roars of the beasts were like a flash flood, causing people to tremble in fear. Why are the beasts in the savage beast mountain range becoming more and more abnormal? A large number of beasts have gathered outside the stone city. I wonder what is happening in the savage beast mountain range. Those beasts are so strange. They have gathered into a beast tide, but they are not attacking. It is as if they are waiting for something. Many people in the stone city were surprised. A large number of beasts gathered outside the stone city, causing the ground to tremble and the forest to shake. The smell of blood permeated the air. However, the strange thing was that the beast tide did not attack. It was as if they were waiting for something. It was very strange. A large number of beasts gathered outside the stone city. No one would disturb them. The beast tide would not enter the stone city either. For the time being, everything was peaceful. There was still a talisman formation around the barren mountain. No one could see what was inside the talisman formation. It's sprouting. It's actually sprouting. The barren mountain was originally a land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew on it. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants did not dare approach it. However, at some point in time, life began to spread out from the pile of rubble. Dense weeds began to appear. Zhen Qingchun was astonished. His expression changed as he saw something green appear on Du Xiaofu's grave. There were energy, fluctuations on the grave mound. Sparks of lightning flickered, and there seemed to be a purple flame radiance rippling, causing the surrounding space to become extremely hot. That's not an ordinary item. It's the leaf of the grass of immortality, as well as another mysterious treasure. His body also has the aura of that treasure, as well as the aura of his martial veins and spiritual seals. Ren Yingying examined everything on Du Xiaofu's grave and found that there was a sprout of the undead grass and another kind of plant on the grave. There was also electricity flowing out. That was the aura of Du Xiaofu's martial veins spirit mark. This purple flame is very strange. It has life, as if it's undergoing nirvana, Ren Yingying frowned. The aura of the purple flame caught her off guard. She then looked into the grave. I can't see through it anymore. His martial vein spirit mark is awakening, blocking my view. The girl was shocked. That guy's martial vein spirit mark was actually able to block her view. If I'm not wrong, that purple flame is from the purple flame demonic phoenix. Zhen Qingchun's eyes trembled. The purple flame demonic phoenix was a terrifying existence. It was the top existence in the Phoenix clan. It was said that the purple flame demonic phoenix was only slightly weaker than the golden winged pung. If it could undergo nirvana, it would eventually become the top existence in the world. Endless life. Could it be that this guy is related to the purple flame demonic phoenix clan? He seems to be undergoing nirvana. It's said that the purple flame demonic phoenix can undergo nirvana and be reborn from the ashes. Yingying seemed to have discovered something again. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. Ren Yingying frowned slightly. She then looked up at the stormy sky and the lightning aura that flashed from time to time. She muttered softly, "Not only is he undergoing nirvana rebirth, but more importantly, he is awakening and recovering. Not only is he undergoing nirvana, but he is also awakening and recovering. This awakening and recovery has nothing to do with that race. I feel that he is not below me." "You mean he has a chance to be reborn?" Zhen Qingchun was very excited. He had already sensed that there was life in this barren mountain. Everything was related to the guy in the grave. "I can feel that he's already being reborn." Yingying nodded and murmured, "Even without my help, I don't think he'll really die. There's the nirvana aura of the purple flame demonic phoenix in his body. His martial vein spirit mark is awakening. It's just a matter of time. I'm just adding fuel to the fire. He won't die so easily." "Ha ha!" Zhen Qingchun laughed. His laughter was very loud, and his laughter echoed in the air. On the barren mountain, life was getting more and more intense. The grass of immortality and the mysterious plant had already crawled out of the grave. They densely covered the grave and were flowing with life. The grass of immortality and the mysterious plant could even absorb the light of the stars. Runes spread all over their bodies and emitted dense light. In the sky, the lightning aura was getting more and more terrifying. Boom! At this moment, the clouds were surging. The sky above the stone city was covered by dark clouds. The roar of thunder could be heard from time to time. Under the lightning aura, The blood of the Du clan was boiling. It seemed like something in their bodies was about to be stimulated. In the sky covered by dark clouds, there were still stars hanging low in the sky. They were still releasing dazzling light on the barren mountain. The light was continuously absorbed by the grave. I finally remember. Suddenly, in front of the grave, the girl who had been puzzled and pondering suddenly stood up. She seemed to have discovered the most shocking news. Her eyes emitted a holy light. She looked at the overflowing lightning from the grave and said, Yang thunder, Een thunder, Een thunder, Een and Yang cardinal. Only destruction can lead to rebirth. What did you remember? Zhen Qingchen curiously asked the girl. In this terrifying aura, he also felt destruction. However, in that destruction, there was also life. I don't know what kind of Marshall Vane spiritual seal he has, but I can be sure that it has something to do with lightning. The girl was shocked. She looked at the grass of immortality and the mysterious plant covering the grave. She also looked at the purple flames and the golden light spreading out. She said, lightning is destruction, but also rebirth. His Marshall Vane spiritual seal is related to lightning. If he doesn't experience destruction, how can he be reborn? He is awakening, rebirth, nirvana. Destruction is rebirth. Without destruction, how can he be reborn? Zhen Qingchen seemed to have comprehended something as he muttered to himself. I think we should leave this place. Once he awakens, it will be a rebirth for him. But for us, it will be destruction. The girl reminded Zhen Qingchen, looking at the many complicated auras on the barren mountain. Ling Hui's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the haze, Du Xiaofu seemed to be in a strange dreamland, and in that strange dream he saw an inconceivable scene. It was a terrifying lightning lake. Lightning was everywhere, and the aura was destructive. It was enough to destroy everything in the world. Within the lightning lake, there was destruction. Once one got close, they would be turned into ashes and turned into nothingness. After a long time, Du Xiaofu's spiritual soul trembled. He felt a purple flame appear in the lightning lake. Then, golden light spread out. Finally, a terrifying grass appeared in the lightning lake. That terrifying grass was destroyed in the lightning lake. However, the last trace of its true spirit was not destroyed. Finally, a vast galaxy appeared. The morning light of the galaxy shone, and it could resist the destruction of the lightning lake. Therefore, the terrifying grass started to recover from the destruction. It could even absorb the destructive energy in the lightning lake to nourish itself. Destruction is rebirth. It's destruction, but it's also rebirth. I seem to have understood something. Du Xiaofu's spiritual soul felt something. Then, a vast galaxy appeared above the lightning lake. Dazzling stars fell and jumped, forming a firmament. Above the firmament, in the haze, a fairy-like figure appeared. Her figure was exquisite, and she was pure and untainted. It was as though a real fairy had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. Rar, Du Xiaofu felt as if he had transformed into a terrifying golden-winged rock that could traverse the starry river. Sometimes he would flap his wings and soar into the 9 heavens, destroying one star after another. Sometimes he would circle above the starry river, stepping on a star and skyrocketing upward, causing the starry river to tremble. Within the wooden coffin, Du Xiaofu's body was not only wrapped in a mystical light net, but also a blazing purple flame. Within the purple flame, there was a black gas that leaked out. It seemed to be burned by the mystical light net. Finally, it turned into smoke and dissipated. That was the remaining murderous aura in Du Xiaofu's body. It was left behind by Du Xiaofu when he used the purple gold heavenly palace. If not for the murderous aura in his body, Du Xiaofu would be able to hide for a long time. If the murderous aura was not extinguished, it would be difficult for Du Xiaofu to be reborn. The next continuous release will be around midnight. Xiao Yu will continue to write and update. I will continue to ask for fresh flowers and recommendation tickets to thank my brothers and sisters. Chapter 777. Ka! Suddenly, a strange sound came from Du Xiaofu's body. Then, a bright light shot out from his chest. The light became brighter and brighter. Then, in the wooden coffin, one of Du Xiaofu's Qingquan bags was forcefully opened. An oval-shaped egg the size of a toddler's egg appeared in the wooden coffin. It emitted a strong fragrance that made people drool. This was the dragon saliva that Du Xiaofu had obtained in the Middle Region's Long River. He had always kept it in a separate Qingquan bag. Du Xiaofu didn't have time to give this item to the Du family because of his sudden death. Du Xiaogang also didn't have time to give the ancient barren space and the purple gold heavenly palace to others. These two items were very special. They couldn't be given to others directly. When the dragon saliva appeared, it emitted a divine glow. It was rumored that the dragon saliva was left behind by the true dragon. It was a treasure among treasures. It could allow normal beasts to transform into true dragons. It was also rumored that the dragon saliva could allow martial artists to transform from inside out. It could also allow talisman masters to strengthen their souls and transform their bodies. The dragon saliva was a treasure to all living beings. At this moment, the dragon's saliva had somehow broken out of the Qingquan bag and appeared in the wooden coffin. However, as soon as this lump of dragon saliva appeared, it was immediately enveloped by surging purple flames. It was also enveloped by golden light. It was enveloped by starlight and lightning. Whoosh! The light around the dragon's saliva fluctuated, and the divine splendor rippled. Then the dragon's saliva gradually dissipated, like water seeping into a piece of paper, disappearing. Then a dense mist spread out, accompanied by auspicious and peaceful light, appeared. It turned out that the dragon's saliva wasn't all dragon saliva. The dragon's saliva had an egg in it. This egg was surrounded by bright talisman patterns. It was enveloped by purple flames, lightning, and starlight. This egg seemed to be able to absorb the purple flames, lightning, and starlight into the eggshell. This special egg was also absorbing the golden blood in Du Xiaofu's body. Even Ren Yingying's blood essence, which was surrounded by starlight, was being absorbed into its body. This special egg didn't absorb all kinds of energy quickly. However, it was endless. It emitted a dazzling divine glow. Du Xiaofu lay quietly in the wooden coffin. Purple flames were burning in his chest, where his heart was. The blood essence, surrounded by starlight, was flowing. Surrounded by lightning energy, it was reborn from the destruction. The golden blood essence from the broken bone in his chest was still spreading. A new heart was reborn from the destruction. Under the tempering of the lightning, the purple flames, the radiance of the star blood essence, the golden blood essence, and even the grass of immortality and the mysterious leaf that had been injected with vitality were all fused into the new heart. This new heart was wrapped in mysterious talismans and runes, and contained the most powerful, profound meanings. Once someone saw this marvelous scene, it would be enough to shock the entire world. It was a heart that had never existed before. Under many lucky coincidences, it was born in Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was also absorbing the dazzling starlight. Purple flames were burning on his body. His body was covered in lightning, which projected the mysterious symbols of the gold rock wings talisman. Du Xiaofu's physical body was no longer weak, and his pale face had already regained its rosy color. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was emitting terrifying energy. His vitality was rolling like a volcano that could erupt in any minute. No doubt, Du Xiaofu wasn't just recovering. He was also transforming. He was undergoing a transformation that he had never experienced before. Once this transformation was completed, it would shock the entire world. Du Xiaofu was recovering. His body was recovering, and his vitality was recovering. Everything was transforming. Different kinds of terrifying energy were nourishing his body. Nirvana, rebirth, forging, nourishment. Everything was going on in Du Xiaofu's body. Previously, to prolong his life and protect his vitality, Du Xiaofu had consumed countless elixirs and treasures. In fact, to Du Xiaofu's vitality, those elixirs and treasures didn't play the main role of protecting his vitality. Most of the energy was stored in his body. At this moment, those elixirs and treasures were completely activated in Du Xiaofu's body. Those were all valuable elixirs. At this moment, they were completely dispersed in Du Xiaofu's body. It was unimaginable how terrifying the energy was. Du Xiaofu felt as though he was a real golden-winged rock in the lightning lock. In the thunder lock in the vast galaxy, Du Xiaofu felt that his home was going through destruction and rebirth. He had a new understanding of everything, experiencing destruction and rebirth. Above the wooden coffin, purple flames were rolling, stars were flashing, and lightning was flashing. But strangely, the grass of immortality and the mysterious leaf were still flourishing. Vitality was erupting, crawling out of the grave and spreading in all directions. Walala! On the barren mountain, purple flames were spreading from the ground and the void. As the purple flames appeared, even the talisman array set by Zhen Qingchen was burned. Within the rolling purple flames, purple lightning was flashing, making it impossible for people to see through. In the entire stone city, there were only 2 people who could peek inside. Even Yao Huang and Dr. Wuming couldn't do it. Rumble. In the sky above the stone city, the terrifying drought thunder became louder. On the streets and walls of the stone city, purple flames appeared. These purple flames were very strange. They were full of vitality and didn't carry any destruction. They made people feel warm. This is a vision of heaven and earth, a vision of heaven and earth. In the stone city, some people held the purple flames in their hands and found that they could help their cultivation in a special way. Some people sat in the purple flames and cultivated. They could travel 1,000 miles in a day and comprehend the heaven and earth. This is the demon phoenix's nirvana. Is he undergoing nirvana, or is there a special power in his body related to the purple flame demon phoenix undergoing nirvana? On a mountain behind the Du family, Ren Yingying looked at the barren mountain with confusion in her eyes. No matter what, it should have something to do with him. Zhan Qingchuan's illusory figure was nervously looking at all the movements on the barren mountain. Ren Yingying raised her head slightly and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled slightly and she bit her tender red lips. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she said, "He's finally awakening. After destruction, there is rebirth. It seems like that clan has directly granted him his wish. I'm afraid that clan would never have thought of this." Bang! In the instant that Ren Yingying's voice trailed off, a violent boom erupted from the barren mountain, following which surging purplish-golden lightning and purple flames erupted forth. Boom! Du Xiaofu's grave was lifted. Dense leaves of the undying grass and the mysterious treasure leaf rushed out. The wooden coffin was lifted. Du Xiaofu's body appeared. He was surrounded by lightning and purple flames surged out of his body. Du Xiaofu's chest rippled strongly. His heart was beating like a drum. It was very powerful. His vitality spread across the land and shot into the sky. Looking from afar, the entire barren mountain outside the Du family was already wrapped in purple flames. It had been burning for at least 2 months. Even the entire stone city was wrapped in purple flames and accompanied by lightning. Boom! Above the stone city, an aura that made one's soul tremble suddenly rippled and spread. It was still spreading into the distance. The thunderclouds above the stone city rippled like waves under everyone's astonished gazes. Boom! The entire sky shook inexplicably. An aura that made one's heart palpitate silently spread, making all living things fearful. Crackle! All of a sudden, purple lightning flashed out from the thunderclouds. It was extremely strange and terrifying, and there was a faint rumble of thunder. There were also strange and dazzling lightning runes that spread out and fluctuated. At this moment, in the Dew family, all the bloodline of the Dew family screamed. The blood in their bodies was boiling. Their organs, muscles, and bones seemed to be awakening and about to burst out. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Jixiong, Du Jinwu, Du Hao, and the elders of the Du family and all the bloodline of the Du family were shocked and trembling. At this moment, strange lightning spread out from their bodies. The more talented a Du family disciple was, the stronger the lightning on their body. All the Du family disciples were unable to resist the terrifying pressure that came from the depths of their bloodline and soul. The rumble of thunder resounded, and the entire stone city trembled. At the same time, waves of extremely shocking lightning energy, fluctuations, seemed to have transformed into countless spirit snakes that shuttled through the void. The pressure of the lightning made one's hair stand on end and feel a chill in their hearts. Rumble. The terrifying lightning finally rushed out. From afar, it directly blasted into the barren mountain that was covered in rolling purple flames, and the aura was destructive. Crackle. The power of the lightning that filled the sky was so terrifying that the entire stone city trembled violently. The lightning wreaked havoc as if countless bombs had exploded. The destructive power soared into the sky. Bang! 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 In the sky above the stone city, the wind whistled and dark clouds gathered. The low rumble of thunder resounded in this world. Crackle! At this moment, the Du family was wrapped in lightning. The terrifying lightning in the sky directly fell on the Du family members. Chapter 778. As the lightning struck, the disciples of the Du family cried out in pain as their bodies were filled with lightning. But as the lightning entered their bodies, a terrifying aura began to awaken within the bodies of the Du family members. The aura was ancient and domineering, bringing with it destruction. It was terrifying. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled as the lightning raged. It was as if countless bombs were exploding, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt and their minds to become dizzy. There was a destructive energy spreading, and the entire stone city was on the verge of collapsing. The earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Roar. Outside the stone city, beasts roared and howled. What's going on? All of this seems to be related to the place where the Rock Emperor was buried. It's related to the Du family. I heard that the place where the Rock Emperor was buried is an ominous place. Could this be a punishment from the heavens? Everyone in the stone city was shocked. No one knew what was going on in this terrifying scene. It was like destruction, causing their hair to stand on end. Could it be that he has changed? Medicine King Yi Wuming, Mysterious Dragon King, Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, Chanyu Xiao, Silver-winged Demonic Condor, and the others looked at the rolling purple flames on the barren mountain. Under the destructive aura of the lightning, even they were frightened and wanted to crawl into the rolling purple flames. Only the two people in the back mountain of the Du family could see everything. At this moment, the lightning that filled the sky struck Du Xiaofu's body and connected with the martial vein spiritual mark in Du Xiaofu's body. The destructive energy that landed on Du Xiaofu's body turned into vitality, causing the martial vein spiritual mark to become even more dazzling. The martial vein spiritual mark was absorbing the lightning energy between the heavens and earth, causing the terrifying aura in his body to awaken. In the back mountain of the Du family, Ren Yingying's bright eyes were fixed on the barren mountain. Ren Yingying could feel that there was a majestic and desolate aura in Du Xiaofu's body. That aura was not to be provoked and was about to erupt. Soon he's about to awaken. Ren Yingying muttered softly, her delicate hands clenched into fists. At this moment, she seemed to be even more nervous than Zhen Qingchen. Under the surging purple flames, the mysterious net of light on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body became brighter and brighter. It was so bright that it was dazzling, as if it had been bestowed with life. Something was beginning to awaken at an accelerated rate. There was a will that wanted to awaken the world immediately. He's about to awaken. Once he truly awakens, he will become incomparably powerful. This time, misfortune and fortune are interdependent. In the end, he made it through. Zhen Qingquan's illusory, primordial spirit body followed his heart, and his emotions fluctuated intensely. He was looking forward to Du Xiaofu's resurrection and awakening the martial vein spirit mark. Zhen Qingquan had long since sensed that once the martial vein spirit mark in Du Xiaofu's body awakened, then not to mention mortal kings, even mortal emperors would have to stand aside. Chi la la, thunder and lightning constantly fell on the barren mountain, connecting with the purple flames on the barren mountain. The dazzling light was brilliant like a miracle. Du Xiaofu's body continued to grow stronger. It was so strong that the egg on his body had unknowingly rolled to the side. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in golden light, dazzling the morning sun as the surging purple flames rose. Chi la la! Finally, the mysterious martial vein spirit mark on Du Xiaofu's body was dazzling to the extreme. The blazing lightning radiance was like a rising sun, and finally it exploded with a bang. The net of light of the martial vein spirit mark turned into countless dazzling lightning runes and surged into Du Xiaofu's bones, muscles, blood vessels, cells, and organs. Chi chi! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes, which had been tightly shut for a long time, suddenly opened. Blazing lightning burst out from Du Xiaofu's eyes and rushed into the thunderclouds in the sky. It seemed to materialize and connect with the lightning. Boom, boom! At this moment, the space trembled violently. The terrifying thunder might filled the sky as countless lightning bolts pierced through the space. The silver snake shuttled through the sky, causing the space to explode and overturn. An endless stream of lightning fell on Du Xiaofu's body. The pressure spread out, and everything was annihilated in an instant. Just looking at the thunder might that spread out made the hairs on one's body stand on end, and the living beings in the surroundings almost prostrated themselves on the ground at this moment. The surging lightning fell on Du Xiaofu's body and turned into terrifying energy, causing Du Xiaofu's aura to rise continuously. Du Xiaofu's body greedily absorbed the terrifying energy contained in the surging lightning, entering his body through his pores. Hua la la! Under the nourishment of the thunder might, the surging purple flames, starlight, and golden light in Du Xiaofu's body suddenly seemed to have a mysterious light jumping out. It was a seal that had been hidden to the extreme. That strange seal sealed another terrifying power in Du Xiaofu's body, causing it to remain dormant and dormant. However, at this moment, the mysterious energy in Du Xiaofu's body was beginning to be affected and was about to awaken. However, that frightening seal continued to suppress it. Hua la la! Lightning rumbled, purple flames burned, and starlight shone. The domineering golden energy swept out and constantly destroyed the seal. Finally, by coincidence, with the help of the energy of the world, the mysterious seal was completely destroyed. Boom! At this moment, the other terrifying energy in Du Xiaofu's body finally erupted. The aura that spread out was like that of a sovereign. It was definitely not inferior to the golden winged rock or the purple flame demonic phoenix. It was not even inferior to the starlight and lightning energy by much. Oh my God, this is... In the back mountain of the Du family, Zhen Qingquan's illusory face suddenly changed. He said in shock, "The spiritual root seal has been destroyed. His spiritual root is also awakening." Zhen Qingquan was absolutely shocked at this moment. He was undoubtedly the clearest about the mysterious seal in Du Xiaofu's body. It was a terrifying seal that sealed Du Xiaofu's spiritual root. When Zhen Qingquan first discovered the hidden seal in Du Xiaofu's body, he had carefully examined it. If he had recovered to his peak state, he would have had a 50% chance of helping him break the seal. However, at this moment, the seal was directly destroyed by various terrifying energies, by coincidence. The spiritual root's power was finally unrestrained at the same time. What this meant, Zhen Qingchun was naturally the clearest. Rise. Du Xiaofu's aura continued to rise under the nourishment of the thunder might. Countless figures in the stone city prostrated themselves. On the barren mountain within the rolling purple flames, there was a terrifying aura that was rising. At this moment, among the Du family members, many of the Du family disciples were under the baptism of the thunder might. Their auras were also rising, releasing an ancient and domineering aura. The thunder might descended on the stone city, and a dazzling silver snake soared into the sky. The people in this area felt as if their scalps were about to explode. Their minds and souls trembled violently, and a destructive aura whizzed out. Screech! Suddenly there was a screech in the air. A golden talisman inscription soared into the sky, and the energy of heaven and earth in this area began to fluctuate violently. Then, on the barren mountain, an illusory figure of the golden-winged rock, formed by the talisman inscription, suddenly appeared. The golden-winged rock hovered in the void, letting out a screech. It flapped its wings and attracted the lightning in the sky. It seemed to be soaring into the sky in a sea of lightning. Roar! At this moment, outside the stone city, tens of thousands of beasts roared and prostrated themselves on the ground. This kind of might is unstoppable. In front of the Du family, the silver-winged demonic condor, mysterious dragon king, flame carp king, ice python king, stone turtle king, and the others were unable to withstand the terrifying might. After transforming into their original forms, they prostrated themselves outside the Du family. A martial king realm, Nirvana realm, golden-winged rock. It must be him who has revived. This is a miracle. He won't leave so easily. Medicine King Yi Wuming, Peerless Sword King, Chan Yu Xiao, and the others were trembling with excitement at this sudden change. No, the aura is still rising. It's not the Martial King realm Nirvana realm, but the complete Martial King realm. It has already stepped into the complete Martial King realm. Suddenly, Yi Wuming seemed to have discovered something again. The aura of the golden-winged rock that covered the sky, attracted lightning, and shone with golden light had already stepped into the complete Martial King realm. The aura of a perfect Martial King had already surpassed that of a Martial King. Furthermore, it was accompanied by all sorts of terrifying energy pressure that spread out. At this moment, even Dr. Wuming, a true martial emperor expert, felt his heart tremble in fear. Medicine King, why do I feel that the aura of the complete martial lord realm is even more terrifying than an emperor-level expert? Peerless Sword King, Chan Yu Xiao, and the others were incomparably shocked. Under the might that spread out, they trembled with fear for no reason. No, there's also the aura of a 6-star Nirvana realm talisman master. No, that's still not right. That's the aura of a 6-star talisman master. Suddenly, Medicine King Yi Wuming was shocked again. He felt the aura of a talisman master spreading within the rolling purple flames. That was clearly the aura of a 6-star talisman master, but that level of soul power and terrifying might made him. A 7-star talisman master, feel fear. Rumble, the rolling purple flames on the barren mountain devoured the lightning. The golden-winged rock's shadow in the sky soared up. The energy whistled through the horizon, shaking the 9 heavens with a deafening sound. Screech! Another screech resounded, the sound piercing through the clouds. At this moment, the barren mountain was trembling violently, and the stone city was shaking. Roar! Outside the stone city, thousands of beasts in the savage Beast Mountain range were trembling and roaring. In the next moment, under countless astonished gazes, a huge bird slowly emerged from the rolling purple flames on the barren mountain. It appeared above the stone city out of thin air. The terrifying giant bird was wrapped in rolling purple flames, like a purple sun that covered the sky. It appeared in an incomparably terrifying manner in front of everyone. This purple giant bird was like a phoenix. It spread its wings and monstrous energy swept across. Its eyes were like purple suns overlooking the earth, shaking half of the sky. Rumble! The stone city was trembling and rumbling. Streets collapsed and courtyards collapsed. In the savage Beast Mountain range in the distance, huge cracks appeared on the endless mountain range. Towering trees collapsed one after another. Mountain peaks collapsed and the abyss shifted. The aura was too terrifying. The purple flaming demonic phoenix flapped its wings. Even the void that was filled with lightning and the brilliance of the stars seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible giant hand. A monstrous aura spread out from the purple flames, as if it was going to tear apart the endless sky above its head. Revered beast, feeling the terrifying aura of the purple flaming demonic phoenix, Zhen Qingquan's primordial spirit in the back mountain of the Du family was shocked. It's 8 o'clock today. After a day of hard work, eating a bucket of instant noodles and watching the flowers soar, I would like to thank all my brothers and sisters for their support. Shall you go eat something first? Chapter 779. Rumble. At the same time, the frightening lightning and starlight in the sky seemed to have a great enmity towards the enormous, purple, flaming, demonic phoenix. They had just been pushed aside, but in a short instant, they once again swept towards the phoenix. At this moment, it was unknown whether the purple, flaming, demonic phoenix was real or not. It roared and flapped its wings. Rolling purple flames covered the sky and swept across the sky. It was like a purple sun that could destroy everything. Rumble! However, at this moment, the surging lightning and starlight carried with it a frightening pressure of the world as it pressed down on them. Hula! A graceful figure appeared from within the purple, flaming, demonic phoenix. Her eyes were like purple suns, as if she could see through everything in the world. Her fingers were slender and her skin was smooth. There was a hint of purple in her snow-white skin. That graceful figure had a slender waist and long limbs. She had an otherworldly temperament like a fairy. She wore a purple robe that touched the ground. Purple flames covered her body. She was like a fairy that did not belong to the mortal world. When the woman appeared, she slowly stretched her body. Her lips curled up into a smile. Her eyes were as beautiful as fireworks. After that, the woman raised her head and stared at the rolling thunder and starlight in the sky. Her beautiful face froze, and a voice rang out. "Damned human, I will take back the bones of the great rock next time." Her voice was like the sound of nature. Then the graceful figure disappeared along with the terrifying, purple, flaming, demonic phoenix. It flapped its wings and swept across the sky. Then it slowly disappeared from the sky. In the sky above the stone city, the golden-winged great rock's eyes looked at the purple, flaming, demonic phoenix leaving. Its eyes shot out golden light and instinctively let out a cry. The sound wave pierced through the clouds. It spread its wings and a ferocious aura spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. Rumble, the golden-winged great rock, continued to devour the lightning and starlight. Its supreme aura spread out and suppressed the heavens and the earth. In the golden sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The stars rotated and the earth shook. It was as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. It was shocking. Under countless gazes, this lasted for an hour. The domineering and terrifying aura caused the space to rumble. It was as if it wanted to turn the heavens and the earth upside down. In the stone city, the domineering energy fluctuation was like a sea. It was like a golden rainbow across the sky. Runes surged. Countless citizens of the stone city were all prostrating themselves on the ground. Success, he has succeeded. He has awakened that terrifying lightning power. Ren Ying looked at the golden-winged great rock from afar. Only Ren Inying and Zhen Qingchen could see everything that was in the golden-winged great rocks. At this moment, within the golden-winged rock's shadow, there was a tall and straight figure that was continuously devouring the power of lightning and starlight. This fellow seems to still be using the power of thunder and stars to temper his body. How terrifying would his physical body be in the future? Zhen Qingchuan's eyes trembled in astonishment. Du Xiaofu's body could be said to be that of a real golden-winged rock. At this moment, he was still using the power of thunder and stars to temper his body. His strength in the future could only be described as abnormal. It seems like I've really gotten into trouble. If the smelly old man knows about this, he'll probably scold me. I'm afraid that he won't let this guy off. Ren Inying looked at the tall and straight figure that was swallowing the light of the stars, and her bright eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face as she murmured, "This guy is really abnormal. He can really succeed. If he succeeds in the future, I'm afraid that those guys won't be able to do anything to him in the future. This is caused by me." Thinking about it carefully, it's actually quite a sense of achievement. Peak of consummate Martial King Realm. Peak of consummate 6-star Talisman Master Realm. Kid, don't break through anymore. Steady yourself. Don't let the power get to your head. Foundation is the most important thing. Step by step, you can go further. Zhen Qingchen looked at the movement on the barren mountain. His primordial spirit body was already trembling with excitement at this time. Zhen Qingchen spied that Du Xiaofu's aura was soaring like a rocket. However, if it soared too high, it wouldn't be purely a good thing. Therefore, he was more worried. Otherwise, those super clans and colossal figures would be able to use a lot of resources to easily cultivate their juniors into martial emperors and revered martial artists. There was no need for them to train so hard. However, that kind of breakthrough would make it difficult for them to make further progress in the future. For those super clans and colossal figures, what they wanted was not how many experts there were among the juniors. What they wanted was for the juniors to be able to reach a level that their ancestors had never reached. In the sky above the stone city, the thunderbolts and the stars turned into a vortex, revolving around the shadow of the golden-winged rock. The dazzling thunderbolts and the stars kept changing. Finally, they arranged themselves and merged into the shadow of the golden-winged rock. Whoosh! Streaks of thunderbolts and starlight surged into the shadow of the golden-winged rock like spiritual snakes. Then, all the mysteries disappeared. Only the shadow of the golden-winged rock spread its wings, emitting a supreme aura that could suppress the heavens and the earth. Screech! This lasted for only about an hour. Suddenly, the shadow of the golden-winged rock screeched. It spread its wings and swept across the sky, blocking the thunderbolts and starlight. At this moment, the eyes of the shadow of the golden-winged rock were like two bright suns that illuminated the sky, overlooking the world. The domineering energy undulations were like the waves of the ocean. Rumbling sounds could be heard all around the stone city. Whoosh! Then the huge shadow of the golden-winged rock gradually disappeared in the sky. In the sky, the terrifying thunderbolts and starlight also came to an end. They began to disperse under the shocked gazes of everyone. The strange phenomenon and terrifying commotion that had lasted for no less than half a year finally dissipated in the sky above the stone city. Everything returned to normal. In front of the Du family's gate, the terrifying commotion on the barren mountain disappeared. However, the barren mountain did not become a ruin. It was no longer a land of death. The place was full of vitality. It was covered by two kinds of mysterious plants that were spreading radiance. A mysterious grass densely covered the barren mountain. Its aura could purify one's mind and ward off evil. There was also a translucent grass that was shaped like a mushroom. It grew luxuriantly, and waves of terrifying energy rippled. It was full of vitality and spread throughout the stone city. Du Xiaofu's grave had been covered long ago. Nothing could be seen. Whoosh! Medicine King Iwuming immediately appeared on the barren mountain. He carefully inspected everything. Then his expression changed drastically. He ordered the mysterious Dragon King, Flame Carp King, Golden Condor King, Silver-Winged Demon Condor, and the others, seal this place and set up a seal array. No one is allowed to come close. Inside and outside the Dew family, the Dew family bloodline members gradually returned to normal as the thunderbolts in the sky disappeared. Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, waves of aura swept out from the Dew family like waves of air. ZZZT. The Dew family members opened their eyes. Lightning raged in their eyes as if there were lightning bolts sweeping out. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, Du Hao, Du Gue, and the others' bodies were constantly rippling with lightning bolts. Their eyes were like lightning, and they were majestic. The aura released from their bodies caused the surrounding people to tremble in fear. The Martial King realm is mysterious. I have broken through to the Martial King realm. Du Yunlong flew into the sky and sensed everything in his body. He waved his hand, and lightning gathered in his palm. Endless energy spread out from his body as a mysterious thunderbolt energy awakened in his body. Initial Martial King realm. I have also stepped into the Martial King realm. Du Xiaoman flew into the sky. Her aura was also at the initial Martial King realm. A terrifying aura was released from her slender body. Her eyes were accompanied by flickering lightning bolts that shook one's soul. Du Jixiong, Du Jinwu, and the others' cultivation skyrocketed. Feeling the changes in their bodies, all the Du family members trembled. They realized that a terrifying thunderbolt energy had awakened in their bodies. The thunderbolt energy was growing in their bodies, and it would definitely grow stronger in the future. Seal the news. Do not leak this information. Everyone must be careful. Du Jinwu ordered all the Du family members. If this news was leaked, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Before they knew the reason, they must not expose it. I feel like I am 30 years younger. My body is filled with energy. Some of the Du family elders were excited. They felt a mysterious thunderbolt energy appear in their bodies, causing them to be filled with vitality again. The thunderbolt in their bodies had awakened the mysterious thunderbolt energy, causing them to become stronger. It's third brother. It's all third brother's doing. Du Yunlong entered the barren mountain, but he could not find anyone. However, he could feel that because of the baptism of the thunderbolt, the mysterious thunderbolt energy in the Du family members' bodies was awakened and started to recover. Where is third brother? I can feel that third brother is definitely still alive. Du Xiaoman said. On the barren mountain, Du Xiaofu's figure could not be found. There was also no trace of him in the wooden coffin. Du Yunlong's eyes were filled with determination as he said, I believe that third brother is still alive. He must have his reasons for not showing himself. At the back of the Du family's mountain, on top of a mountain peak, a purple-robed youth stood tall. The purple-robed youth had a broad sword wrapped in purple cloth behind his back. His figure was tall and straight. The overbearing and majestic aura that emanated from his body caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Chapter 780. The purple-robed young man stood there quietly. His figure did not move at all, and the space around him seemed to have frozen. It was as if a world was being nurtured in his eyes. It was like a vast galaxy with flashes of lightning and purple flames burning. The golden rock was about to flap its wings and fly out. After a long time, the light in the purple-robed young man's eyes gradually subsided and became clear again. Peak of Perfection, Martial King Realm. Peak of Perfection 6-star Talisman Master, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He could feel the profound energy surging within the God's Gate in his body. A phantom of a 5-finger mountain was guarding the God's Gate, absorbing the pure, profound energy to nourish it. In Xiao Chen's mind, a vast aura spread out from the ball of light. It could see through the entire stone city and spread to the savage Beast Mountain range. the Flowing Cloud County and Lanling City. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt as if he could sweep through space with a wave of his hand, suppress all kings, and fight against emperors. Probing with his consciousness, Du Xiaofu discovered that his golden rock wings were still on his body. In his mind, the desolate ancient space rotated, releasing a misty radiance. In his chest, a new heart was beating. It was strong and powerful, like the beating of a drum. The rising sun hung high in the sky, and the sunlight poured down, illuminating the mountains. It's great that I'm still alive. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and stretched out his arms, allowing the sunlight to envelop his entire body. His clear eyes were filled with joy. He had not died and had come back to life. He had a new heart and was reborn from the destruction. Whoosh, whoosh! Space rippled as two figures appeared at the peak of the mountain. It was a man and a woman. One was corporeal while the other was corporeal. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, wrapped in a light green long dress. Her small waist outlined a graceful arc. She was like a real immortal that had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. Even if there were other peerless beauties standing in front of this young girl, they would immediately be overshadowed. The man's body was slightly illusory, and he looked like he was in his 20s. He looked extremely wretched, but after looking at him for a long time, one would get used to it. Du Xiaofu put down his hands and turned back to look at the illusory young man. His clear eyes revealed a smile as he said, "Brother Qing Chen, did you think of me?" The young man's eyes, Qing Chen, the youth's, his eyebrows inverted, his triangular eyes. He stared at Du and his eyes rippling. Brat, you. You brat. You. Du Xiaofu. Qing Chen, Jun. Junzhen. His Jun. Jun Qing Chen, Jun Feng, Jun. Have a his Jun. To live. You. The girl walked towards Du Xiaofu and circled around him. Her eyebrows were curved, and her face was otherworldly. Her jet-black hair fluttered gently in the wind. In the end, she stared at Du Xiaofu's chest. Her eyes were bright and full of shock. She stared at Du Xiaofu and continued. The aura of the grass of immortality, the purple flame, demonic phoenix, the golden winged rock, and that treasure. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that it's a treasure that's not inferior to the grass of immortality. In addition to the power of thunder and the power of the stars, your new heart is completely made up of a pile of treasures. It won't be easy to kill you now. Du Xiaofu stared at the girl in front of him. Her tall and slender body was like a green lotus, pure and untainted by dust. Looking at the bright eyes of this girl, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of déjà vu. Du Xiaofu still remembered that in his dreamscape, there was a fairy-like figure that appeared. It was the girl in front of him. Probing the aura of the girl in front of him, Du Xiaofu discovered that the aura of this girl was as vast as the sea. The more he probed, the more vast it became. It was like a boundless galaxy, boundless and without end. I can feel that you saved me before, Du Xiaofu said to the girl in front of him. This girl had a special aura, and she seemed to have a certain connection with him. That connection was extremely mysterious. It was like their hearts were connected. It's good that you know. Remember, you owe me a life. In the future, you have to unconditionally agree to a condition of mine. The girl's cherry lips were red. She pouted and said to Du Xiaofu, "Feel it and see if there's anything wrong." Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't refuse. The aura in his body fluctuated, and a terrifying golden light erupted from his body. Crackle! Within the golden light, flashes of lightning spread out. There was a purple flame fluctuation, and the sound of thunder could be heard. It was extremely powerful. I'm fine. I'm alive. Retracting his aura, Du Xiaofu was full of smiles. This time, he thought that he would leave this world with regrets. From then on, he would be separated by heaven and earth. He would never be able to see his loved ones again. But now he was alive again. This feeling made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. Many thoughts ran through his mind. What a terrifying aura! The power of thunder. You've awakened the power of thunder. This aura is so strong. Could it be that you're from the legendary clan? Ren Yingying felt the aura of Du Xiaofu's body and murmured, "What's your name? Why did you save me? Have we met before?" Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying. He felt that he had seen her somewhere before. This feeling was extremely familiar. "My name is Ren Yingying. I saved you because it was convenient. You just have to remember to promise me one thing unconditionally in the future," Ren Yingying said. Her eyes were bright and refined. "It's good that you're alive. You've avoided everyone. Do you have any plans in the future?" Zhen Qingchuan's voice was trembling. She suppressed her joy and did not show it. Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu carefully. This guy did not show up in public. Zhen Qingchun guessed that this guy must have his own plans. Otherwise, he would not be like this. If the news that I'm alive spreads, I'm afraid it will cause some trouble and make some people uneasy. Du Xiaofu looked at the distant sky. There was a touch of coldness in his eyes. He said, "I've saved my life. I won't lose it so easily." Smart. If you show up, I'm afraid many people will be uneasy. Ren Yingying curled her lips. She looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled with appreciation. Then she asked, "What plans do you have? Can you tell me? I'm actually very curious." "Strength. I want to increase my strength." Du Xiaofu's clear eyes shone brightly. He said, "I've just broken through. I feel that there are many profound meanings that I need to comprehend. I want to go into seclusion for a period of time to comprehend them." "You've broken through a lot this time. You should go into seclusion to stabilize your cultivation. It will be beneficial for you in the future." Zhen Qingchun nodded. "Take me into seclusion. I haven't recovered yet because of saving you." Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu and said. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. This girl in front of him was really puzzling and strange. "That's right. Brother Qingchun, do you know what this is?" Suddenly, Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something. Then a small thing appeared in his palm. This little thing curled up in Du Xiaofu's palm. When it curled up, it was exactly the size of Du Xiaofu's palm. This little thing's whole body was overflowing with green light. There was some starlight on it, and a pair of thin purple wings covered its back. The little thing's head was like a dragon's. Its small black eyes glowed with golden light. It was curiously looking at Ren Yingying and Zhen Qingchun, who were beside Du Xiaofu. Zhen Qingchun looked at the little thing in Du Xiaofu's palm. His face suddenly changed. He seemed to have felt something. He said, "Where did this come from?" "It should be from the dragon saliva I obtained in the Chang River of the Central Continent. I don't know what happened, but it turned into this little thing." Du Xiaofu felt that the little thing in his palm seemed to be very close to him. Its aura was also very strange. It seemed to be able to connect with him. "Dragon. This little thing is the descendant of a real dragon." Suddenly Ren Yingying shouted. She seemed to be a little excited. Her chest rose and fell. She said, "Let me see. Descendant of a real dragon." Hearing the words "descendant of a real dragon," Du Xiaofu immediately retracted his hand. He did not want Ren Yingying to touch it. Whoosh! However, Du Xiaofu did not expect that the little thing in his hand would be as fast as lightning. Its speed was unbelievably fast, and it directly landed in Ren Yingying's arms. The little thing stuck out its tongue intimately. It lay in Ren Yingying's arms as if it had seen its family. It completely ignored Du Xiaofu's feelings. "Humph." Ren Yingying glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Then she proudly hugged the little thing in her arms intimately. "Real dragon. This could be a real dragon. But it's strange. This little thing has wings. It seems to be related to the purple flame, demonic phoenix. It also seems to be related to your golden-winged great Peng. Strange. Zhen Qingchun looked at the little thing in Ren Yingying's arms. Its whole body was covered in a green hazy mist. It was shrouded in a divine aura. There was no doubt that it was the descendant of a real dragon. However, there were many strange things about it. Real dragon. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Real dragon. It was not an ordinary dragon. It was said that the real, golden-winged, great Peng fed on dragons. However, it was also a mortal enemy of the real dragon. Chapter 781. Little thing, come back here. The descendant of a true dragon made Du Xiaofu's eyes light up. He shouted at the little thing in Ren Yingying's arms. He didn't want Ren Yingying to take the little thing away. Hiss! Hearing Du Xiaofu shout, the little thing seemed to know that Du Xiaofu was scolding it. It raised its head and looked at Du Xiaofu. After looking at Du Xiaofu with a wronged expression, it looked at Ren Yingying with its watery eyes and tried to crawl into Ren Yingying's arms. Why are you so loud? You're scaring it. Ren Yingying protected the little thing in her arms and rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. After nightfall, in this blurry space, time was doubled. So the heaven talisman is in your hands. Ren Yingying appeared in this blurry space with the little thing in her arms. She looked around and muttered softly, "What did you say?" Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying and asked. This woman seemed to be muttering something just now. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the little thing in her arms. Was this little thing really the descendant of a true dragon? Nothing. Ren Yingying pouted. Her body was curvy, her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were bright. She was like a fairy under the moon. She was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu frowned and looked at this woman. She was quite pretty, but he didn't know why she kept following him. Seeing that she saved him before, Du Xiaofu couldn't reject her. He could only let her follow him. Actually, Du Xiaofu felt that this girl was unfathomable. Even with his current strength, he might not be able to suppress this girl. He had no choice but to let her follow him. Why do you keep looking at me? Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu. She was very beautiful and very moving. You're quite pretty. Du Xiaofu spoke the truth. This young girl was indeed very beautiful. Most importantly, she had a natural temperament that was rarely seen in the mortal world. It was as if she had transcended the mortal world. What are you trying to do now? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, for some reason, Ren Yingying immediately became vigilant and subconsciously covered her mouth. What can I do to you? Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Ren Yingying. The only thing he wanted was to get that little thing back. Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu with a sly look in her eyes. She curled her lips and said, "Who knows? I'm so beautiful. Who knows what you want to do? But I'm warning you, if you dare to plot against me, I'll definitely make you regret it." Du Xiaofu was startled. He glanced at Ren Yingying and spoke after 3 breaths. "You're quite shameless." "What do you mean by that? Am I ugly? I think I'm quite pretty." Ren Yingying raised her head and puffed out her chest. Her figure was exquisite and beautiful. Her temperament was extraordinary. She was indeed very beautiful. Du Xiaofu did not speak anymore. He simply walked to the side and said, "I'm going to go into seclusion. You should heal your wounds as well. Once you're healed, we'll mind our own business." "Are you trying to chase me away?" Ren Yingying walked towards Du Xiaofu. Her eyes flickered with a holy light. She said, "Oh right, how long are you going to be in seclusion?" "I don't know either. I feel that there are many profound mysteries in my body that I need to comprehend. This is the best time to comprehend them. If I miss this opportunity, the effects in the future will be much worse." Du Xiaofu said, right now, there were many profound mysteries in his body, waiting for him to comprehend them. This was the best time to do so. "Go, comprehend them well. I won't disturb you." When Ren Yingying put on a serious face, she was still as beautiful as an immortal. Her temperament was very unique. When she smiled, there was a hint of intelligence and seduction. When she was serious, there was a kind of extraordinary beauty. She was like a goddess under the moon, causing people to be in awe. Hence, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged to comprehend everything in his body. Du Xiaofu felt that the girl called Rin Yingying did not have any evil intentions. Otherwise, she would not have saved him. Hence, he was not worried. Moreover, Du Xiaofu could feel that there was a special connection between him and the girl. It was an indescribable feeling. It was like their hearts were connected and they trusted each other. After a while, Du Xiaofu's body started to be wrapped in golden light. Accompanied by some lightning, there was a faint fluctuation of starlight. In a short period of time, he was immersed in a state of selflessness. With this guy's talent, the lightning, martial vein, and the power of the stars, those guys will not be able to do anything to him in the future. Ren Yingying muttered as she looked at Du Xiaofu's back. Then she put the little thing aside and sat down cross-legged to regulate her breathing. After a while, Rin Yingying's beautiful body was also covered in a layer of hazy starlight. That kind of beauty was so beautiful that it could topple all living things. I heard that everyone in the Du family has increased in strength. Many people in the city have broken through. It's our Rock Emperor who has appeared to protect our desolate country. Time passed slowly, and the Stone City gradually regained its peace. However, there was still a heated discussion about the strange phenomenon that happened half a year ago. The old people all believed that it was the Rock Emperor's death that blessed everyone and brought benefits to the city. There were also rumors that the Rock Emperor had turned into a phoenix and left. That day, the whole city saw the terrifying giant purple bird that left. There were many different versions of the rumors. The desolate land outside the Du family had become the ruins of a miracle, and no one could go near it. The news of the desolate country's founding, the establishment of the Stone City as its capital and the chaotic Demon City as its auxiliary capital, the Rock Emperor, Du Xiaofu, had spread far and wide. In the dark forest, the city started to be divided. During the war between the four great empires, countless people rushed into the dark forest. In addition to the prosperity of the dark forest, there were many people. In the World Society's Heavenly Beast Hall, many experts and old people were conferred the title of Marquis. Mu Mingqing, Third Fatty Wan, Dark Wolf, Phantom Shadow, and the others who came back from the Courage God Manor were all conferred the title of Marquis. A country was gradually taking shape. In the misty space, Du Xiaofu's body was covered in golden lightning and starlight. His mind was immersed in the sea of enlightenment. After this resurrection, Du Xiaofu felt that there were many powerful energies in his body. His body seemed to contain the power of thunder, the power of stars, the power of the grass of undying, and a treasure leaf given to him by the old woman in that clan. Finally, there was a purple flame that contained a great amount of power. That was the purple flame demonic phoenix. Du Xiaofu still remembered seeing the terrifying purple flame demonic phoenix in the savage Beast Mountain range. At that time, the terrifying purple flame demonic phoenix and the golden winged rock had a fierce battle. In the end, both sides were injured. After this resurrection, Du Xiaofu felt the traces of the purple flame demonic phoenix. The purple flame demonic phoenix seemed to be hiding in his body. In the end, it seemed to have asked him for the bones of the golden winged rock, but he did not know why it left in a hurry. However, when the purple flame demonic phoenix left, it left behind many mysteries and beast energy in Du Xiaofu's body. It was not much weaker than the golden winged rock. If he could comprehend it, he would be able to have a terrifying power. The grass of immortality, the mysterious treasure leaf, and the power of stars were accompanied by many mysteries. It was like a vast ocean that Du Xiaofu could absorb nutrients. Of course, Du Xiaofu felt that the strongest was the power of stars and the thunder martial vein that he seemed to have completely awakened. The power of stars was gentle and vast. It was boundless and mysterious. The thunder martial vein's aura was strong. The killing intent spread. It did not have any killing intent, but it showed the majesty of creation. It showed the righteousness of heaven and earth. It was vast and mighty, and it could punish the common people. Immersed in comprehending, Du Xiaofu thirsted for strength. If he had enough strength in that clan, perhaps the outcome would not have been like this. He saved his younger sister with his heart, and he had no regrets. However, if he had enough strength, he would not have allowed himself to be trapped like a beast. He would not have allowed his drunkard father, mother, and younger sister to be separated. When he was reborn, his drunkard father's whereabouts were unknown. His mother and younger sister were still in that clan. Little Green, Little Demon, and Little Tiger's whereabouts were unknown. He had not avenged Tianwu Academy, and he had not yet rebuilt it. Du Xiaofu did not want to miss out on all of these regrets. All of these required strength. He needed absolute strength to support it. Du Xiaofu's thirst for strength had reached its peak. After coming into contact with that clan, Du Xiaofu was even more aware of the difference in strength between him and them. Immersed in comprehending, Du Xiaofu comprehended the many mysteries in his body. He comprehended the grass of immortality, the changes on the mysterious treasure leaf, and the power of stars. The mysterious runes on the talisman flickered and evolved before Du Xiaofu. They arranged themselves, changed, and condensed. Everything in the world had spirituality. Every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, and every rock had spirituality. Before Du Xiaofu, the mysterious runes on the talisman flickered. They would turn into a star in the void, a stalk of grass of immortality, and a mystical treasure leaf. Du Xiaofu's body would occasionally flicker with lightning, killing everything in its path. Occasionally, purple flames would surge, incinerating everything. Occasionally, the radiance of stars would illuminate the vast firmament. There was also the silhouette of the golden-winged great rock soaring into the sky, suppressing the void with its 5 golden fingers. Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in comprehending. This time, he displayed his firm foundation, which contained many terrifying mysteries. His foundation was firm and unshakable, reflecting his boundless potential. If it were anyone else, they would have been crushed to death by the sheer amount of profound meanings they were trying to comprehend. Even if they didn't go berserk, they would have been crushed to death. Brothers, that's all for today's update. Rest well. Chapter 782. Du Xiaofu realized that the mysterious treasure leaf in his body was emitting an aura that made his spirit clear. The spirit root in his body was no longer suppressed. It could merge with heaven and earth, allowing him to get closer to all the mysteries. With the aura of the mysterious treasure leaf and the unsealed spirit root, Du Xiaofu was like a fish in water when it came to comprehending the mysteries. Comprehending the mysteries, comprehending the grass of immortality, the mysterious treasure leaf, the star mysteries, the lightning vein, the mountain vein spirit, the purple flame demonic phoenix's beastability, the golden rock's beastability, the mysterious move. Du Xiaofu felt that his foundation was becoming more and more stable. His body was being refined and refined. This was a type of refinement that didn't involve his physical body. It was a type of refinement that couldn't be described with words. Under this type of refinement, Du Xiaofu felt that he was just a speck of dust in the universe. He was so small, and he was absorbing the energy in the universe to strengthen himself. This process was too wonderful for words. There were endless changes that turned into many mysteries that surged into his body. Du Xiaofu felt that he was like a 5-finger mountain that could suppress everything. He was like a star that could merge into the vast galaxy. He was like a stalk of the grass of immortality that could be full of vitality. He was like lightning that could kill everything. All the mysteries started to appear in his body. Du Xiaofu's spirit was clear and his mind was calm. He was like a fish swimming in the sea or an eagle soaring in the sky. He was completely focused and entered a wonderful state of comprehension. To be able to enter such a state was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. Without great willpower, wisdom, and perseverance, One wouldn't be able to enter such a state of comprehension. This was a type of great enlightenment. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter such a wonderful state. This time, a new heart was born from the destruction. All kinds of energy treasures turned into flesh and blood under the destruction of lightning. It was like all kinds of energy treasures had buried a treasure seed in Du Xiaofu's body. But if this seed needed to germinate and grow, then it required Du Xiaofu to condense, comprehend, and guide it in every way possible before it could germinate, take root, and grow. After an unknown amount of time in the misty space, the starlight around Ren Yingying's body disappeared. She opened her eyes, which were as deep as the stars. Ren Yingying looked ahead, her eyes flickering. She saw Du Xiaofu sitting cross-legged. The power Upanishad around him was changing endlessly. It was as if he was covered in divine light. What a powerful guy! Ren Yingying. Ren Yingying was. She knew how strong he was. She knew how strong he was. Strong Qin Yingying. During the inspection, Ren Yingying had discovered that it was because that fellow didn't want to die. He had always wanted to live in the depths of his heart. That was why that strange and terrifying Marshall Vane's spirit mark was able to protect his last trace of life from being extinguished. She just guided him and sped up his rebirth. In the end, she gave him a chance. The peak of the complete Marshall King realm is so abnormal. Ren Yingying seemed to have sensed something. She looked at Du Xiaofu with a look of astonishment in her eyes. Hiss, hiss! Little thing jumped into Ren Yingying's arms. It flicked its tongue, and its black eyes rippled with watery golden light. It seemed to be saying something. Are you hungry? Ren Yingying looked at the little thing and took out a stalk of spirit medicine. Hiss, hiss! Little thing's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth and swallowed the spiritual herb. Its watery golden eyes were full of satisfaction. Since you have star runes on you, I'll call you Little Star from now on. Ren Yingying looked at Little Thing and muttered to herself, It's decided. You'll be Little Star from now on. Night covered the sky. A new moon hung in the sky. The moon was dark and the stars were bright. Swoosh, swoosh! Several figures landed on the mountain peak. Under the dim starlight, their eyes shone brightly in the darkness. The stone city is in front. When the boss comes, we can take action. It's said that the medicine king Iwuming is in the stone city. That guy is now a 7-star talisman master. There's also the silver-winged demonic condor and a few demonic beasts. They're not weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take action. The stone city has had a strange phenomenon for half a year. Someone saw the birth of a demonic phoenix and a treasure. It must be a great treasure. It's worth it. Besides, we're not the only ones taking action this time. Many brothers from the underworld are coming. There should be a lot of people taking action this time. Many old fellows hiding their names have come. It's said that a great treasure has appeared in the stone city. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. We can't miss it. I heard that the Du family has an extraordinary relationship with the ancient heaven sect. The rock emperor Du Xiaofu is a disciple of the ancient heaven sect. He also has a close relationship with the profound talisman sect. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away. When we get the treasure, who knows if it's us? We'll just avoid the people of the ancient heaven sect and the profound talisman sect. Let's go and find out the situation first. When the boss comes, we can take action directly. Several figures flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak. At night, in the Du family's main hall in the stone city, Medicine King Iwuming, Du Yunlong, Silver-winged demonic condor, Black Dragon King, Flame Carp King, Extinction Sword King, Golden Condor King, Du Xiaoman, Du Jinwu, and Du Jixiong were all sitting upright. Recently, there have been a lot of hidden experts around the Stone City. There are many martial kings. They should be from the central region. Iwuming frowned slightly. It seems like they're all here for the treasure. Du Yunlong's eyes glowed with a sharp light, like a bolt of lightning, filled with sharpness. It said that a peerless treasure has appeared in the stone city. A purple flame, demonic phoenix, has appeared. It's not surprising that some people are here. Iwuming said, but it's troublesome for us. There are a lot of experts here. Once they take action, it'll be disadvantageous for us. Come on, we'll kill as many as they come. Then they won't dare to come. The silver-winged demonic condor was handsome in white. His face was noble and evil. At this moment, he was almost at the peak of the Beast King realm. With the power of the rock in his body and the Friao heaven-shaking fan in his hand, the silver-winged demonic condor felt that even if he encountered a martial emperor, he had the ability and strength to fight head-on. Be careful. When the time comes, try not to affect the residents of the Stone City. Iwuming's face turned serious. He was not afraid of fighting. He was afraid that once they fought, the entire Stone City would be destroyed. Du Xiaoman's eyes moved slightly and murmured, I'll go find Brother Qing Chun and think of a way. In the misty space, Du Xiaofu was enveloped in divine light. The talisman patterns around him were bright as if there were stars rotating. The grass of immortality fluctuated. The mysterious treasure leaf spun. The shadow of the rock flapped its wings, purple flames rolled, and the golden five-fingered mountain suppressed. Everything was connected to his divine soul and flesh. It was mysterious and wonderful. Du Xiaofu's foundation was constantly being tempered and stabilized. His divine soul was constantly being strengthened. In the great enlightenment, in his own comprehension, he was still motionless. This guy, how much longer is he going to comprehend? I'm almost bored to death. Ren Yingying was depressed. The time inside was extraordinarily long. She had already breathed and adjusted her breath several times to wake up, but that guy was still comprehending. Little Star was lying in the misty space. Its watery golden eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. It looked as if it was comprehending something. Its whole body was emitting divine light, rippling. Little Star, you're comprehending too. Ren Yingying was surprised. That little thing was comprehending ultimacy from Du Xiaofu. Phew! After an unknown period of time, the multicolored light spread out while the golden light fluctuated, and the surrounding illusory talisman markings transformed into numerous waves of air that drilled into Du Xiaofu's pores, mouth, and nose. Waves of aura entered Du Xiaofu's body. It looked extremely mysterious. When everything disappeared, Du Xiaofu's cross-legged figure appeared clearly. Light spread out from his body, and his skin seemed to be crystal clear. Chi-Chi, when Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, there seemed to be a vast galaxy in his eyes. There were flashes of lightning and golden light fluctuations. Boom! A terrifying aura rippled out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the entire misty space to tremble. Why do you look like you've changed into a different person? Ren Yingying stared at Du Xiaofu. She felt that although this fellow looked exactly the same as before, he seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. He was different now, exuding a transcendent aura. Now, I should have made up for all the time I've lost. Du Xiaofu smiled. His eyes became clear again, deep and vast. No one could see through him. In this desolate space, Du Xiaofu estimated that he should have comprehended for 2.5 years. Outside, it was 3 months. Adding the half a year of his new life, and the time he lost when he was seriously injured, he should have made up for it in this seclusion. You seem to have improved a lot. Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu and said curiously. At this moment, Ren Yingying could feel that this guy in front of her was much more stable and vigorous than before he went into seclusion. I've comprehended some things. I'll continue to comprehend when I have time. Next, it's time to break through to the martial royal realm and become a 7-star talisman master. Chapter 783. Du Xiaofu said to Ren Yingying. Then he stretched his arms and said to himself, I need to become stronger. I need to become stronger. It's not easy to break through to the Emperor realm. You need an opportunity and comprehension. Once you break through, you'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Ren Yingying said to Du Xiaofu. She was giving advice to Du Xiaofu. She sounded like an old woman. Du Xiaofu listened to her and memorized her words. He felt that Ren Yingying was becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. She was also very familiar. That sense of familiarity made Du Xiaofu feel more and more clearly, as if he was just a little bit away from knowing who this woman was. Brother Qing Chun is here. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He felt that Brother Qing Chun was outside the ancient barren space. After a while, Zhen Qingchuan's illusory primordial spirit appeared in the ancient barren space. His eyes looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. He felt that Du Xiaofu's aura was fluctuating. He said in surprise, "You seem to have improved a lot." "I improved a little, but it's not enough." Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at Zhen Qingchun. He said, "Brother Qingchun, I want to travel for a while to train myself. I also need to solve a matter that I've entrusted to me." "You don't plan to go back to the ancient heaven sect?" Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. "I can go to the ancient heaven sect at any time. However, I'm not in a hurry. I feel that I need more training now." Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. He said, "For now, let some people think that I'm really dead." "That's a good idea. However, if you go out, you won't be able to hide it." Zhen Qingchun frowned. This guy was too eye-catching. He couldn't hide it. It shouldn't be difficult. There are some things in the secret weapon manual that my master left behind. They're suitable for me. I'll just hide some techniques for now. Du Xiaofu smiled as if he already had a plan. "Who is your master?" Ren Yingying asked curiously. She wanted to know what kind of person could teach such a fierce disciple that could stand shoulder to shoulder with those guys. Du Xiaofu glanced at Ren Yingying and didn't answer her. His eyes were only focused on the little thing. "Looks like you already have a plan." Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu. He knew that the young man in front of him had his own ideas. The experience of going from destruction to rebirth had transformed him from the inside out. He knew best what he needed. "But before you go train yourself, there's something you need to know." Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu, "Your rebirth has caused quite a commotion. The birth of the purple flame demonic phoenix has also attracted the attention of many people. Now, everyone thinks that there's a treasure in the Stone City. Therefore, many people have gathered outside the Stone City. There are many martial kings. I'm afraid that they're going to attack the Stone City to seize the treasure." As his voice fell, the corners of Zhen Qingchuan's mouth curled up slightly as he emphasized to Du Xiaofu, "In fact, there is indeed a treasure in the Stone City right now. It might be because of the purple flame demonic phoenix's rebirth and your rebirth that the grass of immortality and the mysterious plant in your body have sprouted." "They've already sprouted?" Du Xiaofu was stunned when he heard that. The grass of immortality had sprouted. If this news were to spread, it would probably shake the entire central region. "As for the mysterious item, I've carefully studied it during this period of time. I should have discovered its origin." Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu seriously and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be the dark seeker grass." "Right, I remember now. It's the dark seeker grass. It came from that clan. It's definitely the dark seeker grass." Ren Yingying was very happy. Hearing Zhen Qingchuan's words, she also remembered that it was the terrifying dark seeker grass. Dark seeker grass. Du Xiaofu was unfamiliar with it. He hadn't heard much about the origin of the dark seeker grass. The dark seeker grass is a great treasure. It's not inferior to the grass of immortality. It's rare in the world. It can purify the spirit platform and suppress all evil. It's a great treasure among treasures. To cultivators, its value is immeasurable. You will slowly discover its benefits in the future. Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu, "The grass of immortality and the dark seeker grass have sprouted from your grave. I'm afraid that the entire Stone City will become a treasure ground in the future." "Phew!" Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. Then a smile appeared on his face. However, the corners of his mouth curved into a cold arc. It seems that someone has set their eyes on my grass of immortality and dark seeker grass. That's fine. I should test how much progress I've made recently. You want to show yourself? Zhen Qingchen wrinkled his brows and said to Du Xiaofu, "Your elder sister came looking for me. She was worried that once I took action, it would affect the Stone City. The Stone City is your foundation. There are many ways to show yourself. If those people want to enter the Stone City, they'll have to see if they have the strength." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. "I'll refine a few things first. I'll deal with them when the time comes." Walala! A moment later, in the misty space, Du Xiaofu's 5-colored spiritual stove and talisman cauldron appeared in front of him. A vigorous aura fluctuated as a large pile of cultivation materials was placed in front of him. A group of towering peaks surrounded by numerous mountains. A towering mountain surrounded by lush greenery and shrouded in clouds and mist. In the distance, there were countless mountains with undulating waves. It was a magnificent and boundless sight. "Are you really dead?" On the mountain peak, Sima Muhan looked at the distant mountains and murmured softly. She wore a moon-white and pink brocade dress, outlining her well-proportioned and exquisite figure. Her slender waist was too small to be grasped. "Girl!" A voice rang out as a thin, middle-aged man silently appeared behind him. He wore a green robe embroidered with green embroidery, which made him seem elegant. He was the sect master of the Ancient Heaven sect, Sima Taxing. "Father." Sima Muhan turned around and squeezed out a smile on her charming face. Looking at his beloved daughter, Sima Taking's eyes were full of love. His glazed pupils slightly fluctuated as he said softly, "Let me tell you a piece of good news." "What good news?" Sima Muhan raised her head and said softly, "Could it be that Mother is coming back? But it hasn't been long since I went to Grandma's house. She still doesn't agree to let Mother come back." "No." Sima Taking shook his head. Sima Taking Xing shook his head and looked at Sima Muhan for a while before saying, "It's news from Shicheng. It's said that something might have happened to that guy. I'm not too sure about the details, but what I'm sure of is that that guy might not really be dead." After a pause, Sima Taking continued, "Your Grandmaster has received the news and rushed over immediately. It shouldn't take long for the specific news to come." "Father, do you mean that Guy is not dead?" Hearing this, Sima Muhan's eyes shone brightly. "The specific news will be known in a few days." Sima Taking looked at his beloved daughter. There seemed to be a faint luster flowing on his skin, and a deep, glazed light flashing in his eyes. He said, "It won't be long before the grand event begins. It only happens once every 30 years. This time, our Ancient Heaven sect depends on you. I asked you to come back because I want to give the Ancient Heaven sect more hope. During this period of time, you should work harder. It's your turn now." "Yes, I understand." Sima Muhan nodded. Then she raised her pretty face slightly. Her bright eyes glowed with lavender. She looked at Sima Taking and asked, "Father, if that guy is alive, will he come back to the Manchu and participate in it together?" "Don't worry. If that guy is alive, your Grandmaster Qingyang will naturally bring him back to the Manchu and participate in it," Sima Taking said. Then he murmured softly, "If that guy is really lucky and is still alive, then our Ancient Heaven sect will have more hope." "That's great. I know that guy won't die. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. How can a scourge like him die so easily?" Sima Taking's lavender eyes rippled with an intelligent and charming luster. His little mouth slightly pouted, and he immediately became happy. Her silky black hair casually fluttered around her slender waist, dazzling people and making them admire her. Sima Muhan then excitedly said to Sima Taking, "Father, I'm going to the ancient golden space to train in seclusion. When the time comes, I can't let that guy defeat me again." After saying that, the graceful figure left gracefully. "This girl!" Sima, taking Xing, looked at the back of his beloved daughter and smiled. His deep, glass-like eyes were full of love. Then his expression changed slightly. He looked at the sky in front of him and whispered to himself, "A scourge lives for 1,000 years. That guy shouldn't die so easily." But how did he recover from losing his heart? Is there really a miracle? In the misty space, the temperature was blazing hot. In front of Du Xiaofu, inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, rolling flames fluctuated. Inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, there was a soft armor wrapped in rolling flames. Mysterious ripples spread out. Secret soldier secrets. Du Xiaofu condensed his hand seals. The mysterious runes in his hand blossomed, turning into a great deal of beast energy. Afterwards, they were all engraved on the soft armor. Aouyuyu, beasts roared. Golden-winged pungs spread their wings. Profound cloud scarlet flood dragons soared into the sky, and roaring sky demon tigers roared. Afterwards, they were all engraved on the soft armor. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, a ray of light gushed out from between his brows. It was filled with an ancient divine splendor, and there was a terrifying wave of pressure rippling out. His ability to control beasts and refine soft armor came with ease. His movements were as smooth as raising his hand. What a terrifying spiritual root. Don't tell me it's an emperor's spiritual root. It seems even stronger than an emperor's spiritual root. Sensing the ancient divine splendor fluctuating from Du Xiaofu's body, Ren Yingying's eyes were filled with shock. What's an emperor's spiritual root? His spiritual root is unfathomable. It seems to have already broken free from its suppression. Although it has already awakened, it still hasn't completely recovered. Zhen Qingquan's illusory eyes were filled with splendor. She couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 784. It was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. It seemed that the dusk of autumn always came very quickly. As the sun set in the west, the wind that filled the mountain carried a strong chill and began to drive the white fog down the mountain. A moment later, the shadows on the mountains quickly pressed down on the stone city. The shadows became thicker and thicker, gradually blending into the night. The bright moon hung in the sky. Tonight, the moon was dark and the stars were dim. The mountains were silver gray under the moonlight. Gee, the space rippled. Under the moonlight, the space on a mountain peak rippled. Then, 3 figures silently appeared on the mountain peak. 2 of the 3 were real and 1 was fake. They were Ren Yingying and Zhen Qingquan. The person in front was wearing a purple soft armor and carrying a rectangular purple gold box on his back. The box seemed to be made of treasure and was carved with talisman patterns. Upon closer inspection, the talisman patterns seemed to outline the pattern of a golden-winged great pung. The most peculiar thing was that the person in front had long black hair that was scattered but not messy. He wore a purple soft armor mask on his face, revealing only a pair of clear and deep eyes that shone brightly in the night. It's really hard to recognize you when you're like this. However, once you use the golden-winged great pung bird beast ability and your meridian soul, I'm afraid you won't be able to hide. Zhen Qingquan said to the purple soft armor masked man. He sized up the soft armor on his body and said in shock, as expected of the secret soldier art that was refined by the weapon lord. The power of the high-grade practitioner weapon-level soft armor is even stronger than an ordinary Dao weapon. Weapon lord, this name is so familiar. Ren Yingying pondered. She seemed to have heard of the name of the weapon lord from somewhere. The person wearing the purple soft armor and the purple soft armor mask was naturally Du Xiaofu. In order to prevent people from recognizing him, he had no choice but to disguise himself. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu smiled and said to his big brother Zhen Qingquan, "Unless it's necessary, there's no need to use the golden-winged, great pung bird beast ability and the meridian soul." "That's true. You should study the trump card that I taught you when you have the time. That was the ultimate move that made me famous when I was young. It should be enough for you. Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu. There was a complacent look in his eyes. He had finally revealed the method that Du Xiaofu had coveted for a long time in the desolate space. I will. Du Xiaofu laughed. He had finally managed to dig out something good from his brother, Zhen Qingchen. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Du Xiaofu stretched his body, closed his eyes, and spread out his soul power. A moment later, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. A faint chill flashed across his eyes as he said coldly, "It seems that there are quite a lot of people in Stone City. There should be quite a few who aren't weak. Do you need my help?" Zhen Qingchen asked Du Xiaofu. He knew how many people there were around Stone City. Especially among them, there were even martial emperors. Du Xiaofu shook his head at Zhen Qingchen and said, "There should only be 2 martial emperors. Both of them are just beginners. It shouldn't be a problem." Ren Yingying rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy really didn't know how to be reserved. She was just a martial king, but he didn't put martial emperors in his eyes. However, Ren Yingying also knew that with Yi Shiwen's current strength, he was at the peak of martial king realm. It was almost impossible for him to have an opponent at the same level. Those ordinary martial emperors who had just reached the martial king realm were naturally worlds apart from ordinary martial emperors. However, when they encountered an abnormal existence like Du Xiaofu, they had to pray for their own good. By the way, if you want to conceal your identity and hide from those people, shouldn't you use a fake name? Ren Yingying rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and suddenly asked curiously, "I do need a fake name." Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flickered. Then he said, "Let's call ourselves Yu Tanji." At night, the cool night breeze slowly swept the night clouds. At this moment, the mountains were extremely quiet. It seemed that even the slightest breathing could be heard. For some reason, the fierce birds and beasts that usually lived deep in the mountains seemed to have gone into hibernation recently. There was no trace of them at all. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, outside of barren country, those who are above martial king realm are to leave within 15 minutes. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. At night, suddenly there was a sound wave in the sky. The sound was not loud, but it was enough to be heard clearly within a radius of 1,000 miles. Swoosh, swoosh! As the sound wave spread out, countless auras that were hiding outside Stone City suddenly fluctuated. There were spiritual and soul power fluctuations everywhere. Could it be Yi Wuming? On a mountain peak, several figures stood together. The fluctuations of their auras could affect the space. Although Yi Wuming is already a 7-star spiritual talisman master, his tone seems to be a little too arrogant. An old man in a loose robe said. His eyes were sharp and cold. What a big tone. Does he think that this area is his private property? In the valley, a bald, old man sat cross-legged. His eyes were shooting runes. His fat body was like a meatball. In front of the Du family, Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Jinwu, Du Zhixiong, Du Xiaoman, Mysterious Dragon King, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and the others were all looking at the barren mountain to the left. The recent crisis in Stone City had made Yi Wuming, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Mysterious Dragon King, and the others to guard Stone City. Who was it just now? Grandma Silverflower or Senior Qing Chun? Du Yunlong narrowed his eyes. The voice just now had also entered their ears clearly. It doesn't sound like Grandma Silverflower's voice, nor does it sound like Brother Qing Chun's voice. Du Xiaoman said, "No matter who it is, we have to be careful. We still don't know if it's a friend or a foe." Yi Wuming narrowed his eyes. At this time, he had to be more careful. Time passed slowly. This side of the world fell into absolute silence. The aura of the space suddenly became tense. However, no one around Stone City left. They were all watching. Finally, a quarter of an hour began to pass. The surrounding sky was still calm. There was no special movement. Huff! Huff! the tense space suddenly relaxed a little. Many auras fluctuated as if they were being played. Which bastard is playing with me? There must be someone who wants to take all the benefits and frighten the others away. Dream on. There are so many people. How can they be scared away so easily? Outside Stone City, near Savage Beast Mountain Range, there was a mountain top. At the foot of the mountain, there was a deep valley. The deep valley was narrow and long. From afar, it looked like a long rope hanging down from the sky. From afar, it looked like a bottomless abyss. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing quietly on the mountain top. The auras of the 4 were all martial kings. No one has made a move yet. They're really patient, a gray-robed old man said. He looked to be in his 50s and had a vigorous aura. They're all a little wary of Ewuming, the silver-winged demonic eagle and the scarlet cloud dragon. Otherwise, they would have already made a move. A gray-haired old man said. He looked to be in his 60s and had a tall and sturdy body. Let's wait for them to make a move first. We'll take advantage of the situation. Ewuming, the silver-winged demonic eagle, and the scarlet cloud dragon will not deal with them. A sturdy man in tight clothes said. His aura was fierce and violent. Mysterious runes flickered on his arms. Chi! As the sturdy man's voice faded, the sky above the mountain top suddenly fluctuated. Then, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Then, the 4 people suddenly raised their heads vigilantly. 2 figures stepped on the void and appeared above their heads. The 2 people were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a purple soft armor and a mask. He carried a purple golden box on his back. It was not difficult to tell that he was not old. The woman was 17 or 18 years old. She looked young and inexperienced. However, she was like a fairy, untainted by the world. Where did this brat come from? When the man and woman appeared in the void, the 4 people on the mountain top immediately became more vigilant. It was not difficult for them to notice that although the man and woman in the void were young, the aura on their bodies was unfathomable. I've already sent out a notice. If you want to seek your own deaths, then you can only seek your own deaths. The things in the Stone City are not something that a few martial kings like you can covet. Cold words came out from the purple-armored man in the void. His eyes were cold and his gaze was somewhat gloomy. There was no aura on his body, but it made the surrounding space tremble. Are you the one who just spoke? The Stone City is not yours. Anyone who sees the treasure has a share. Do you want to take it all for yourself? Among the 4 people on the mountain top, the sturdy man stared at the purple-armored man. The purple-armored man must want to take the treasure alone. He did not want to give up so easily. Martial King Nirvana Realm, be my slave, and I can consider sparing your life. The purple-armored man looked at the sturdy man and said faintly, I think you're still wet behind the ears. You're courting death. The sturdy man was furious. He stomped on the ground, and his figure suddenly soared into the sky. A fist print condensed in his hand, and a terrifying fist radiance burst out. A fierce and violent aura exploded from his body, like a volcano, and blasted toward Du Xiaofu. Sai Ran Yinging stood in the void and glanced at the martial king, Nirvana, realm brawny man who had arrived in front of her in an instant. There was a flash of regret in her eyes. Bang! The terrifying fist print was like a thunderbolt and blasted directly on the chest of the purple-armored man. The impact of the runes on the fist caused the surrounding space to tremble. However, this terrifying and violent punch did not even cause the purple-armored man's body to tremble. How is this possible? Under such a change, the sturdy man's eyes suddenly shrunk. The remaining 3 people on the mountain top were also stunned. Brothers, you must have thought that Brother Ling Hu Chong would come out. I won't let you guess. He, Yu Tanji Ren Yingying. As a die-hard fan of Jin Yong, I'm taking this opportunity to pay my respects so that I won't be ruined by Mother Yu in the future. After today's update, Lil, you will continue to explode tomorrow. I'm not asking for flowers or rewards. I'm just going to explode. Of course. Would you really have the heart to not throw a few flowers to little Xing Xing? Chapter 785. Du Xiaofu moved. He stretched out his hand and lightly flicked his sleeve. Under the gazes of several people, a finger imprint landed directly on the former's body. Chi La! The finger seal was wrapped in some lightning glow. A frightening, lightning strength penetrated through space. Finally, it landed on the former's chest with lightning-like speed. Chi La! As the fingerprint landed, the former's Xian-Qi defense was like tofu. It was instantly destroyed. The terrifying lightning poured into the former's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. After that, a bloody hole appeared on the former's chest. His body fell like a bird with broken wings and landed heavily on the ground. A martial king at the Nirvana realm was easily killed, and he couldn't be more dead. After seeing this, the remaining 3 martial emperor realm cultivators took deep breaths. Their faces instantly turned pale. Run, run quickly. The 3 of them changed their expressions and immediately fled. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They wished that their parents didn't give birth to them with more legs. Don't run. Stop right there. Ren Yingying's laughter rang out. Her inexperienced, yet extremely curvaceous figure trembled slightly. Under the envelopment of the moonlight and the light of dawn, it appeared to be suffused with a moving luster. It was unknown whether it was holy, dignified, or alluring. Chi La! A beam of light pierced through the air. Ren Yingying had made her move. Her alluring figure streaked across the air and appeared behind a martial king like a ghost. She threw out a palm strike, and it landed behind the martial king in an inconceivable manner. Chi La! The martial king had just escaped when he was hit in the back. Blood spurted out of his mouth. All of his defenses were destroyed. His defenses were like thin paper and couldn't withstand a single blow. Bang! After that, his body fell on the mountaintop and he didn't move. He was killed by Ren Yingying before he could regain his senses. I told you not to run. Ren Yingying smiled. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were crystal clear. At that moment, she looked holy and majestic. However, her beautiful face had the charm of a demoness under the moon. Ren Yingying made her move once again as she yelled. She slapped forward and a spatial palm print was formed. It was covered in mysterious runes and landed on the body of the 2nd Martial King realm cultivator, Chi La. The 2nd Martial King didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground. Bang! Lightning flashed out of the claw print. Under Du Xiaofu's claw, the last Martial King's eyes were filled with fear. He was twisted and turned into a bloody mist. All of his defenses were destroyed. He was unmatched. Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying. His eyes under the mask were filled with astonishment. That girl who looked harmless and beautiful. She was a demoness under the moon. He didn't expect her to be a demoness under the moon. A living's a demoness under the moon. 2 Qinquan bags appeared in Ren Yingying's hands. The moonlight shone in the sky. It was extraordinary and untainted. Then, Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu's eyes. Her eyes suddenly became alert. She shouted, "What are you looking at?" "These Qinquan bags are mine. Recently, Little Star has eaten a lot of my elixirs. I'm going to be poor because of Little Star." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask widened. He was speechless. So this woman rushed to attack just to plunder the Qinquan bags. Du Xiaofu sighed. It seemed that this harmless woman was not only a demoness under the moon, but also a female bandit. 2 martial royal realm cultivators. Do you still want to hide? Come out and die. Ignoring Ren Yingying, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the night sky. His faint voice resounded in the night sky like thunder. As Du Xiaofu's voice echoed in the night sky, the space fluctuated under the moonlight. Chi! In a valley, a figure suddenly flew out. The figure stepped on the air and floated 300 meters in front of Du Xiaofu. How arrogant. It turns out that you too are still wet behind the ears. Do you think this area is your private property? The figure that appeared 300 meters in front of Du Xiaofu was a bald, fat old man. His eyes were shooting runes under the night sky. He was not tall, but his fat body was like a meatball. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He looked at Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying with an extremely cold gaze. Beginner martial royal realm. Du Xiaofu looked at the bald old man in front of him. This was the first time he had met a martial royal realm cultivator. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu did not have any fear. He was at the peak of the martial king realm. Du Xiaofu had never feared anyone at the same level as him. Although the other party was a beginner martial royal realm cultivator, Du Xiaofu was also not afraid. Du Xiaofu wasn't sure how strong he was right now, but he knew that Du Xiaofu wasn't strong enough. However, Du Xiaofu knew that if they fought now, he was 100% sure that he could kill this beginner martial royal realm cultivator on the spot. Ignoring the bald old man, Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and continued, "There is one more person. Come out." As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the space where Du Xiaofu was looking at fluctuated again. The figure of an old man in a loose robe slowly spread out. His eyes were filled with coldness. The fierce aura around him spread across the sky and invisibly enveloped the entire stone city. "Look, they are fighting. Who are that man and woman? They don't look too old. They are martial royal realm experts. Be careful." Outside the Du family, Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the silver-winged demonic condor, the black dragon king, eagle king, Gong Dao, and the others were already looking at the distant sky. Whoosh, whoosh! In the night sky, as the second old man in a loose robe appeared in the night sky, 5 more figures followed behind him. "Boss, it's 2 juniors who are still wet behind the ears. This child is really of the highest quality." The 5 figures stood together. Their auras could affect the space. All of them were at the martial king realm. One of them was even at the peak of the martial king realm. "It's just too wet behind the ears. Kill the man, but we can keep the woman." When the 5 martial king realm cultivators appeared, their eyes were all attracted by Ren Yingying. No one paid much attention to Du Xiaofu. "Bastards! I will kill you, and your Qingquan bags will be mine." Ren Yingying was enraged when she heard their obscene words. Ling Hui's eyes flickered with coldness, but he still looked extraordinary. Under his anger, there was an indescribable majesty and holiness. "The 2 martial royal realm Qingquan bags are mine. The other 5 are yours," Du Xiaofu said to Ren Yingying. There were so many Qingquan bags. He could not give them all to the female bandit. "No, give me the 2 martial royal realm Qingquan bags, and the rest are yours." Ren Yingying objected, her hair fluttering behind her back. She was not stupid. The Qingquan bags on the 2 martial royal realm cultivators must have many good things. The value of a martial king realm cultivator was definitely not comparable to a martial royal realm cultivator. 2 wet behind the ears juniors. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Do you want to die? The bald fat elder heard Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying's unscrupulous words and did not take them seriously at all. His face immediately turned gloomy and ugly. However, the bald old man had also determined that these 2 young envoys weren't simple based on the way they had acted. At this moment, there were a few other people beside him. There were many other martial king realm cultivators hiding in the surroundings who were still watching. He did not immediately take action. The bald elder was not a fool. If he took action first, it was inevitable that others would take advantage of him. As if he knew the bald elder's thoughts, the fierce elder in the wide robe frowned slightly. He looked at the bald elder in the distance and said, "Fat Emperor, it seems that everyone is here for the same reason. How about this? I will take care of the man, and you will take care of the woman. When the time comes, we will work together to deal with Ewuming. We will split the treasures in the Stone City equally. Since we have been here for so long, let's not delay any longer in case something unexpected happens. What do you think? TSK, in that case, let's do it. The fat, bald elder nodded. As he spoke, the profound chi in his body surged as his gaze locked onto Ren Inying. Do it! A fierce glint flashed across the eyes of the fierce elder in the wide robe. In an instant, the profound chi in his body surged out in an earth-shattering manner. He stomped his foot in the air, and his figure turned into a lightning afterimage as he directly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. As the old man in the wide robe made his move, the 5 Martial King Realm cultivators behind him smiled. In their hearts, with their boss taking action, that kid who was pretending to be mysterious would naturally be killed. Chi. In a short instant, the figure of the old man in the wide robe had already appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Boom! A vast and terrifying energy swept out. The former waved his hand, and along with the runes, a fist print was formed. It was as fast as lightning and directly bombarded Du Xiaofu. So fast! The expression of the bald old man who was called the Fat Tuo Emperor changed slightly when he saw the speed at which the old man in the wide robe attacked. Everything happened in a flash. The fist of the old man in the wide robe directly landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. Bang! A terrifying and fierce rune force suddenly descended from the fist print like lightning, causing the surrounding space to tremble and distort. Chapter 786. At that moment, mysterious talisman inscriptions suddenly appeared on Du Xiaofu's purple soft armor. Faint, beastly roars could be heard. Chi. At the same time, even before the fist imprint landed, Du Xiaofu's eyes seemed to emit endless rays of light. The light from the mysterious patterns of the talismans overlapped and finally enveloped the former's body like a ray of light. The light shrouded Du Xiaofu's body and soul. In that short moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to have sensed something. His gaze changed and his eyes became dazed. Martial Royal Realm is only SO. Du Xiaofu moved and sighed softly. Murderous intent gushed out from his eyes under the mask. Immediately, he also threw out a punch. Boom! There was a thunderous roar on the fist. Low and deep explosive sounds continued to be emitted from the space, causing the space to tremble violently. It was as though the space was about to be blasted apart by this terrifying punch. A terrifying punch blasted out. It seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path. It rapidly landed in front of the stern-looking old man in a wide robe. At that moment, the old man in the wide robe was dazed. He had yet to recover from the shock. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that the onlookers, both inside and outside the Stone City, were shocked. The lightning fist landed directly on the chest of the old man in the wide robe. Suddenly, lightning overflowed and the air trembled. At that moment, all the disciples of the Du family felt their blood tremble and fluctuate. Under the fluctuation of the lightning, they were affected and their expressions changed. Bang, bang! Lightning flashed in all directions. A dignified Martial Royal Realm cultivator who had just reached the Martial Royal Realm was directly smashed into meat paste in the blink of an eye. A thick mist of blood sprayed out. He did not even have time to scream before his spiritual soul was destroyed. The 5 Martial King Realm cultivators who were sneering suddenly looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their sneers froze on their faces, and their eyeballs bulged out. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. "Oh, no, I misjudged him." The bald old man who was about to make a move against Ren Inying was stunned, and when he saw the fierce old man in a wide robe was actually blasted to death with a single move, he was shocked out of his wits. How could he still dare to make a move against Ren Inying? He instantly leaped up and fled. Don't you think it's a little too late to escape now? Killing intent flickered in Du Xiaofu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, his feet moved like a deity as his silhouette flashed out like lightning. With a wave of his hand, the mysterious runes on his talisman condensed into a stalk of grass that flew out. This stalk of grass was sparkling and translucent. It was shaped like a mushroom and looked like a real object. As the stalk of grass flew out, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone's eyes to tremble and their meridians and souls to tremble. There was no reason for fear, and it even made people feel as if their life force was being sucked out of their bodies. This stalk of grass seemed to be able to destroy stars and annihilate living beings. This was the grass of immortality. The mysterious runes around it turned into a whirlpool and instantly wrapped around the fat Tuatha Emperor, who was about to escape. The terrifying power of the grass of immortality made the fat Tuatha Emperor pale as fear crept out from the depths of his soul. The fat Tuatha Emperor was horrified. The profound chi in his body continued to surge as he activated his martial soul. In the end, his body seemed to turn illusory as he turned into a fat lizard. The lizard's body shone brightly as it unleashed a terrifying power, trying to break free from the power of the grass of immortality. That guy's demonified. Outside the Du family, Dr. Wuming was shocked. He whispered to Du Yunlong and the others, "If I'm not wrong, that's the fat Tuatha Emperor, a martial emperor who has been famous for a long time. His vain spirit is a ghostly demonic lizard. When a martial emperor reaches the martial emperor realm, he can become one with his vain spirit. For ordinary martial artists, this is the strongest ability." Roar! The fat Tuatha Emperor demonified as if he had turned into a real, ghostly demon lizard. His beast could resist the grass of immortality. But no matter how he resisted, the mysterious rune whirlpool did not slow down at all under the suppression of the grass of immortality. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger, as if it was about to devour all life in this space. Whoosh! The grass of immortality spun. A stalk of grass could destroy everything. It was incomparably terrifying as it directly swallowed the fat Tuatha Emperor's demonified body and forced him back to his original form. Kill without mercy. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. Under the countless gazes of the people inside and outside the stone city, a claw appeared in his hand and lightning raged. No. Fear crept out of the fat Tuatha Emperor's soul as the claw flashed with lightning. It landed directly on his body. "My life is over!" The fat Tuatha Emperor's pupils constricted as despair filled his eyes. He had never thought that the young masked man in front of him would be so terrifying. His true martial emperor cultivation was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow. Bang bang! A low-energy explosion resounded in the sky. Under the countless gazes of the people inside and outside the stone city, the fat Tuatha Emperor's body was hit by the terrifying lightning claw of the masked man in purple soft armor. Almost instantly, he screamed in agony as his flesh and blood turned into a bloody mess. The martial emperor's body was like tofu as it turned into a bloody mist that scattered across the sky. Seeing another martial emperor's body turn into a bloody mist in midair, the gazes of the people inside and outside the stone city trembled. The entire stone city fell into a deathly silence as everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. "Since you're courting death, then I'll kill you all." Du Xiaofu's faint voice resounded in the night sky again. "Run, run quickly." The 5 martial king realm cultivators who came with the broad-robed old man all fled in horror, not daring to stay any longer. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. "Kill!" Du Xiaofu stepped out. As he attacked, lightning flashed across the sky. One by one, the martial kings exploded and fell from the sky like ants. "The Qianquan bag is mine. Leave some for me." A delicate voice resounded in the night sky as the fairy-like woman appeared in front of everyone inside and outside the stone city. That beautiful woman was clearly holy and majestic like a fairy, but she was also like a demoness and a bandit. When the demoness attacked, the martial kings were like ants that could not withstand a single blow. She then focused on stealing the Chinquin bag. Bang, bang, bang! At night, deep sonic booms resounded in the sky, both inside and outside the mountain range. All sorts of screams echoed outside the stone city. Run, run quickly! Save me, save me! The screams were endless as the martial kings in the sky and on the ground were killed one after another. Killing a martial king. This was killing a martial king. A martial king realm cultivator was considered one of the strongest in the entire central state. But at this moment, they were like ants outside the stone city. Outside the Du family, Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, the silver-winged demonic condor, the mysterious dragon king, and the others looked at each other as they swallowed their saliva. Those martial king realm experts who were coveting the treasures outside the stone city could only be slaughtered like cabbages on the market. Second brother, did you feel that the young man in purple soft armor, Du Xiaoman, looked at the night sky and listened to the screams and screams that were accompanied by the muffled sounds of energy? Her eyes trembled as she looked at Du Yunlong. I thought I was the only one who felt that, but it seems... Du Yunlong's eyes trembled with excitement as he looked at Du Xiaoman. His eyes were filled with intense joy as he said, he must have a reason for doing this. Let's try to block the news as much as possible. At dawn, the terrifying commotion within 1,000 miles of the Talisman Institute outside the Stone City finally subsided. Heaven and earth returned to silence. Only the bloody aura floating in the sky left an inextinguishable mark on this terrifying night. After the incident, people estimated that no less than 40 martial kings were killed outside the Stone City, which was equivalent to several martial kings of empires. There were also 2 martial emperors who were easily killed. This degree of shock shocked everyone. It was said that the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace was greatly shocked. Before dawn, the moon was still hazy and there were light clouds in the sky. The mountain peak was surrounded by a group of silent mountains. The thousands of mountains and valleys seemed to be clanging invisibly. 19. I only have a dozen Chinquin bags. Du Xiaofu, can you give me a few more? On the mountain peak, Ren Yingying counted the Chinquin bags in her hand. Little Star in Ren Yingying's arms was chewing on a spiritual medicine. Its mouth was full of light and its eyes were filled with satisfaction. What's mine is mine. Don't even think about it. Du Xiaofu hurriedly shook his head and put away the Chinquin bags. He was afraid that Ren Yingying would come and snatch them away. You stingy guy. Little Star eats too much. Why don't you give me some spiritual medicine? Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu. She was otherworldly and like a demoness. In short, she didn't have the modesty of a normal young girl. Give that ingrate spiritual medicine. Du Xiaofu looked at Little Star in Ren Yingying's arms. His eyes were filled with disdain and a little bit of hatred and jealousy. He said, don't even think about it. I have spiritual medicine for myself. Ow, ow. Little Xingxing seemed to be able to understand what Du Xiaofu was talking about. Its watery golden eyes were filled with grievances as it looked at Du Xiaofu. It raised its head slightly and emitted a ao sound from its mouth. You're just an ingrate. Du Xiaofu ignored Little Star. In any case, he was the one who allowed it to be born. However, this ingrate actually pestered that female bandit all day long. This made Du Xiaofu very unhappy. He felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. Fine, I won't give it to you. Chapter 787. Fine, I won't give it to you. Seeing that Du Xiaofu really did not intend to give her the spiritual herbs or the Chinquin bags, Ren Yingying stomped her feet and no longer paid attention to Du Xiaofu. She began to form hand seals and opened the Chinquin bags in her hands one by one. Ren Yingying wasn't a talisman master, but she seemed to have the ability to open the Chinquin bags. She didn't need Du Xiaofu's help at all. Qi. Zhen Qingquan's illusory soul appeared on the mountain peak. He looked at Ren Yingying, who was sitting cross-legged and opening her Chinquin bag. His eyes rippled slightly, and some shock flashed through them. Afterwards, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You seem to have improved tremendously." "Not bad." There was a smile in Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask. He had a rough understanding of his progress and his current strength after the test. Both his strength and the toughness of his physical body had improved tremendously. The rebirth this time, coupled with the power of thunder and the power of the stars, one yang and one yin, one hard and one soft, both were extremely powerful energies. His body had become much stronger than before. In addition, with the soft armor refined by his master, the revered weapon's secret weapon tactics, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to determine that his cultivation was at the peak of the martial king realm. However, the strength of his physical body was enough to completely ignore the cultivation of an ordinary martial royal realm beginner. As for his own strength, Du Xiaofu was a little excited. Just as he had guessed earlier, he was completely capable of killing those who had just reached the martial royal realm. Even if Du Xiaofu were to face an ordinary martial royal realm cultivator at the mysterious level, he would still be able to face him head-on without fear. With this, the Stone City will be safe for a while. At least martial royal realm cultivators won't dare to covet the Stone City. Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and asked slowly, "Where do you plan to go next?" 7-Star Hall. Du Xiaofu raised his head. His eyes flickered. He already had a plan in mind. Back then, his master had asked him to go to the 7-Star Hall to find a body for his master. During this time, the primordial spirit of his master, the revered weapon, was still in the heavenly palace of purple gold, using the primordial spirit forbidden secret technique to seal the soul of the murderous weapon in the heavenly palace of purple gold, so that he could strengthen the new weapon spirit in the heavenly palace of purple gold. However, Du Xiaofu was worried that he had been forced to activate the purple gold heavenly palace twice. Purple gold heavenly palace's palace, the murderous weapon's soul, master's weapons, the primordial spirit forbidden techniques, his forbidden technique. If the weapon master's was Teat the murderous, S-star was two's artses to his testi, his S-T 7-Stars palace. Zhen Qingchen raised his head with a knowing look in his eyes. "It's time to do what my master asked me to do," Du Xiaofu said softly. He was no longer as weak as before. His master's body was still in the 7-Star Hall. He had to find his master's body as soon as possible. If there was a problem with the purple gold heavenly palace and his master's primordial spirit could no longer suppress the soul of the murderous weapon, as long as his master's body was still there was still a chance for his master to recover. This was what his master had asked him to do. "Be careful," Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu. "During this time, I also need to prepare to recover. With Dr. Wuming around, he should be able to help. Once I recover, I'll go and find you." "Brother Qingchen, is there anything else I can help with?" Du Xiaofu asked. His brother Zhen Qingchuan's recovery was a big deal. Du Xiaofu was a little worried. "Don't worry. You've already helped me get the eternal wood. I've also prepared other things. There won't be any difficulties. It's just a matter of time." Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, "When your brother recovers, I'll most likely be able to go further. At that time, you won't have to be afraid of many people in the central province. There are some things that I'll do with you." "All right." Du Xiaofu nodded, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. In the early morning, the mountains had just emerged from the thin curtain of night, revealing a gray outline. Du Xiaofu, I remember now. The venerable weapon is the hall master of the 7-Star Hall. It's said that he's an expert from more than 1,000 years ago. How can you be his disciple? Du Xiaofu, why are you going to the 7-Star Hall? It's said that the 7-Star Hall is independent. They used to have a lineup of first-class forces, but they've always been independent. Although they still have some foundation, it's getting worse year by year. Their foundation is not as deep as that of the ancient divine sect, the mysterious charm sect, and the Great Luin sect. I'm afraid that even if the 7-Star Hall joins forces, It'll be difficult for them to compete with the mysterious charm sect. Du Xiaofu, your master is the venerable weapon. Don't tell me that you're going to ask your master to help you go against that clan. Du Xiaofu, let me remind you, even if your master, the venerable weapon, goes there in person, he won't be able to compete with that clan. In the early morning sky, two figures streaked across the sky. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and they disappeared in an instant. At dusk, the setting sun sprinkled golden light on the earth. The entire mountain range was draped with a layer of golden gauze, like the wings of a cicada. The ravines of the mountains were covered with a layer of mysterious light golden color. Under the valley, smoke filled the air, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Du Xiaofu held a fat rabbit leg. He stared at Ren Yingying and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me? You seem to know everything about me." "It's not strange that I know about you. However, I don't know much. For example, I don't know that the venerable weapon is your master. Don't tell me that you're really going to ask your master to help you go against that clan?" Ren Yingying smiled faintly. Her mouth was full of grease. Her table manners were not inferior to Du Xiaofu's at all. Little Star's small body was like a bottomless pit at this moment. A large piece of roast meat was greedily swallowed into his mouth. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He kept staring at the rabbit leg in Du Xiaofu's hand. He looked very pitiful. One look at him would make one's heart melt. "I have something to do in the 7-star hall. My master is the venerable weapon. However, if someone owes me something, I won't trouble my master. I will take it back myself." Under the mask, Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. "Take it back yourself? How are you going to take it back?" After a big meal, Ren Yingying seemed to be full. She could not help but burp. She did not act like a reserved girl. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the grease on her hands. She smiled and said, "It's really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious roast meat. At home, the smelly old man and my family members don't allow me to eat these. They say that the 5 grains and sundries will produce filthy energy and harm one's cultivation. I'm still alive. I'm still young. One day I will settle some debts. I will take back what is owed to me." Du Xiaofu looked at the sky with determination in his eyes. Hearing this, the smile on Ren Yingying's face froze for a moment. Then she laughed until she was swaying back and forth. She did not care about her image at all. However, her every move and every frown and smile was still so pure and untainted. She was born with a sense of holiness and majesty. After a while, the laughter stopped. Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu and raised her eyebrows. She said seriously, "I know that you are very strong and talented now. However, I'm not trying to discourage you. In this world, there are some forces and people who are really strong. The degree of their strength is beyond the imagination of the people outside. The clan that you want to take back is definitely a huge monster. They have countless years of foundation. They are indestructible and detached from worldly affairs. How can you fight against them alone? The clan that you're talking about, who was the first person to lead that clan to where it is now?" Du Xiaofu stood up and looked at Ren Yingying. "The first person." Hearing this, the smile on Ren Yingying's face froze again. "They are a huge monster. They are indestructible. In that case, I will create a powerful clan that belongs to me and gather my own huge monster." Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying. Lightning flickered in his eyes. His gaze was resolute as he said, "I know that this will be very difficult. Fortunately, I am still young. I have already died once. Is there anything in this world that can stop me?" As his voice faded, a jade bottle appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. He pulled out the cork, and a ball of resplendent liquid was directly sucked into Du Xiaofu's mouth. Accompanied by the multicolored light, it was like a resplendent pillar of light. It was the Swanee essence blood. It was the blood of the Swanee that Du Xiaofu had collected after killing the Swanee in that clan, after which he had extracted the impurities and refined it into rich essence blood. Gulp! As the Swanee essence blood was sucked into Du Xiaofu's mouth, a faint hissing sound roared out from within his body. A terrifying violent energy instantly rushed out from within Du Xiaofu's body. It spread to his internal organs, seeped into his bones, muscles, and cells, causing Du Xiaofu's face to immediately turn red. Although Du Xiaofu's physical body had been strengthened to a terrifying level, it was still not enough. However, the violent energy rushing out from within his body was like 10,000 beasts galloping in his body. It wanted to completely destroy his body and smash it into pieces. It was still unbearable for Du Xiaofu. The Swanee essence blood was at the Beast King realm. If other perfect martial king realm cultivators directly swallowed its violent essence blood, their bodies would have exploded and they would have died on the spot. The third watch has arrived. There will be an update at around 10 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 788. What is this fellow doing? Ran Yingying was shocked when she saw Du Xiaofu directly swallow the blood essence of the demonic beast. Ran Yingying felt that this fellow in front of her seemed to have endless secrets. The terrifying and violent energy seemed to want to tear Du Xiaofu's body into pieces. It seemed that if he cried out, it would at least make him feel better. The first level of the Golden Rock's body tempering technique was to refine the golden feathers. It required spiritual herbs to refine the body. Du Xiaofu had already completed the first level of refining the golden feathers. The second level of the Golden Rock's body tempering technique required him to swallow the blood essence of the demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. He used the most violent energy contained in the blood essence to refine the bones and cleanse the marrow. Du Xiaofu had just swallowed the blood essence of the Xianyan scarlet dragon and had been delayed at this level, although his body was becoming stronger with the help of different external forces. This had nothing to do with the second level of the Golden Rock's body tempering technique. Bone refining and marrow cleansing was the body refining technique of the golden-winged Great Pung. The higher the level of the heavenly beast ranking monster beast it swallowed, the better the effect of its blood essence on the bone refining and marrow cleansing. Du Xiaofu had set his eyes on the Swan Ni's blood essence when he was in that clan. Not only could it refine the bone refining and marrow cleansing, it could also suppress all evil creatures. It was a great opportunity. The Swan Ni's blood essence was not to be underestimated. The violent energy surged in his body and spread throughout his organs, bones, muscles, and cells. However, this was not a big problem for Du Xiaofu. Forcefully enduring the intense pain that felt like his body was about to explode, Du Xiaofu condensed a hand seal and used his profound energy to guide the violent blood essence energy in his body to cleanse his bones and strengthen his body. Gu. Mysterious talisman markings began to spread out around Du Xiaofu, constantly changing. In the end, they transformed into the image of an enormous Swanee. It spread its wings and circled around Du Xiaofu, roaring. The Swan Ni's shadow was ferocious and looked as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. However, the Swan Ni's shadow was just a bluff. It could not really do anything to Du Xiaofu. Ao, little star was in Ran Yingying's slender hand, and its golden eyes roared at the Bayan phantoms around Du Xiaofu without any fear. If it weren't for Ran Yingying suppressing it, it would have rushed over and roared a few times. Is this fellow looking for torture? Ran Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes flickered slightly and rippled. She finally knew why this fellow's his body's body was so terrifying. This guy was simply masochistic. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to play with their own bodies like this. Only he would dare to be so perverted, to build his own wealthy family. The corner of Ran Yingying's delicate lips moved slightly. She looked at the young man's face under the mask in the mysterious runes. She murmured, "After this fellow was reborn, it seems that some parts of him have changed, bone and marrow cleansing." Xianqi guided the energy of the demonic beast's blood essence to impact the body. Inside Du Xiaofu's body, there was light spreading from inside to outside. The bright light and runes were flickering and constantly changing. The next morning, the light of dawn lifted the veil of night. The sun rose from the east, spitting out the brilliant morning light. Huff! Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The faint golden light around his body converged and entered his body through his mouth, nose, and pores. He opened his eyes. Various kinds of light overflowed in his eyes, and then they became clear again. Under the purple soft armor, Du Xiaofu's skin was sparkling and translucent. It was suffused with multicolored light and became extremely powerful. Then Du Xiaofu looked at a layer of star-like light fluctuation not far away. It seemed to be connected to the broken stars in the sky. There was a graceful figure sitting cross-legged in it. Her figure was also graceful, and her skin was otherworldly under the morning light. Walala! After a while, the morning light fluctuation retracted. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The eyes on that exquisite face opened, and they were as vast as the stars. What a familiar aura! It seems to be Qi Shi's aura, but it doesn't seem to be, sensing Ren Yingying's aura. Du Xiaofu felt a sense of déjà vu. He finally recalled that Ren Yingying's aura was extremely similar to that of Qi Shi in Tianwu Academy. However, this demoness was clearly not Qi Shi. What are you secretly looking at? Ren Yingying stood up and stretched. Whoosh! Little Xingxing also took the opportunity to come out from his bosom. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as his watery golden eyes looked at Du Xiaofu intentionally or unintentionally. Do you know someone called Qi Shi? Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying carefully. He had fought with Qi Shi before. He felt that Ren Yingying's aura was very similar to Qi Shi's aura. This made Du Xiaofu puzzled. Qi Shi? I don't know her. Ren Yingying shook her head. She looked at Du Xiaofu and asked curiously, Who is Qi Shi to you? Is she as beautiful as me? You are really shameless. Du Xiaofu stared at Ren Yingying for a while and said helplessly, You make it seem like you know how to be shy. Ren Yingying took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Her small waist was so slim that it could be held with one hand. How long are you going to follow me? Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying seriously and asked. He couldn't let this woman follow him forever. This Ren Yingying was too mysterious and unfathomable. This made Du Xiaofu feel insecure. I'm free these days. How about I follow you to the 7-star hall to take a look? Ren Yingying smiled. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. She was so beautiful that Du Xiaofu couldn't help but take a few more looks. Why do you insist on following me? Du Xiaofu wasn't too willing. Why are you asking so many questions? Ren Yingying smiled. Her eyes were bright and bright. She then asked curiously, Do you really want to create your own wealthy family? Do you want me to join you? I can help you. This should be fun. Why? Du Xiaofu was stunned. This woman couldn't be judged with common sense. Think about it. If I really helped you create your own wealthy family, I would definitely feel a sense of accomplishment. In the future, that smelly old man and those arrogant fellas of my family wouldn't be able to order me around anymore. As she spoke, Ren Yingying smiled smugly, full of a sense of accomplishment. Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying. After a while, he said, You're crazy. You're the one who's sick. You're sick all over. Ren Yingying glared at Du Xiaofu. She put her hands on her hips and said, I am your savior. How dare you scold me? Hey, Du Xiaofu, where are you going? Wait for me. Do you know where the 7-star hall is? You're going the wrong way. Let me tell you something. Little Star has eaten too many elixirs. Can you give me some elixirs? No way. Even if that ingrate starves to death, I won't give it the elixir. Is that so? Then we can only go up and rob. We can't let little Xing starve, right? Time passed quietly like the sand between one's fingers. In one night, dozens of kings were killed in the Stone City. 2 martial emperors were easily killed, which made everyone fearful. There were rumors that a guardian had appeared in the Stone City. It was a super expert who guarded the entire Stone City. There were also rumors that it was done by Grandma Silverflower in the Dark Forest. After all, Grandma Silverflower had appeared when the desolate country was founded. There were many versions of the rumors, but there was no doubt that not many people would dare to covet the treasures of the Stone City. 2 days later, it was said that experts from the ancient Heaven sect came to the Stone City. They said that anyone who dared to covet the Stone City of the desolate country would be an enemy of the ancient Heaven sect. When the news spread, it caused an uproar and made many people tremble in fear. The Middle State was vast and boundless. It was difficult for even experts to cross it. In the vast and boundless Middle State, there was never a lack of topics to talk about. All kinds of strange things were endless in the vast land of the Middle State. It was also common to hear about what kind of experts had appeared in which sect. However, recently, some places in the Middle State were abuzz with news, especially among the escort agencies and some cultivators who were seeking unorthodox means. It was said that a young pair of male and female bandits had recently appeared out of nowhere. Of these 2 bandits, the woman was extremely beautiful and the man was mysterious. He wore a mask and soft armor. It was said that the male and female bandits were extremely shameless. They would rob anyone they saw. Apart from their clothes, anything that could be robbed would never be returned after encountering the male and female bandits. However, the strength of these 2 young bandits was terrifying. Many experts who had been robbed were not convinced and joined forces to surround them. In the end, they were all covered in dirt. Some of the more miserable ones were stripped, naked, and hung on trees. In the end, each of them even had the thought of killing themselves. Rumor had it that a bandit catching association had appeared in the dark, and it was specifically set up to deal with the male and female bandits. They even offered a large sum of money to invite experts to join in the hunt. In short, many people hated the 2 bandits, so much that they would not give up until they had captured them. The first ray of dawn, with a faint radiance, poured into the sky. The first rays of the morning sun shone. The mountain peaks were faintly discernible in the morning clouds. There was a huge gap between the Martial King realm and the Martial Emperor realm. It was almost impossible to break through by force. In the Martial King realm, the martial artist's meridian spirit would be nourished. It was called spirit nurturing. When the spirit nurturing was successful, it would allow the meridian spirit to communicate with the body and become one. Chapter 789. Ren Yingying's red lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. Under the morning sun, her robes fluttered in the wind. She looked otherworldly and holy. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The 2 of them had been traveling and robbing during the day. At night, they would cultivate and discuss cultivation. Du Xiaofu had improved a lot and benefited a lot because they were about the same age. In these 3 months, the 2 of them weren't in a hurry to travel. Du Xiaofu even immersed himself in cultivation at night. He comprehended all kinds of profound meanings and martial techniques. You still need opportunities to break through. You don't have to rush. Ren Yingying spoke to Du Xiaofu in an old-fashioned manner. Little Xing, who was in her arms, was also carefully listening to the conversation between the 2 of them. It seemed to be able to understand what they were saying. What level are you at? Are you at the Martial Emperor realm? Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying's old-fashioned appearance and could not help curling his lips. Along the way, this female bandit was unfathomable. Du Xiaofu couldn't find out her cultivation level. It's useless even if you ask. Anyway, don't provoke me now. You won't be able to take advantage of me. Ren Yingying's little mouth slightly pouted, appearing somewhat pleased with herself. Then she stood up. Her petite body was wrapped in a faint golden light. She looked holy and otherworldly. She opened her mouth and said, "Let's continue. We should reach the spirit realm in a few days." The spirit realm, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Along the way, he learned about many things in the middle state from the female bandit, including the spirit realm. The spirit realm was a complicated place in the vast middle state. In the boundless central continent, spirit realm surface area was also incomparably large. It was definitely not smaller than dozens or even hundreds of stone dragon empires. However, the spirit realm was one of the most unique places in the middle state. It was vast, but there weren't any empires. There were only countless big cities and various forces. To a certain extent, the spirit realm wasn't as chaotic as the dark forest. However, in the middle state, the spirit realm was still a chaotic place. There were countless forces in the spirit realm, but no one dared to establish a country in the spirit realm. The various forces coexisted and interacted with each other, maintaining an extremely delicate balance. In the past, there was no lack of overlords and magnates who wanted to expand their territory in spirit realm. They wanted to call themselves a country and achieve great feats. However, the result was no surprise. These people were all eliminated by the various forces in a few days. Then, spirit realm continued to maintain a delicate balance and bustling prosperity. In the spirit realm and martial. 3 sex and 3 sex, and 3 sex, 3 sex and 3. 3 sex and 3 sex, 3 sex 3. And 3 sex and 3 sex, 3. 3 were these 9 sex and martial realm. Some of the insiders knew that while the spirit realm was prosperous and vast, the main reason the 9 sects turned a blind eye to it was because there were 7 sects in the spirit realm. The 7-star Hall was one of the 7 top forces in the spirit realm. They were above all the other forces in the spirit realm and had a legacy that was almost 2,000 years old. The 7-star Hall was named after the Big Dipper's 7 stars. They were Alpha Hall, Fecta Hall, Migres Hall, Alioth Hall, Mizar Hall, and Alkate Hall. It was rumored that the 9 sects of the middle state were not afraid of the 7 sects. They were afraid of the 7 sects working together. Once the 7 sects worked together, it was said that they had the power to fight against any one of the 9 sects. In the spirit realm, the 7-star Hall is the strongest force. I heard that the 7 people who created the 7-star Hall in the spirit realm were all experts who dominated their own regions, including your artifact Venerable Master. The 7 of them are not simple. They each have their own strengths and are famous in the central continent. Even the 9 sects of the central continent are wary of them, Ren Yingying said to Du Xiaofu. "Where do you know so much?" Du Xiaofu looked curiously at Ren Yingying. This woman seemed to know everything. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt that she was unfathomable. "I can't help it. When I was young, the stinky old man and the people in my family forced me to watch this and that. My memory is good, so I remember a lot of things." Ren Yingying looked very proud. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Actually, I don't know much about the 7-star Hall. If I remember anything in the future, I will tell you. Now we should leave. Once we reach the spirit realm, it will not be easy to rob. In the next few days, we have to prepare more spirit herbs for Little Star." Ayo! Hearing Ren Yingying's words, Little Star cried out happily. He stuck out his tongue and was very close to Ren Yingying. This ingrate ate so many spirit herbs, but there is no reaction. I think he is not the descendant of a true dragon. He is probably just a foodie. He can't even be considered a mixed-blood dragon. He is definitely an ingrate. Du Xiaofu stared at Little Star. This ingrate ate so many spirit herbs in the past 3 months, but there was no reaction at all. There were so many spirit herbs. Even if they were thrown into water, there would be a few splashes. However, after being eaten by this ingrate, there was no reaction at all. When he thought of those spirit herbs, Du Xiaofu felt a bit of heartache. Although Du Xiaoyao was a prodigal, Du Xiaoyao was self-sufficient. He could find spirit herbs and treasures, and he could still benefit from it. However, this ingrate in front of him only knew how to eat. This made Du Xiaofu feel very depressed. Ao. Little Star looked at Du Xiaofu and let out a small cry of grievance. He shrank into Rin Yingying's arms with a little fear. His eyes were very pitiful, and it made people's hearts ache. Du Xiaofu, if you bully Little Star again, I won't let you off. Ren Yingying looked at the aggrieved Little Star and felt her heart ache. She looked as if she wanted to settle the score with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu pursed his lips and didn't say anything in the end. He really didn't dare to offend this female bandit. Recently, he had a lot of cultivation questions that he needed to ask this female bandit. When Rin Yingying wasn't paying attention, Little Star saw Du Xiaofu pursing his lips and not saying anything. He looked a little defeated. Little Star's eyes turned and his little tail wagged at Du Xiaofu, as if he was mocking Du Xiaofu. Ingrate, are you pretending to be aggrieved? When Du Xiaofu saw this, he was instantly furious. Du Xiaofu, you're bullying Little Star again. Ren Yingying suddenly shouted and looked at Little Star in her arms. That aggrieved look was almost tearing up, and Ren Yingying's heart ached. No, this little ingrate is pretending, Du Xiaofu stared. That little ingrate changed too quickly. I think you're the one who's pretending. Ren Yingying stared at Du Xiaofu. Naturally, she didn't believe Du Xiaofu's words. Du Xiaofu's face turned red. After a long time, he took a deep breath and muttered, Little ingrate, don't fall into my hands. I'll turn you into barbecued meat. After a while, the two of them left. After a while, the road was in chaos. The male and female bandits attacked again. Along the way, many people were unlucky and were robbed. At night, on a mountain peak, Du Xiaofu was sitting cross-legged under the moonlight. The Tao of heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. Heaven and earth, sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, male and female, hard and soft, movement and stillness. All things are divided into yin and yang, Du Xiaofu murmured softly, using yin and yang to nourish the bones, meridians, bones, flesh, abdomen, back, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even 7 damages, and 8 benefits. Within the body, all things are in accordance with the principles of yin and yang. Man and heaven and earth are related, corresponding to the sun and moon. The essence of one body is connected to heaven and earth and should be connected to all things. Ren Yingying sat cross-legged and glanced at Du Xiaofu, not far away. She didn't pay much attention to him. Ren Yingying formed a hand seal and radiance spread out from her body. It was as if she could connect with the stars in the sky. After a while, waves of radiance connected with the graceful figure and circulated through the pores of her nose, mouth, and mouth. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Tai Chi means that before heaven and earth were separated, the primordial Qi was mixed into one. There was Tai Chi, which gave birth to Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions gathered in the black and yellow, stabilizing the 8 directions and suppressing the common people. Du Xiaofu was still murmuring softly. When the last word fell, his eyes suddenly opened. Golden light shot out from his eyes, and his hand seals changed. Waves of profound qi suddenly flowed in the special meridians and acupoints in his body, accompanied by waves of talisman, mysterious patterns. At this time, Du Xiaofu was practicing the black and yellow 4-division seal, which he had obtained from the mysterious stone wall in the ancient bronze space of the ancient heaven sect. In the cultivation method in his mind, Du Xiaofu learned that the black and yellow 4-division seal had a total of 4 seals. The first seal was Xiaoyang, the second seal was Xiaoyin, the third seal was Taiyin, and the fourth seal was Taiyang. When the 4 seals were connected, they could form the black and yellow emperor seal. Its power was enough to suppress the common people and move mountains and seas. That kind of power seemed to be similar to the overbearing power of the golden-winged roc and the mysterious move. Although he had only obtained the first seal of the black and yellow 4-division seal, the Shaoyang seal, Du Xiaofu had always wanted to practice it. It was just that it was not easy to practice the first seal, the Shaoyang seal. It was not an ordinary martial skill, but a kind of martial art. The black and yellow 4 divisions seal contained the mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of yin and yang. Even those who did not practice the overbearing cultivation method could not practice this martial art. Otherwise, it would be enough to cause qi deviation. At this time, Du Xiaofu wanted to try to practice it according to the cultivation method. He began to immerse himself in comprehending it. The more he comprehended, the more Du Xiaofu found that the black and yellow 4 divisions seal could be regarded as unique among all the martial arts. To successfully practice the black and yellow 4 division seal, it was more difficult than Du Xiaofu had expected. Chapter 790. However, this difficulty couldn't stop Du Xiaofu. To Du Xiaofu, no matter how hard it was to cultivate this martial art, it couldn't be harder than the mysterious move that he had comprehended in the past. Qi, Du Xiaofu started to cultivate. The Xian Qi in his body fluctuated and connected with the energy of heaven and earth. It contained yin and yang, Tai Chi for divisions, 8 directions. Such a martial art contained many profound meanings. It wasn't just the convergence of Xian Qi. The mysterious move that Du Xiaofu cultivated was complex and profound. It was vast and boundless. However, it was also vast. It was vast because the profound meaning contained in the mysterious move was vast. It could cover all martial arts. It was like air. It could be omniscient, encompass everything, and merge with everything. However, the Xianhuang 4 divisions seal contained many profound meanings. It wasn't vast. Instead, it was encompassing and condensing. In the end, it formed a unique and domineering martial art. If one had to compare these two martial arts, the mysterious move was equivalent to a saint. On the other hand, the Xianhuang 4 division seal was equivalent to a demon. Du Xiaofu immersed himself in comprehending and cultivating the Shaoyang seal. He condensed many hand seals in his hand. The Xian Qi surged in his body and connected with the energy of heaven and earth. It contained many profound meanings. Gradually, it condensed in Du Xiaofu's palm. In the end, it formed a faint palm print. However, this faint palm print seemed to have met with some kind of obstruction and disappeared. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He looked at his palm. There was doubt and disbelief in his eyes. This was because at this moment, Du Xiaofu realized that although he couldn't cultivate the Shaoyang seal in one go, he was still able to cultivate it. But just now, Du Xiaofu felt that although it seemed to be extremely difficult to cultivate the Shaoyang seal, it seemed to be even more difficult than he had imagined. But just now, when he tried to condense the seal, it seemed to not be too difficult. Du Xiaofu was surprised that he could fuse different powers, Upanishads, easily in his body. Of course, Du Xiaofu didn't know that when he was in a state of suspended animation, the thunder martial vein was reborn from the destruction. In addition to the fusion of all kinds of profound meanings, the flesh and blood in his body were mixed with Ren Yingying's essence blood as the guide, the essence blood in the golden wing mystic bone as the foundation, and the original essence blood in his body as the root, forming a new heart. This heart also contained the immortal grass, dark insight grass, purple flame demonic phoenix, and other powers Upanishads and beast energies that had already merged with his body. This caused Du Xiaofu's body to contain all sorts of mysteries. This kind of physique allowed Du Xiaofu to have an extraordinary affinity with the various mysteries of heaven and earth. For example, a person who lived by the sea naturally had a higher chance of fishing than a person who lived on dry land. As a person who lived in the mountains, he was naturally much better at climbing trees than others. Therefore, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was practicing the Shaoyang seal. His comprehension of the various mysteries was much faster than ordinary people. In terms of overbearing cultivation techniques, there was no other cultivation technique in the world that could be compared with the golden wing rock. After being surprised, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up with joy, although Du Xiaofu didn't know why it was suddenly so much easier than he thought. This didn't have the slightest disadvantage to him. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Therefore, with joy in his heart, Du Xiaofu continued to immerse himself in the practice of the Xiaoyang seal. He fused and comprehended various mysteries, condensed his qi, and practiced the Xiaoyang seal. One seal after another was formed in his palm, and then it would dissipate upon encountering some small obstacles. However, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could successfully practice the Xiaoyang seal. At that time, he would have another technique that was not inferior to the mysterious move. Early in the morning, under the morning sun, a man and a woman once again stepped on the morning sun and went away. The young man's back was tall and straight, his long black hair swaying slightly behind his head. Under the mask, his eyes were clear and deep. The woman was shrouded in the morning sun. Her figure was graceful, holy, and seductive. There were layers upon layers of tall mountains, but there was no city in sight, nor was there a piece of flat land. The mountain range was continuous, with steep cliffs and precipitous rocks. The mountain was lush and verdant, with clear streams and flowing water in the dense shade. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant. However, in the depths of the mountain range, there were also shocking roars of beasts. This mountain range is the edge of the spirit domain. At the entrance of the mountain range, Ren Yingying held Little Star in her arms and said to Du Xiaofu, "Spirit domain, 7-star hall." Du Xiaofu looked at the depths of the mountain range. He didn't know if he could complete the task that his master had entrusted him, but he had to do his best. There seems to be a lot of people here, but their cultivation levels are not high. I guess there's nothing good in their cosmos bags. 2 days later, in the depths of the mountain range, Ren Yingying frowned. There were many adventurers and monsters in the mountain range, but their cultivation levels were not high. They seemed to be searching for something. Du Xiaofu stood on top of a mountain and looked at the groups of 3 to 5. Some groups had as many as 100 people, and they were all carefully searching for something. There shouldn't be anything good. Let's go to the spirit domain to play. Ren Yingying said. Although she was a female bandit, she was not interested in everything. Screech! Just as Ren Yingying's voice fell, the air in the distance whistled. A group of people riding several ferocious birds appeared, and then directly appeared in the sky above the mountain. There were a total of 3 fierce birds, all of which were at the Pulse Spirit Realm. There were more than 50 people on the 3 fierce birds. Most of them were at the Pulse Spirit Realm, but there were also more than 10 Marquis Realm cultivators. In particular, there were 3 leaders in the Martial King Realm. 2 of them were at the initial stage of the Martial King Realm, and one of them was at the mystery level of the Martial King Realm. None of them could escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. However, these 30 people were obviously a group of people with a strong murderous aura. There was no doubt that these people were not kind people. Without many lives on their hands, it was impossible for them to gather such a murderous aura. It's a man and a woman. It seems that they might be one of the 5. The leader of the ferocious birds was a one-armed old man. The qi and blood of the profound Martial King Realm were fluctuating around his body. The one-armed old man looked at Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying with a hint of joy in his eyes, and his gaze stopped on Ren Yingying's body. However, that gaze clearly did not put Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying in his eyes, and there was a hint of filth in his murderous aura. It's better to be careful. I heard that the 5 of them are somewhat extraordinary and very troublesome. Don't be careless. On the fierce bird, there were several burly men and old men in the lead. They were abnormally ferocious, and their auras were sharp. They looked like ferocious people. Boom! At the same time, A loud sound came from the sky not far away, causing the mountains to tremble. Then, several huge creatures appeared in the sky. There were several behemoths, including a demonic wolf, a demonic tiger, and a demonic leopard. The 3 demon beasts were incomparably huge. Their bodies were fluctuating with the light of runes, and they were all dozens of feet long. Their eyes were abnormally fierce, and they were emitting a bloody aura. On the backs of the 3 huge demon beasts, there were a total of dozens of people. They were all fierce people and were not easy to deal with. Among the dozens of people who came later, there were 4 martial kings. The leader of the group was a tall and thin bald man. The bald old man's head was engraved with strange blood-red runes, which formed a ghost skull pattern. This person was also a martial king, but the bloody aura on his body was exceptionally dense. It was likely that he was a person who often killed. That bloody fiendish aura was so strong that ordinary people would be affected by it. The expressions of the people on the ferocious birds who had arrived first changed slightly when they saw the tall, thin, bald man and the others. It's a man and a woman. They should be 2 of the 5 people. Let's capture them first. The tall and thin bald man glanced at the group of people on the fierce birds. Then he stared at Ren Ying with astonishment. Then his bloody and murderous eyes revealed a filthy smile. Waving his hand slightly, the tall and thin bald old man coldly shouted to the people behind him, "Do it! Don't hurt the woman. Leave the woman to me. I want to take good care of this child." Bloodskull, I saw them first. What do you mean by this? On the fierce bird in the sky, the ferocious one-armed old man's face was gloomy. He coldly looked at the tall and thin bald man and shouted, "One-armed king, do you know the rules? You came first, so it's yours. Let's talk with our strength." The tall and thin bald old man and the other stopped and looked at the group of people on the fierce birds with cold eyes. "Bloodskull, do you think we're afraid of you? Let's have a fight first." The one-armed old man smiled ferociously. He was obviously not someone to be trifled with. He was not afraid of the tall and thin bald man and the others. "One-armed king, stop fighting. Don't let others take advantage of us. There are only 2 people. There are 3 more. Whoever captures them first will get it. Let's fight with our strength." Bloodskull sneered. "All right, whoever captures them first will get it." One-armed king said coldly. On the mountain top, Du Xiaofu and Ren Ying looked at each other and smiled at almost the same time. "Finally, some people who are barely passable are here. Let's split it evenly. Don't steal from me," Ren Ying said happily. She looked at the tall and thin bald old man and the one-armed old man as if they were distant relatives. "You're the one who steals from me every time.